Hello, everybody. Welcome.
Sorry.
Yeah, this video actually seeing me to open up. But today, me, Jason, and Bryer from Bryer's Music Showcase, uh, we're gonna be ranking every Queen album from worst to best. I want to say least best, but there's a certain album that uh that even Bryer tries to not talk about that much on his channel.
Yeah,
So
even Bryer can't defend it, I don't think.
yeah,
No.
it's like this album doesn't exist, and for good reason.
Yeah, I
In my,
think Bryer even says he doesn't even count it. And
No.
is it the only album? Do you have that album?
Yep, I do.
Do you have every album? Okay.
Yes, I
I
do.
mean, he owns American
Wow.
Dream. So if he owns American Dream, then.
I'm
Exactly.
impressed.
But well, before we start ranking, Bryer, you have anything to say about Queen? How you got into them and all that? Because this is the first time we're talking about them.
Do you have
Yeah.
anything to say? What an underrated statement.
Oh yeah, I know. I'm gonna try to keep it quick. But yeah, I mean it's no secret for the people that know my channel. I'm a huge Queen fan. They are my all-time favorite band of all time. Um, they were the first band I really got into. I mean, I did like music before, but Queen was kind of like the gateway band that really opened my eyes to what music can really do. Because before I was just listening to just whatever, that I didn't have a favorite band or artist. I was just kind of like listening to songs and being like, okay, I like that, and or just like if I didn't like it, I just ignored it forever. But yeah, Queen definitely definitely opened that gateway. And so yeah, I've been a huge fan ever since. I pretty much binged their whole catalog in one summer, so I was just that hooked to them. Because there's just so many things that really amazed me. Of course, Freddie Mercury, my all-time favorite singer of all time. Brian May, one of my favorite guitar players, and of course John Deacon. He was the one who made me want to pick up a bass. And even Roger Taylor is a great drummer. Just those four people just got together and just made this incredible batch of work. And a lot of these songs that they made are still remembered, are still played to this day. So they always will have that special place in my heart. So funny enough, my very first video I ever posted on my channel was a Queen ranking. And I will say I did not go back and watch that video because it's terrible, because it's kind of like it's like, yeah, it's not that good in terms of quality. So it was kind of interesting, kind of coming back and kind of ranking them again. I think I will say some places have changed since I did that video. So it's kind of interesting. So it's kind of interesting to see where things have changed since then. I told Nick this before, privately, that doing this ranking was both easy and hard at the same time. It was easy because I know all these albums so well. Like I know them. I didn't have to go back and listen to these. I just knew them by memory. I know every note and everything. So it was easy on that part. But the hard part was actually putting them in order, because to me, a lot of these albums, like there are some albums, like even the ones near my bottom, I do enjoy to an extent. So it's basically like ranking your children, and I don't even have children, so it's kind of like that weird, thing. But still,
Ranking your
had to put
cats,
them in.
maybe? I don't know.
That's yeah, I guess that can work too. But yeah, it's like, so yeah, it was hard in that part, but I do have an order, and I'm pretty happy how the order is right now. So yeah, that's my spiel.
How about you, Jason? What's your introduction to Queen, and what made you decide, hey, this is a band that I really want to do a deep dive on?
Yeah, well, I got introduced, and I've talked about this, I feel like I talked about this many times on either my channel or other channels, but I got introduced with Wayne's World when I was a kid back in, I don't know, was that 91, 92, whatever, when that movie came out. And in fact, if you look at the records, like the record sales went up when that movie came out. I think with like Bohemian Rhapsody got a huge like bump or something, or Queen did. I think Queen got like a huge bump. Queen got like a huge bump when the movie came out as well. I think so. It's one of those
Especially in
interesting
America.
things, especially America.
Yeah.
And I remember hearing Bohemian Rhapsody on Wayne's World, and Bohemian Rhapsody, good call, Garth. And I'm like, I never heard of Bohemian Rhapsody, didn't hear Queen, so I'm like, what is this? And it's such a strange song that I just didn't think it was a song. I thought this was a song they made up for the movie. And of course, it's ingrained in my head, the head banging part, and every time I hear the song, I know, oh, here's the head banging part, head bang in the car. And it's such a fun, it's one of the best scenes in the movie. It's so fun. But anyways, it was my dad, I think, had to tell me, no, that's a real song by the band Queen. And I'm like, that's a real song. And because I'm like only, 9 years old or something, 8 years old when I saw that. So, yeah. And so then I was like, wow, that's such a crazy song. And then I think I was around that time, I was starting to listen to oldies music, I guess, and or something. Maybe it's a couple years after I started listening to oldies music a lot. And when Bohemian Rhapsody came on the radio, I was just so excited. I was like, oh my gosh, this is the song from the movie. And I remember listening to it and I just absolutely loved that song, Bohemian Rhapsody. I was like, that was such a cool song. Anyways, and I don't know, from there, it's just like Queen is everywhere. Like I watched, I remember watching Mighty Ducks 2. And there's a scene where they're about ready to play a championship and they start playing We Will Rock You. And it's such a cool how they put We Will Rock You into the beginning part of the skating, this hockey championship. And I remember like, wow, that's such a cool song. Like that was a really cool rock song. I had no idea it was Queen. And then at the very end, they sing We Are the Champions at the very end. I had no idea that was Queen. And then later on, I'm like, oh my gosh, I know all these Queen songs. I didn't know there was Queen at the time, but Another One Bites the Dust. That's one I've heard before. I didn't know it was Queen till later. I was like, oh, that's Queen. Like, that's cool. And so just by osmosis of just listening to the radio and everything, I learned, because there's so many big Queen hits that have been on the radio and in movies. And, so I just kind of accumulated all this, Queen. And then when I really figured out who Queen was, and who Freddie Mercury was, and some of that stuff, of course, I was like, wow, I really like Queen because I know all this stuff without even knowing. I knew Queen. And then, a couple of years ago when I started the channel and everything, I started listening to more music or listening to albums. I didn't really listen to any Queen albums. And then, I was starting to listen a little bit more to the Queen albums and stuff and getting more. And then I did a deep dive this last year on Queen where I went through their albums and me and Bryer and Adam did our top 10 songs on his channel. So I really immersed myself in Queen at that moment. And of course, me and Bryer, I knew, kind of found out, a lot about Queen. And there's definitely a big fandom there on Queen and all that. And and then coming up to this, I binged all the music, all the albums the last 2 days. I just listened nothing but Queen just so I can rank the Queen album. So I kind of did a real fast job at it. But I'll just say it's the second best discography I've ever heard in my life behind the Beatles. I mean, Beatles is always going to be number one. But after listening to this, I mean, and you guys saw my rankings. I ranked them, or my ratings. I scored them as I went. Like the Beatles is the only band that has 3 albums that I give a perfect 10 out of 10. The Who and like Queen have 2 albums I get 10 out of 10. So it's very rare to get a 10 out of 10 in unless you're really good. To get more than 10 out of 10 out of me in a band is like, wow, you made some really good stuff. And I gave 2 10 out of 10s and I gave a bunch of 9s and 9.5s. I don't give that many 9.5s out. So you'll see my list. I gave, there's a lot of albums that really surprised me how good they were. I was like, wow, I wasn't expecting to like this album. And I thought this is a really good album. And anyways, I know Nick, I think, was even surprised by some of my stuff that I put on there. He was like, you put that high of a score on that? I'm like, yeah, I like, it was like the 80s albums. I'm like, I wasn't expecting like the 80s albums. I was like, I kind of like the 80s too.
That's good. You like the 80s a lot. I mean, yeah, there's 2 albums that are in my top 10 that are from the 80s. So I like the 80s Queen too. So don't beat yourself over that. It's just me and Bryer. Well, I assume Bryer. I haven't seen his list yet. He didn't give it to me, which is good. But I'm pretty sure. Well, I know me, of course, but I'm pretty sure me and Bryer both prefer the 70s. But I could be wrong. I could be the only one here in the stream that prefers their 70 output. But telling by his favorite album, I could, and his appreciation towards Sheer Heart Attack, and not that, but I see the original pressings of 70s albums. So that could give me four. So that gives me a little bit of a hint that he might prefer the 70s. Again, not going to assume, because we all know what assuming does.
Are you able to like break Queen down into like different eras, you think?
Yeah.
Like I feel like the first 3 albums is different than the next 4 or so.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
There's something different there. And then the 80s maybe a little bit different. I don't know.
I'll sort of break it down for.
I mean, Freddie Mercury's always this, has the same great voice, so you always get that quality in there. But
I would say the first 3 albums, I would call them the prog.
That's what I was thinking.
Especially the second album. That's the proggiest they ever get. Then I would call their albums from the Night the Opera to jazz like more of their like straightforward rock / operatic stuff, when they dip their toes a tiny bit into opera a little bit.
Probably their most commercially successful period.
Yeah. A little more poppy. I feel like
there's
a little more pop to it.
And then then like the game to hot spit, like the game all the way to like Good Works is like sort of like a transitional period from their commercially straightforward rock stuff over into the more synth heavy.
Yeah.
And then like the albums after that, I kind of magic to like Made in Heaven is sort of like just that, like just
later
sort
period.
of. I call it their pop rock era. Even Innuendo and Made in Heaven, I sort of clump it into that same era.
Yeah.
But, I'm so well. Before we get into this, I'll tell you my backstory on Queen. So, shout out to my mom. She got me into them. Well, I got her into the albums. I got her into Day of the Races and Night the Opera.
Hot Space there.
In Hot Space, I got her into.
Nice.
I got her. She got me into the band, but I got her into the albums. Like she loves Seaside Rendezvous and 39. Those are some of her favorite songs by them now, which makes me proud. Which it's always like the teacher becomes the student and the student becomes the teacher. But yeah, I heard the songs like "We Will Rock You" and "Another One Bites the Dust." And when I first heard Bohemian Rhapsody, I'm like, "Is this the same band, Queen?" And it's like, "Yeah." I'm like, I've never heard anything like this before. I'll give my thoughts on Bohemian Rhapsody when we rank the albums, but I will say, even if it is overplayed, I will always give that song credit for being different. There's no song that was ever recorded that even comes with me that like sort of way in '65. It's just love it. But yeah, it's my backstory. But when I got into the albums, I was just like, because people were always like, this was back when I was like obsessed with the Beatles. And people are like, I see a lot of people saying this was like, well, I got into them before the Bohemian Rhapsody movie, but after them, the movie, people are like, oh, Queen's the best band. They're a lot better than the Beatles. And I'm like, no way, they suck. Queen, like, I was just so obsessed with the Beatles. Like any person who thinks that other band is better, I would just dismiss the band. I'm like, I don't like them now because people think they're better than the Beatles. I know, I was just a really, really dumb 9th grader. Very sorry to that. Like 9th grade me is sorry to you, Bryer. But oh man, yeah, that's just it. And then like in like 10th grade, I'm like, you know what? I'm giving this a Night the Opera album a listen. People rave over that thing, say it's like the greatest album of all time. I'm giving it a listen, and my mind was blown. It was just like my 10th grade mind was just. I'm like, I was not like Death on Two Legs just hits you right away, and just like, well, I'll give more big in-depth thoughts on Death on Two Legs and all that when we review the album on Garrett Scott's channel, but save all that energy on that. But got into Night at the Opera. Then I'm like, well, what? Well, I know Bohemian Rhapsody was their first number one hit. What's their second number one hit? And then I saw I was under pressure, and I'm like, what album is it on? I saw Space, and
Okay, yeah.
I listened to it, and I actually enjoyed it. Not gonna tell you where it's on my ranking, but I thought it was a pretty good album. And then when I found out it's Queen's worst album, I'm like, really? I'm like, there must be really good albums for this to be their worst album.
Yeah.
And then I sort of went into I got into Date the Races after because it's the follow up. Then News of the World, then Jazz, then The Game. It was like I sort of scattered my discography the way I listened to it. I didn't go in order. I just sort of went all over the place. But that's all I got to say for the intro. But the way we're going to be doing this, I told the order to both Bryer and Jason before this, and Bryer likes to be last. So the way I'm going to be doing it, it's Jason, me, and then Bryer. To make things a little quicker, make it a little quicker. We're going to be doing our bottom five first. So like Jason will do his bottom five, then I'll do my bottom five, and then Bryer will do his bottom five, and then after when we get to the top 10, we'll just go down from like 1, 1, 1, 1. But also we'll be rating it at with a 5-star rating. So like, for example, Jason's number 15, he'd be like, oh, I would give it a 1 out of 5 stars, blah, blah, blah. But Jason, start us off with your bottom 5.
Right. Yeah, good for me to go first because I've only listened to some of these albums just barely a couple times maybe. And so once we get to Bryer have more knowledge and information about what I'm talking about. So I can't really talk much about, I can't always remember everything about the album. I just kind of remember little bits and pieces of it. So it's not, I'm not going to get as much knowledgeable on my end, but until I get to my top, but 15, I'd say Flash, dun, dun. Flash Gordon has to be number 15 on the list, and I know I think we all agree on that one. I don't know what to give it except for 0 stars. There's almost no redeemable quality to this album for me. I just listened to like the other day, I think, or 2 days ago. I was listening to it because I don't think I even listened to it when I did my deep dive because I just skipped it because I was like, I don't think I need. It doesn't feel like a real album to me, like a real Queen album. But I think it's officially like one of their albums. I think it's
Not me though.
It's their Yellow Submarine, which is
yes, it's like Yellow Submarine. I normally don't even count Yellow Submarine when I rank Beatle albums because it just doesn't feel like an album to me. I mean, what can you say except for that Flash? That part is like kind of cool. The Flash.
Yeah.
Like that's kind of cool. And there's like a song about a hero or something that kind of sounds like a song. I'm like, okay, it sounds like it could be a song. Everything else though has a lot of dialogue like over the music, and so I'm like, I think I watched Flash a long time ago when I was a kid, but I don't remember anything about the plot or the. I think it was kind of a cheesy movie at the time, if I remember right. So you hear all this dialogue, and I'm just like, was this dialogue from the movie? What is going on here? Like, it's so weird. I don't know. It definitely was a hard album to get through, I would say. Maybe one of the hardest stuff I had to go through. So that's Flash Gordon at number 15. Number 14, I went with their very last album, Made in Heaven here. And it's such an interesting, I know Nick, I think he'll kind of say somewhat similar. Maybe what I'm going to say is that it just kind of gets kind of boring after a while because I feel like it's all ballads or something like that, which I love ballads. There was some of my favorite stuff, but this album felt like it needed more variety to it. It felt like every song, it didn't have enough, rock music to it that I think could have helped the album out. But it's like, yeah, there's a lot of piano ballads I felt like when I went through it, and they weren't bad songs either. I'll say that. Like, they're not terrible songs by any means. It just got kind of tiring after a while. And then the very last song, called Entitled, I guess, is 22 minutes of nothing. I mean, I can't even say it's an instrumental, but it's not even like a cool instrumental. It's just, I don't know even what to call it. It's nothing. And to put 22 minutes of nothing at the end of your album, like I have to punish the album for that. Like if they did any good before that, that ruined the whole album. Just putting that out there. Luckily, it's at the very end, so you can just skip it. Like once, if you got to that part, you just like, okay, that's it. Move the needle off the thing and like take the record off or or the CD out. You know. So I almost wanted to give it 0 because that last song just killed the whole album. But I'll be nice enough and give it a 1 star because I don't think it's terrible music necessarily. It's just nothing really stands out in the album compared to all the other good albums on the list. I put "I Was Born to Love You" as my favorite song on there, but you know, it's not a great song necessarily. It's okay. And I'll be interested in hearing. Hopefully, you know, Nick or Bryer will give me more information on this album because I know it was made after Freddie Mercury passed away already, and they evidently had music that Freddie sang, and they were able to. And I mean, I guess I can. Part of me is like, why did they put this album together? You know, it's weird to put an album together after someone dies. But I mean, I guess I can commend them if they're like, hey, we got all this music, you know, let's get Freddie's music out there to all the fans, you know. So I'm like, okay. I mean, I suppose if you were a fan at the time and they came out with this album, I suppose it would have been exciting to be like, oh wow, we're getting a new Queen album after Freddie died, you know. Just like I get excited when John Lennon comes out with a song after he died. I'd be like, yeah, give me more John Lennon after he died. You know, it is kind of exciting, you know. But I don't know if he like recorded this music with the band or he recorded it on his own and then they put music around it and kind of made it part of the band. I'm sure you guys can tell me more about that. I'm interested in knowing that was this just a bunch of demo tapes that they put together and they just added their stuff to it, or was this actual stuff that they actually recorded before?
I'll explain it. I'll explain it when it gets to my
yes.
turn.
When it gets to you guys,
yeah.
Explain that part because I'm kind of interested in that. Because now with our technology, with AI being able to, you know, make voices clear, I'm like, is there a Freddie demo that we can use AI and get another Freddie song out of? I don't know, but I was like, I just now thought about that with all the technology, you know, opportunities we have now. Like how many dead musicians can we, you know, find a demo of and go, hey, let's bring out their voice and let's add some music to it and hey, we got a new song and all that. But anyways, but yeah, Made in Heaven, I'm getting 1 star, 14 on my list. Number 13 is where it's going to get a little dicey. This is where people are not going to be happy with me. This is where I differentiate, especially with Bryer, because I know Bryer really likes this album. And this is their second album, Queen 2, is number 13, which might seem insane because it's like probably your number 1 or something. You know, you're like, what? That's the greatest album of all time. And I'm like, I just did not get this album. The first 3 albums, in fact, they're my next albums on my bottom of my list. The first 3, I think, are more the prog rock, I guess, albums. And I just cannot get into prog rock that well. I don't know what prog rock to me is like. It's overly long songs, lots of course tempo changes and lots of stuff. And also it feels like they're trying to tell a story throughout the whole album seems to be like a big thing, which is not a bad thing, but I don't know, it didn't quite work with me. I think because this one is one that has like, there's something about a white queen and then a black queen and then a fairy something, I think, fairy king, I think, or I can't remember. Ogre battle, I think, or something. I don't know. So I'm watching, just looking at the track list, like listening to the album. I have no idea what the story is. I guess I don't pay attention enough. But just looking at the track list, I'm like, okay, there's a ogre battle in Queens, and there's like some epic thing going on here that I'm just not getting. I put down the March of the Black Queen was like maybe my favorite song out of the whole thing, and even then, I think it's just an okay song. I'm like not crazy about it. And then Father to Son, I think was an okay song, but everything else to me was just boring, and I just couldn't get into it. This early period of Queen, so I give it a 1 star on this one. Number 12, I'm going with the debut album, Queen. Again, kind of some of the last one. I think funny. I think the first two songs are really good. And when I was listening to this album, I'm like, wow, these two songs are so great. This is going to be a good album. And then after that, I'm like, oh, like none of these songs worked for me. Doing All Right was my favorite song. And I think it was definitely better than anything on Queen 2. Well, yeah. But anyways, so to me, it was like, wow, that's like a really good song. And if they could do more of this, I'd be really into it. It had a little more of a softer side to it, I guess. I feel like a lot of the Queen stuff is kind of more of this, upbeat rock music. But I do love when they pull out the ballads when Freddie Mercury gets on the piano. I think it's amazing, So I don't think they do that so much until they get to A Night at the Opera. And then we'll see more of that. And Keep Yourself Alive, I thought was a really good opener on the album as well. So I was like, I really into those two songs, but besides that, I don't know. I just was not into the album. So I give it a 1 star out of 5, of course, we're talking about. And then the number 11, the last one of my bottom 5 is going to be Sheer Heart Attack, which is the third album. And I thought this was going to be much higher on my list because I remember listening and thinking, oh, this is much better than the first two, but not much. But now that I listen back to it, and I like the fact that they went away from Queen 2, and they say, hey, let's come up with a cool title, because Sheer Heart Attack's a really cool title to an album. And it has really great song, Killer Queen. That is a great Queen song. I mean, that's one I've heard many times, on the radio and everything. And Freddie Mercury's just, awesome with the Killer Queen, and like how he does that, and the background vocals on that is just amazing. Something to blow your mind anytime. It's like, and then the guitar solo is amazing. It's like, to me, this is like the first really great Queen song is Killer Queen on this third album. I think blows everything else away prior to that anyways. But also Stone Cold Crazy, really cool, catchy rock song I like on the album. Besides that, didn't like much else on the album, so I'm giving it a 1.5 stars. And I'm looking at Bryer the whole time thinking he probably hates me after I said all that.
Well, like I said, we're gonna probably eventually do another ranking with the 4 of us, but don't worry, I'll make up for that with my awful Beatle ranking I'm going to be doing, not on purpose, of course, but yeah. My number 15, it's gonna be I'm gonna be generous, give it a 1-star rating because there's 3 tracks I really like off this.
Okay.
That's Flash Gordon, No Surprises. Anyone with half a brain still will know that this is the worst. If you're putting Hot Space under this album, we're gonna need to talk because I'm gonna have to ask you why you hate Hot Space that much. We're gonna put literally the worst thing ever on higher than Hot Space, but or any other album, as a matter of fact. But yeah, Flash. Yeah, that's the title track, which is decent. I prefer the single version without the dialogue in it. Well, there is still a little bit of dialogue, but not as much. It has a really cool instrumental called Football Fight.
Yeah, I saw that Football Fight. I'm like, what is going on here?
I thought it was a cool synthesizer-led song. And easily the best song on the album, The Hero. That thing is just it's epic. If every song on that album was just as good as that song, it would be one of my favorite Queen albums of all time if all the songs were the quality of that.
Yeah, it'd be much better.
I was talking about this with the Queen, with the Kinks album, with the You Really Got Me. Like, oh, if only the quality of the songs were like this. That's how I feel with Flash Gordon. If the quality of the songs were as good, it doesn't even have to be as good. At least kind of in the same range as The Hero. It would be one of my favorite Queen albums. But doesn't help either that this was originally going to be a Pink Floyd soundtrack that. They offered Pink Floyd to do Flash Gordon, but they refused. They said no. And then they sort of went with the next best option, which was Queen. But yeah, I could definitely tell this is something that Pink Floyd should have did because Pink Floyd does better soundtracks like
Hmm.
Stirred by Clouds, more. But that's just the Pink Floyd fan in me talking now. But yeah, I'm being generous by giving that album a 1 star rating out of
Yeah.
5. I want to be harsh and give it 0 stars, but there's there's two, 3 tracks that I actually go back to. I would never play it on vinyl. If I ever do buy it on vinyl, it's just to complete my collection. But
Right. Yeah.
it's not something I'm actively seeking for, though. Number 14, I'm going to be continuing the same vein as Jason. It's going to be Made in Heaven. This thing is a bore. This thing is so boring. It's just one slow song to another, and it's just like, okay. Even even like I do what Jason does. I say my score and say my favorite song. Even my favorite song isn't really my favorite song. Like, it's not a song that I'm really going to be going back to. Even Flash Gordon has The Hero, which I'm going back to The Hero a million times more than Too Much to Kill You. But I will say none of the music's bad though on Made in Heaven. None of it gets as bad as it does on Flash Gordon. That album gets really low on its lows.
Do you find the track listing kind of interesting? There's like a lot of heaven and save like in the titles.
Yeah.
Then I don't know. I found that kind of interesting. Like, because he's dead, and we're talking about like heaven and
I'll get to that.
save
later.
me or something. I can't remember. But
I know there were songs that were from his debut album, from Freddie's debut album, Mr. Bad Guy or whatever. And there are songs from that album, and I don't know. I prefer the Freddie Mercury versions that he did on that album than I do on Made in Heaven. They're just a little bit more interesting to me. Like, if you want to hear the best versions of some of the songs on there, Jason, definitely go listen to Mr. Bad Guy. It's a lot better than Made in Heaven.
Okay.
Well, for one, it doesn't end off on a 22 instrumental.
God.
That was just really bad.
Or if you want, just get the greatest hits of his solo career.
Freddie Mercury.
Freddie Mercury, yeah. This has pretty much a good chunk of his solo stuff.
Solo stuff. Okay.
Yeah. Not that, but what's the purpose of Like,
I don't get that.
It's just
yeah. I'm like, what?
Well, it's not lying to you. You're getting what you're getting.
yeah.
I will say this: it is interesting that they start off that they started where they have the shortest track in their discography, then their longest track in their discography.
Yeah,
which is both cool, but at the same time, to me, is awful. But whatever.
Yeah.
I'm giving it a 1-star rating. Yeah. So the way my rating is that, like, if I give it anything less than 1 star, just don't listen to none of the tracks. Like 0 stars, listen to none of it. 0.5, there's like one singular track that I like. 1 star, it's like listen to it if you absolutely have to, like deep discog dive or something. 2-star rating is like we're getting there. It's still not a good album. It's still sort of mediocre. 3-star, I'd say it's really good. 4-star, it's like fantastic. It's really great. And then 5-star rating is just like essential. You have to own it. But that's just how I'm going by my 5-star ratings. Number 13, The Miracle. If you just not think about the awful 0-star album cover, you have yourself a very mediocre album by then. I know Jason. I know Jason and I know Bryer, you like it too. But first 2 songs are garbage. I know you like them. I know you said you like the beginning of the album. I'll let you, if you want to talk about the 2 songs now, but you can. But you talk about when you get to The Miracle. But Party and Crush Hoggy's Ship. Those are probably 2 of the worst Queen songs I've ever listened to. I'm like, if you're telling me these 2 songs are better than Body Language, I don't know. I don't know. These 2 songs are, even especially Party, the awful vocal effects. I'm like, this is supposed to be Queen, for crying out loud. One of the best. It's like, it's almost. It reminds me of how bad Dave Davies' vocals were on the Kinks debut album, it just reminded me of that. I'm just like, turn this off, please. But then it gets a lot better with The Miracle. I love that song. Love that. I Want It All. Easily the best track on that album. I could see why you said Rain Must Fall, Jason, was your favorite. I could see that. That's actually pretty good.
Yeah.
But I Want It All. So iconic.
Yeah.
The Invisible Man. Every time I listen to it, I'm just singing, when there's something strange in the neighborhood, who are you gonna call? The Invisible Man. Like,
that was an interesting one.
it's such a stupid song, but I love it.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Breakthrough, it starts off not the best, but it gets a lot better. I love the music video for it. If you never heard it before, I mean, you ever see that music video before, Bryer?
You're asking me if I have not seen a Queen music video.
That's fair. And the music video.
By the way, yes, it's a good video. It's got a train in it.
Yeah, Thomas the Tank Engine. But what got me into the track was I saw it on TikTok and I saw the video and I'm like, why haven't I heard this Queen song before? And I Shazammed it and it was like Breakthrough. I'm like, what album is this on? And then I saw it was on this album and The Miracle, and I heard the beginning. I'm like, oh, that's probably why I never really heard it before, because the intro is so bad, but the rest of the song is epic though. Rain Must Fall, like I said, it's a great song. Scandal's really cool. My Baby Does Me is very weak. Definitely third weakest song on the album. But was it all worth it? What a great way to end off the album. Really cool. But like I said, I'm giving it a 1.5 star rating, which again, I feel actually, now that I think about it, it's a 2-star rating. It's mediocre, but it's getting there. It's definitely a lot better than a 1-star rating. Number 12, I'm going to piss off a lot of Queen fans for saying this. Number 12 is going to be The Game from 1980.
Yeah, I know you're a fan of it.
I know Garrett really loves that album. He defends that album probably the most out of
Oh, really? Yeah.
the two. But yeah, I will say Bohemian Rhapsody, while I'm sick and tired of, I'd rather listen to that a gajillion times than listen to Another One Bites the Dust again. Because I don't know. People love that song, but that's like basically what they're doing on Hot Space. But people likes to hate on Hot Space, and I'm like, yeah, you guys love Another One Bites the Dust so much. Why don't you love Hot Space? That album deserves love too. But that song I can never listen to again. Crazy Little Thing Called Love. I've never been the biggest fan of the Elvis influence. There's other bands who do Elvis influences really well, but for some reason Queen just couldn't do it on the first one. They do it good on this album too. I just feel like the first time that they did it, just not that, but it's funny. Freddie Mercury knew Brian May wouldn't like it, so people like the movie Bohemian Rhapsody portrays Freddie Mercury as the one who's always late. He's the laziest one. He's late all the time. But famously, Brian May was late, and they were able to make most of the song for Crazy Little Thing Called Love. And Brian May.
It's actually a bet Freddie made. Let's finish this before Brian gets here.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was like, yeah, because Brian May would have been like, no, just no. I mean, I don't hate it. It's a good song, but never got why it was such a big song for them. In my opinion, I don't know. I mean, at least with Another One Bites the Dust, I can get it because catchy bass line, great lyrics.
Great bass line.
I can see why. It just, the radio killed it for me. But with Crazy Little Thing Called Love, I'm like, really? This is like the next biggest hit from Another One Bites the Dust? Another One Bites the Dust is a lot better than this, but not even that, but there's some deep cuts that I like a lot better, like Need Your Loving Tonight, Dragon Attack, Sway Away She's Sister. There's good songs on here, but Play the Game's an all right opener. I mean, it's no Death on Two Legs or We Will Rock You or Mustafa. Dragon Attack's great. Another One Bites the Dust, like I said, I could probably never hear that song again. Need Your Loving Tonight, I love. Crazy Little Thing Called Love, one of my spiel. Rocket, it's an interesting song. It's like Freddie Mercury sings. He's like, oh, rock and roll. And then like Roger Taylor takes the rest of the song. It's interesting, but it would have just been better if it was just the part where Roger's singing. I think the Freddie Mercury bit in the beginning was pointless. I think that docks the song off for me. Don't Try Suicide is one of the worst songs. That's just bad. Even though it's an anti-suicide song, it makes me want to commit suicide.
Oh man.
Stay Away from Sweet Sister is amazing. It's one of the best songs that Queen has ever made. I'm like, why is one of the best Queen songs that's ever made on one of their weakest albums ever made? Will always mystify me. Coming Soon is garbage. I hate that song. It's just bad. And Save Me, they've ended albums better before. I mean, it's the same band. Well, I mean, it's better than more of that jazz, but it's nowhere near as good as Bohemian Rhapsody. I mean, there's God Save the Queen, but I clumped that together. Tio Toriate, what's the song name? In the Last of the Gods, Revisited. So after going off of those previous releases and then going on this one, Save Me just comes off as meh. It's good, but it's not a essential song to me. But I get a 2.5 star rating though. Number 11 is going to be A Kind of Magic. That album from 1986. Their follow-up to this album, The Works, has some of their best songs ever. You guys finally got me to get into the song Prince of the
Good.
That song's epic.
Oh,
But there are songs I do prefer over it. One Vision. I mean, how can you not love them screaming, give me fried chicken? You know, how
yeah, I know. That was weird.
that's just
Like, did they see fried chicken?
The title
You're
track.
speaking the truth there.
Yeah. Kind of Magic's so good. I love that song.
That's funny. You showed me a video of them singing One Vision. I didn't know what that song was until I listened to the album.
Yeah, it was them recording it.
They're like outtakes or something. I don't know what you were showing me that one time.
Oh, yeah. It does make you appreciate the song more.
But now I know what it is. I'm like, oh, this is One Vision. Okay, I remember that.
One heart, one soul.
Because I can picture Freddie, singing it in front of the mic and the way he, puts it really into the.
Mhm.
It makes you appreciate the song more, right?
And he goes so fast on it. If I remember right, it's like trying to fit all these words into like the beat and everything.
Mhm.
One dump, two church, John Deacon. one blank position.
Just, and he was just making up words, right, or something to rhyme. Yeah.
It just not only that, but the music video is funny too because it's like them at that point, like posing as like the Bohemian Rhapsody thing right here, but like them at that age. We thought that was cool in the music video. I always loved One Vision. That song was always a song that I liked a lot, but then watching them making it and watching it again, that just made me really love it. I don't know, maybe if I saw them make Don't Try Suicide, maybe I might like it a little more just seeing them make that. But yeah, Kind of Magic's great. One Year Love is okay. I know Bryer and Jason, you guys both really, really love ballads, but this ballad, I don't know, it feels like it goes on a little too long. Not that, but just feels so out of place on the album. Pain is Too Close to Pleasure, I really like. Reminds me of Michael Jackson. Friends Will Be Friends. Oh man, John Deacon always hitting me right here in the heart. Always hits me. Always love John Deacon's contributions to Queen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, he's my favorite Queen member. He has some of my favorite songs. I know I said all that stuff about Another One Bites the Dust, but I don't think anyone could have wrote a better hit at that time than John Deacon. That was just John Deacon, like just sort of. I do like the scene in the movie though, when like War and Freddie were about to fight, and then like
Deacon's like, hey,
I'm like, there you go, and then like,
and he gives the music to Freddie, and he just starts going. Yeah.
Even though that movie's so inaccurate,
Probably inaccurate.
It's very inaccurate, but it's an entertaining movie for people who just want to see Queen just kind of, I don't know. It's an entertaining movie, but not an accurate movie. Who Wants to Live Forever? Man, that song just, oh man. Freddie and Brian, I've always had a thing for band that, like, I've always had a thing when they like dual lead vocals. I've always loved that. Like one moment you have Brian May singing, then a moment you have Freddie Mercury singing. I've always loved that. Really did. Even on Taylor with his sister, they did that. Like there's a small part where like Freddie Mercury sings in it. I don't know. I'm a sucker for that. When one person singing and then like another person singing. I wish the Beatles did that too, like more often. Like have like John Lennon sing and then like have Paul McCartney sing. Like they did that with the Day of the Life, which that I've always appreciated. I've always liked when that happened. I'm a sucker for that. Give Me the Prize is very mediocre. Don't You Use Your Head, I could really care less about. But then it ends off on Prince of the Universe, which I finally like that song. And just jamming out to that song, like, wow, can't believe that I thought this was the weakest song on the album.
Yeah.
That prize definitely goes to Give Me the Prize, ironically. It's like, give me the prize. I'm like, yeah, you're getting the prize for the worst track on the album. I know it sounds so mean, but yeah. But I give that a 3-star rating, though.
All right.
That's my top. That's my bottom 5.
Okay, my turn. All right, number 15
Give
for
us the
me.
real.
Yes, exactly.
True list.
The real list now. This is what people came to see. Anyhow, but yeah, number 15. Yeah, this is one I really can't defend. Yeah, I'm also gonna go with Flash Gordon, which I have on CD because I'm a completist. Yeah, it's a soundtrack album. I mean, we've already established this. I don't personally consider it part of the discography. It's just like an extra, like a curiosity. I have not seen Flash Gordon. I've seen clips of it, and yes, it's cheesy as heck. Very 80s. The only reason I knew Flash Gordon was because I saw the Seth MacFarlane movie Ted. Because they mentioned Flash Gordon a lot.
Oh yeah.
And and that was before I got into Queen. I heard the themes. They played the theme song a lot, and I'm like, oh, I kind of like the theme song to the movie, but I had no idea what Cool Queen were at the time. But yeah, so that was interesting. But other than that, yeah, I mean the theme song and the hero, like those are decent songs, and then the rest, you got the rest, which is just a bunch of clip sound bites from the movie, some dialogue. Yeah, basically how I rank these is basically albums that I've listened to the most, and this is by far the one I almost never play. so it's got to be on the bottom. I'm gonna give it a 1 star. I'll be generous because of the theme song and the hero, but yeah, again, not really essential listening. All right, from this point on, now it gets tough because again, like I said, it's like
you like everything else.
Yeah, because I will say there's no album I truly hate. Every one of these albums, even the ones in my bottom, have songs that I do enjoy. But yeah, number 14, I will also go with Made in Heaven.
Oh, okay, so we all got that. All right.
Yeah, so yeah, it's a posthumous album. Recorded a lot of the stuff was recorded. To answer Jason's question, it's kind of a weird hodgepodge of different songs they had. Some of the songs they did record with Freddie before he died. Songs like "It's a Beautiful Day," like that was recorded after Innuendo. I believe "Let Me Live" was another one. "Mother Love" is another one, and to me that's a big highlight from the album because that "Mother Love" is actually the final song Freddie actually recorded before he died, and he didn't even finish it. He was going to sing the whole song, but right when they got to the last verse, that's when he passed away, and Brian actually sings the last verse.
Remember there. Yeah.
But I will mention Mother Love. Like, there's that one part where Freddie's just belting it out, and it's just, again, it just really shows that even near his death, he still had his voice. Like, he never
Yeah.
lost it. So I've always enjoyed Mother Love. Definitely a real gut wrencher. I feel when I hear it.
Yeah.
And Nick already mentioned there's a couple songs that were taken from Freddie's solo career, like "I Was Born to Love You," and then "Heaven for Everyone" was another one that they took. And they're pretty good. I do enjoy those songs too. "Too Much Love Will Kill You" was actually a song was recorded. I can't remember. It was either during the Miracle sessions or the Work sessions. It was around that time. There was just a
solo stuff. Why did they put it on here?
I don't know. I guess they needed more space. I guess they needed more space to fill the CD. I guess so. That's my only guess.
Hey, let's do another Beatles album. Let's just take John's solo stuff and make it like that. Didn't make sense. I don't know.
Maybe, yeah, maybe. But yeah, "Too Much Love Will Kill You." I always enjoyed that one too. There's actually, I know Bryan recorded his own version for his solo career. It's actually pretty good. It's actually pretty decent. So if you want to hear Bryan sing that song, then you can go find that on YouTube.
Okay.
"A Winter's Tale," that was another song Freddie wrote before his death. Again, he was just looking out his window. It was a winter day, and he was kind of like just enjoying the view of just the snow falling. So I think that's a pleasant song. And yeah, there's some weak songs. I will say this has probably some of John's weakest material. "My Life Has Been Saved" is probably one of my least favorite songs that John wrote. It's kind of, again, not really that memorable. Same with, I mean, "You Don't Fool Me" is not too bad. That's not too bad. But yeah, the big thing that keeps me from listening to the album from beginning to end, yeah, it's the last bit. You have, of course, you have "It's a Beautiful Day" reprise, which goes into "Yeah," and then you got that 20-minute ambient piece, which to me is just straight up filler, because this is when CDs were becoming big. You can put more stuff in it, so why not put a whole 20-minute ambient piece to fill out the disc? So I mean, if you like ambient music, then maybe you'll enjoy it, but I really have no drive for it.
It's not bad, probably.
Maybe, yeah, probably. It's even more weird because at random you hear like clips of Freddie talk, and you're like, where'd that come from? But yeah, again, I don't hate it as much as most people do, but yeah, I will admit it's definitely one I don't play that often. Another reason I hear why people don't play is because it is kind of depressing, knowing that Freddie is kind of it was made after Freddie's death. Even the artwork is kind of depressing. You just have the statue, and then you have the whole band, just the whole photo there. And there's the band right there, just looking out. So there's that, but yeah, it's not horrible. I'll give it 2 stars. I'll be a little generous on it. It's okay. Okay, number 13. All right. I know Nick's probably gonna be shocked that's this low, but yeah, 13. Yeah, Hot Space. Now I will say, I do defend this album. I do think it's a bit overhated. But again, the big issue I have with this album, even though the songs themselves aren't that bad, I feel like the production didn't help. There's something about the production that kind of makes these songs sound weaker, because if you actually go on YouTube and look up live versions of some of these songs, way better. Like it's a lot more, like it's more rocking. It definitely has sounds more full, sounds more richer. The songs on here kind of sound a bit thin, especially songs like "Staying Power," which is a decent opening track, but again, you kind of feel like could need something else, like something's missing. Action This Day, and what other songs did they play? Yeah, Action This Day, and I think Dancer was another song, and Backchat. That if you look up the live versions, they sound way better live. But, it's other than that, again, I do think the songs are pretty decent. I've always loved Backchat. For some reason, that's the song that people say, "Oh, that song sucks." Like Backchat, ugh. But I always like Backchat. Like I've always think that's one of John's like most like underrated songs because it's very funky. It's kind of you can kind of groove around to it.
I love
So
that.
yeah, it's great.
I love. It's
Body
like
language, yeah,
it's a diss to Brian May with your love.
yeah, maybe. Then you got body language. Kind of a guilty pleasure, I'll admit.
Language.
Yeah, that's Freddie all the way. Like only Freddie can write something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I already mentioned Actions Day. Put Out the Fire. That's a decent song. It's not one of my favorites on the album. It's kind of like, yeah, it's okay. Life is Real. Song for Lennon. I think that's a very, very nice song. A little nice tribute to John Lennon after his passing.
Yeah. It starts off good, but then it goes in a weird way, I think, if I remember right.
Yeah, a little bit. But, the sentiment I've always enjoyed.
Yeah.
Behind it.
Yeah.
Calling All Girls. I like it. Not one of my favorites. Then you have Las Palabras de Amor. That's another song I've always really enjoyed. That song was dedicated to their Spanish-speaking audiences. And yeah, I think it's a really good song. Then you have Cool Cat, which is another kind of slow, kind of funky sort of sound, which originally David Bowie was supposed to provide backing vocals on it, but he didn't like how his voice sounded, so they took out his voice on it, which you can still find. You can find the original recording with David parts in it. It's kind of interesting if you're curious to see how it would have sounded if David Bowie kept his vocals in, but it's all right. But of course, to most people, pretty much the main reason why people would want to buy this album is because of Under Pressure.
Yes.
Yes, Under Pressure. I mean, it goes without saying, it's an amazing song. Like I've always loved that one. That was kind of the song that got me into David Bowie because that was kind of like my first introduction to him.
Yeah.
Just Freddie and David just sound really great together, and of course you have that iconic bass riff by John. And I'll tell the story again about that bass riff. I told it before, I think, but of course John was the one who came up with the riff, and he was playing it so many times just to make sure he nails it. And then they decided to take a break. They go out for a pizza, and then when they came back, John goes to play the riff again, and he's like goes completely blank. He completely forgot how it went.
Yeah.
Luckily, Roger was the one who remembered it, so he was like, "Okay, we're good now."
He couldn't remember the rhythm of it.
No, couldn't remember anything from it. Like, how's it go again?
And bump, 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 or something like that. Oh
yeah, and yeah, that's it. Okay,
that's it.
Yeah, that sort of thing. But yeah, it's a great song. What perfect way to close the album, I think. But overall, it's overhated, I think, but I totally can see why people don't like it because it is very different from what they did previously. But I enjoy it, so I'll give it a 2.5 stars.
I have it higher on my list than you do, and I have a 4-star rating.
Yeah, but I still like it. Let's see. I'm on 12. Yeah, 12. Number 12. Again, it kind of pains me to put this one this low because I actually do like a lot of the songs on here, and I'm gonna go with the Miracle.
Miracle.
Yeah, definitely for ranking in terms of album covers, it's definitely more closer to the bottom, but that's a thing. Like I said, there's a lot of songs I do enjoy on here. I will agree with Nick. It definitely starts with probably their weakest opening songs. I think if you were to take all their albums, I think this one has their worst opening tracks, with Party and Khashoggi Ship. Like, I mean, yeah, those are the songs I always kind of forget they're there because it definitely gets way better once you get to the title track. And yeah, the title track is great. I've always loved it. I mean, the lyrics are kind of corny, but I always really enjoyed how it sounds. I like Freddie's vocals on it. And the video is actually kind of cute. So you have kids playing the bands, and I think the kid and whoever they got to play Freddie, the kid they got, like he nails his part. Like he nailed it. Then you have I Want It All. I mean, that's one of my favorite Queen songs of all time. So of course I love it. I mean, written by Brian. Just a great guitar riff. Freddie's more gritty vocals on it, and has one of my favorite Brian May solos on here as well, especially when it speeds up and Roger's really going in on the drums. And of course, has one of the catchiest choruses here. So yeah, I love it. The Invisible Man, another pretty goofy song, but I love it about it. I mean, it has one of John's like pretty cool bass riffs on, like he's like really going to town on that bass. and yeah, always a fun one. Breakthrough, yeah, I've always enjoyed Breakthrough. Such a great song. Rain Must Fall is another one I always really enjoyed that one. It has a very tropical feel to it, which I kind of dig it. It's very fun. Scandal's really great one, especially the context, because by that point the tabloids were really honing in on Freddie's health, because again Freddie kept it secret about his AIDS diagnosis, and so it also didn't help that Brian was going through a divorce at the time, and tabloids were going after that as well. So yeah, that was on their minds during that time. Yeah, My Baby Does Me, again, another one of the, not one of my favorite songs on here. Definitely one of my least favorite Queen songs. But it kind of picked it back up for Was It All Worth It? And funny enough, Was It All Worth It was the reason why they closed out with Was It All Worth It? It was because they thought Freddie was not going to live for another album. They thought this was going to be it. And so if you hear the lyrics, it definitely has like a goodbye feel to it. Was it all worth it? All the things we've done together, that sort of thing. But of course, he would live for another album. So, but still, a really great closing song.
Last one.
What? Sorry?
Is this the second to last one? Or?
Second to last one, yeah. Second to last one before he's dead.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Innuendo is such a great album. So glad he lived for that album.
Yeah, we'll get to that one later though. But yeah, I'm gonna give it 3 stars, because I do enjoy a lot of the songs on here. So 3 stars for me. And then number 11, another song it pains me to put this low, and it's gonna be Kind of Magic.
Or Miracle.
Yeah.
Again, so these are kind of towards the end, these bottom 5.
I know. I'm sad about it. Yeah, so again, this is kind of it is a weird album in the discography, because it's half a studio album but also half soundtrack album.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the songs were used in the film Highlander, which I have seen Highlander. I actually thought it was a not bad movie. And the Queen songs definitely help. Starts out with One Vision. Great opening song, especially when you watch them record the song. It's very cool to see them in the studio just going through it. A Kind of Magic, another very great song. I love the bass riff, the bass line on it. Very cool. Funny enough, there's actually 2 versions of A Kind of Magic. There's this version, and then there's the movie version, where it's actually pretty different. It's actually not as funky as the album, so I think that's worth a listen if you're curious. I'm going to disagree with Nick. I really love One Year Love. Yes, it's a sappy ballad, but
I knew that because I knew you really like ballads.
Yeah, you know me well.
You're a sucker for ballads, so I knew you liked that song.
Yeah, I love it.
I don't hate it. I mean, if I had to rate it, if it was like a tier list, I'd give it like a B tier, like, which it's nowhere near. It's not even close to being an F tier song. So I don't dislike it. It's just not as good as the other songs on the album. That's just all I thought of. I don't dislike it. I think it's pretty good.
Okay, all right, that's good. But yeah, it's a sappy, yes, but I love that about it. And of course, it was written by John, so yeah, John coming in with the great love ballads he always does. And I really love the saxophone solo in it. Which, side note, was actually the same person who did the saxophone on George Michael's "Careless Whisper." Yeah, same person. So that's kind of cool.
Saxophone.
Yeah. Then you have "Pain Is So Close to Pleasure," another song I enjoy. And that's actually one of the rare times you hear Freddie sing in full falsetto, at least for a full song. Like he'll do falsettos for harmonies and stuff like that, but very rarely he does it for a full song. And I've always enjoyed Freddie's falsetto.
Yeah.
There's also Cool Cat.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, that was the other one I was thinking of. Yeah, that's the other. Yeah, Friends Will Be Friends. Yeah, that's another pretty good song. Kind of a co-written by Freddie and John. They both kind of played a role in that one, and they must have, of course, they must have really enjoyed that one because for the Magic's tour, they had that song played in between "We Will Rock You" and "We Are the Champions." So it's kind of, they must have thought it was a good song. And of course, you have "Who Wants to Live Forever." I mean, yeah, that's another gut puncher there. You have one of Freddie's great vocals on here. Another film that was used for the film. Yeah, it was a really good one. And yeah, I'll agree with Nick. It does. "Give Me the Prize" and "Don't Lose Your Head" are definitely the weakest songs on here. They're fine, but compared to their other more hard rock stuff, it's definitely not one of my favorites. But then it picks it up once again for the last song, which of course is "Princes of the Universe." I've always loved that song. Like, it's just so epic sounding. It's so big. You actually feel like a prince of the universe when you hear that song. And yeah, it was definitely one I played a lot. A little funny, well, not funny. Well, it's not really that funny, but it's kind of amusing. Because when I was really into them when I was in high school by that point, and we were doing a triathlon, and we were kind of building up to it. We were kind of practicing the track, the running portion, the routes, and I was playing the heck out of "Princes of the Universe" because it's just kind of motivating in a way because it's just like, yeah, you're just going for it, like, yeah, I can make the finish line, that sort of thing. And so yeah, it's always one of those songs I play when I need some motivation. And another one of my favorite Brian May solos, like the guitar work on that song is just so killer. So yeah, it's so good. But yeah, I'm gonna how I don't know. I'm starting to question when I'm gonna rate it now. I'll give it a 3.5.
Is there a song called "Forever" on the album?
It was a bonus. I think it was a bonus song. It was kind of like a B-side, I think, but it's kind of similar to.
I wrote down
like
that one of my favorite songs on the album.
Yeah.
But you guys didn't talk about it, so I'm like, no one's gonna talk about this great song "Forever."
Does this have
Like,
it? Yeah. It's one of the bonus songs on the CD.
okay, I was gonna say "Forever" is the last song that I remember listening on the Spotify, and I was like, I mean, I'll get to that, I guess, but I was like, this is such a great closer.
Yeah, Forever's good too. I will say that.
If they took out "Give Me the Prize" and replaced it with "Forever," it would be a
Oh
lot
man, yeah.
Yeah, because I didn't mention any of the B-sides because "The Miracle" actually has some stuff as a bonus too. Because it also has "Hang On in There," which is another kind of nice B-side. Then there's "Chinese Torture," which is
I didn't care.
Yeah, that's kind of a Roger instrumental thing. Yeah, that's a thing.
I hate when I listen to Spotify, I don't know what's on the album or what's bonuses sometimes. I just listen to the whole thing, and
yeah.
So now you're like crushing my. I'm like, that's not on the album.
Yeah, if those two songs were swapped, I would actually place it higher than the one that's at number 10 right now. But yeah, I actually really enjoy "Forever." I'm glad you mentioned that,
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, "Forever" is really good too.
Yeah, that instrumental.
So far in our list, Bryer gave the highest rated album so far.
I'm giving the highest ratings here.
It's Queen. I mean, I'm a lot more generous with Who albums, so I mean, don't get me wrong. I try to be harsh on Who albums too. I always try to be harsher on my favorite bands because I don't want to be biased or anything.
I feel like you two are definitely more in sync than me so far.
The Hot Space thing was a pretty big difference.
Oh yeah, my Hot Space is a lot higher on my list. I'm not gonna lie, it's a lot higher. I mean, I don't blame Bryer, but yeah, we are a little bit on sync. I mean, all three of us had a trifecta with Flash Gordon and Main Heaven being.
Yeah, all agreed on those two.
Glad we did. I'm really glad we did. I would have been crushed if Queen 2 was at 14. Even though Queen 2 is at number 13, it's a lot better than 14. I would have been like, really? You're saying you'd rather listen to a 22-minute instrumental than March of the Queen? Same.
Right.
Yep.
Gosh, you must really hate Queen too. But having that said, now that we've reached our top 10, like I said, we're going to go one at a time. Jason, what is your number 10 spot? Top 10.
10 is actually the one that, yeah, it's considered one of the worst, and that's Hot Space, is made by 10. This was, yeah, one that I remember when the first time listening to it, I remember, yeah, not liking it very much and thinking, oh, this was, especially when it came off of the game.
Yeah.
So right after it, or
Yeah.
right before, and I liked the game quite a bit. And so we got the Hot Space. I'm like, oh no, this sounds not good. Like I think I was thinking the same thing, and you maybe vocalized it better than I can. Like it does seem different. It doesn't seem as rocking. Like there's not as good rocking solos or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I know Brian and Roger hated working on this album.
Okay, and like there's a little more maybe synth or something. There's something in there that made it more. Somehow it's something where you listen to it and you go, oh, this sounds more 80s, and in a bad way for me, I guess. I say that in a bad term because I'm not like the biggest 80s fan, but or 80s rock fan, I should say. I'm not into 80s rock music anyways. And yeah, so there's something about like the first couple of songs I remember going like, I'm not sure I'm into this album or whatever. And I was for sure this was going to be like towards the bottom, but I actually thought it was better than the first time I listened to it. And I was like, oh, this isn't the worst. Like I said, I like it better than Queen too. And that's probably considered one of their best or whatever, for sure, Heart Attack. And this is going to be like a controversial thing to say. Like I actually kind of like Hot Space better. And again, I think I just like that era better. I didn't like that early period at all. I don't know. Obviously, Under Pressure is amazing. It's definitely the best song. I mean, it can't compare to that one, I think, with David Bowie. And I'm not a David Bowie fan, but I thought they sounded great together. And that bass line is so catchy. The dun 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 dun. And
yeah, try to write something better, Vanilla Ice.
Yeah, definitely better than Vanilla Ice. I always think of Vanilla Ice when I hear that song.
Yeah.
Ice, baby.
Luckily,
yeah.
Queen won that lawsuit.
They won the lawsuit, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I watched VH1's behind the music on Vanilla Ice or whatever, and he defends that.
Right.
It's funny him defend his side. No, this is a little bit different. This goes da 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 or something. I don't know. I was like what?
Yeah.
Kind of funny. But anyways, yeah, it's what I said. When they get in those coming down on me, coming down, whatever, like, oh, the voice is so good. Under pressure, so good. But I really like Put Out the Fire. I think you said it wasn't one of your favorites on the album. Brian. It was my second favorite on the album. I really like Put Out the Fire. That's what I put this a little bit higher because when I came to this, I was like, oh, there's like 3 songs I like on this album, which is more than I can say about the other albums that I mentioned. I just didn't like very much of what they had. And then Cool Cat's the other one I really liked on the album.
Yeah. That's a nice little deep cut, I think. That's another underrated one.
Yeah, again, Cat. We all like Cat, so we not like the song. Yeah, so to me, I was like, there's 3 actually good songs on this album. Everything else, though, I will agree, was, I don't know, just not up to their high standards, I think, of the previous albums. So it definitely hurts it for me. So I'm going to give it a 1.5 stars. So still a pretty bad rating, but better than 1 star, like I thought I was going to give it, or a 0 star.
Yeah, Hot Space is an album where that was actually the first time they experimented with synthesizers, because prior they took pride that they never used synthesizers. Like if you actually look at their album, look in their LPs, they'll have like a little note says no synthesizers were used. Like they were that proud of it. But then once the 80s really came, they're like, okay, fine, let's just do it.
Like Rush is doing it, why not?
Yeah, why not? Might as well get to the times now.
Might as well.
Okay. That's higher than a lot of other people's. A lot of people would put it at 14.
Right.
I'm happy you guys put that at higher than 14. This is gonna hurt me. Every album,
I know. Is that
every album up until this though is a 4-star rating. So my up until then, it's going from a 3-star rating up into a 4-star rating. So it's amazing, but just not perfect. It's just you know what? I'm even going to bother saying Night at the Opera's 4.5 stars yet. My number 10 is going to be Night at the Opera, but this is a 4.45-star rated album. So before you kill me, Bryer, get your pitchforks. This is
Don't worry, you're too far away. I can't reach you.
I can't reach ya. The Who song. But it's nearly a perfect album. There's 2 songs that really it's the reason why it's not a 5-star rating. Sweet Lady and Good Company, those 2 songs kill it for me. You know,
I see that, yeah.
start off with Death on 2 Legs, then Lazy on a Sunday Afternoon, then the epic I'm in Love with My Car, then You're My Best Friend, then probably one of the greatest songs of all time, The Year of 39. And then you have Sweet Lady just to destroy that flow. But then it gets back up with Seaside Rendezvous, and then the Prophet song, one of the greatest songs of all time.
Yeah, so good.
I always preferred it over Bohemian Rhapsody, even when I first heard it. I'm like, the reason why I do is because that part where it's like, now I.
Yeah.
So good.
I'm so glad you like that part. Yeah, that part is just like, I feel like I'm going into heaven with the vocals there. It's just like, no.
Yeah. And there are people out there who think it goes on for too long.
It doesn't go on forever.
Like they know.
Exactly. And then why I give it a 4.5 star, not a 4-star. That transition from the acoustic guitar, like it's just like it's a love of my life. I'm just like, this is one of the greatest contrasts, like one of the greatest like flow of songs ever, from the Prophet song to Love of My Life. Jason mentioned it when we were in the group chat. He was like, oh yeah, I like that. I'm like, it's one of the greatest parts of Night at the Opera.
Yeah.
But then it ruins it again with Good Company. Like, you have such a beautiful song, and it's just like, just go to Bohemian Rhapsody already. Like, you know, ignore Good Company. I always skip to Bohemian Rhapsody after the and then it's just like, is this the real life? Is this just fantasy? And then I actually really like God Save the Queen, even though it's just an instrumental. Brian's guitar playing is great. I always clump it together. I always consider it to be like the unofficial, like I always consider it to be unofficially a part of Bohemian Rhapsody. It's like the encore. You know, you have this big. I just imagine it being like a play, an operatic play, and then like them leaving, and then like Brian May coming back for God Save the Queen, and well, Roger Taylor and Brian May coming back for God Save the Queen. Chef's kiss. And it's nearly a number 10, so you know we're in for a great discography when when an album like this is no, ignore that. It's my Nintendo Switch, but you know you're in for a great discography when literally an album with You're My Best Friend and Bohemian Rhapsody is only at number 10 for me.
Wow, yeah, that's something.
Yeah. All right. Next, my number 10. Okay. I said it was hard before. Now it's getting really hard now. Okay, number 10. Yeah, I'm going to go. Man. Now I'm kind of guessing. Okay, I'm sticking with it. Number 10. I'm going to go with The Game.
The Game. Okay.
Yeah, The Game. All right. So, again, the first album of the 80s. I still stand by it's one of their laziest covers though. But yeah, again, there's so many songs I really enjoy on here. You have to Play the Game. Yeah, I really love that song. Just a nice kind of mid-tempo type of track, but I think I really enjoy Freddie's vocals on it. But it gets even better when you get to Dragon Attack. To me, that's another really great deep cut of theirs. And I know John has said that's his favorite Queen song, and of course he's all over this track. Like, his bass work is so good on that track, and yet even Brian has a great guitar solo on it. yeah, and it's also fun to play on the bass, by the way. And then of course you go from one bass heavy track to the next track, which is of course Another One Bites the Dust. I'm not sick of this song. I still really enjoy it. Just the bass line so infectious. You just can't help but just kind of groove to it. And of course, Freddie is just pouring it out on the vocals on here. Like it's been reported that he was actually bleeding trying to get the vocals down to the way John wanted it. Yeah, especially that part where he's just screaming almost. But I think it paid off really well. Need Your Loving Tonight. That's another really good deep cut. Like that's another John song. Yeah, that's another song I've always loved. I've always loved that one. And yeah, Crazy Little Thing Called Love. Another song I enjoy. Again, I enjoyed. It is them paying tribute to Elvis, and it's always funny knowing that Freddie wrote this in the bathtub. Took him like 2 minutes to write it. But it's a fun song. It's a nice kind of rockabilly type of track. And so yeah, I've always enjoyed that one. Rocket, yeah, I agree. That's another song I don't go back to very often. Don't Try Suicide. Even though again the bass, I do like the bass playing on it. I will admit lyrically it doesn't really age that well, and kind of I don't know, the lyrics and the music don't really go together that well because it's like we said, it's an anti-suicide song, but the song sounds very happy. And it almost kind of sounds condescending almost. So kind of that's kind of one of their weirdest tracks. But then I really like Sail Away Sweet Sister. I think that's a really good Brian May song. I think he sings it really well. Coming Soon is another song I don't go back to. It's another one, not one of my favorites. But I think it closes up really good with Save Me. I really enjoy Save Me. That's really enjoyed the vocals on it. But yeah, again, it's a really good album. Very strong, but again, there's just albums I prefer more. So I'm gonna give this I'll also give it a 3.5. All right, back to Jason.
All right. So number 9 on my list, no one's talked about yet, but Nick just pulled it up.
Wow.
Innuendo. I don't know how he did that. Innuendo, which is I know Freddie's like last album that he sang on before he passed away. I was going to ask you, so did he come out before he died?
He literally announced he confirmed his diagnosis literally the day before he died, which was in November.
Okay.
Yeah.
It seems like he probably kept that a secret, the whole being.
Yeah, he totally did, because AIDS was still kind of a taboo topic, and so yeah, he just wanted to keep it private.
Though I wonder if people kind of knew already. They're kind of like, I think he might be like just his outfits.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, people kind of thought he was, especially. Again, Freddie was a huge target for the tabloids, so there was always people speculating and always poking fun of how he dressed and how he moved.
Going on here, probably.
Yeah, pretty much. But yeah, Freddie never really liked the press anyway.
Yeah, I suppose if you said he had AIDS, that probably would out you, because that's kind of it's known
because back then it was called the gay disease back then.
Yeah.
So.
It's kind of known you're probably gay, except for like, Magic Johnson or somebody, wasn't gay and got it. So it's possible, but most time if you come out having AIDS, it's probably like, oh, are you gay? Like, that's probably the next question. But anyways, that's interesting. So Innuendo, yeah. It's okay. It's not, again, it's kind of towards the bottom here on my list, towards the bottom half. There's definitely some really good songs on here though that I like, and it's funny. I like the album. What?
Oh,
the album cover.
I thought you were going to say Delilah.
Has a circus feel to it. I almost felt like the beginning part almost had a
Mhm.
circus feel to it. Is that just me? I don't know. I was listening to like the first song or something. I was like, are they going for a circus theme on this album?
Innuendo is such a it definitely one of the few Queen. This thing keeps falling over. It's one of the few Queen albums that really depict the album really well. I will say. I mean, this and News of the World and the two A Day and a Night. Right on that, some of the album covers don't really justify the work, but
Yeah,
it
yeah.
works.
Cool
But
album.
yeah,
Uh,
this cover perfectly depicts the music that's in it.
okay, that's what I was thinking. It's kind of
Mhm.
interesting listening to it. Um, I mean, what can we say? The show must go on. It was in my top 10 favorite Queen songs when we did our top 10. It's the very last song on the album, and it's like
Mhm.
Freddie's last song, kind of in a way. And so it's like, wow, that's really cool how they did that. Like they must have done that on purpose. I don't. I mean, they didn't know if he was going to die yet, I suppose, but they knew he was dying. So yeah, I think that kind of came into play. But I just love the beginning of
Mhm.
that, but it's almost like just Freddie singing almost a cappella. I don't know. I mean, there's some background, almost operatic
Some
style
keyboard
music
playing,
behind.
yeah.
Yeah, and then you get into the show must go on, and then it picks up. But that beginning part, oh, it's such a great intro. And Freddie's still singing great. I mean, it's like he's dying, I guess, but he's like still great
Mhm.
on the album. But yeah, that's definitely the highlight, the biggest highlight there. But I really like "These Are the Days of Our Lives." I thought was a great song.
Mm.
Uh,
Yeah.
if it wasn't
Especially
for
when
that,
you watch the video. Especially when you watch the video, like it's like, my God, because you actually see Freddie, because by this point he didn't want to be in front of the camera, but that was the
yeah,
one of the rare times he did, and you can just look
okay,
at his face, like you knew he was not
yeah,
well.
he went well. Yeah, I think
And
he
in
told
some
me that was.
ways, it actually was the last time he appeared in front of the camera. So when he
Yeah,
said "I love you," that's like his little goodbye.
yeah. So I mean, yeah, that's cool. Definitely helps the song, but yeah, great song. Like it'd be my number one if it wasn't for the show goes on. It's just so good. But I was like listening, going, "Wow, this is such a good song. It could be my number one." But the other songs on there, yeah, Delilah, I wrote on here. I thought Delilah was really
Mhm.
good. Uh, he meows all of a sudden. I was like, "Did he
Yeah.
meow? Like, did I?" Sometimes that happens where I'm like, "I think I heard a meow, but I must be dreaming of stuff."
Then
And then Nick,
there's a line that's yeah, there's a line that says "You peed on my Chippendale suite," something like that.
really,
Yeah.
yeah, Delilah could be a girl's name. Yeah, you're like, oh, he's singing about Delilah. I don't know, but I think Nick told me, yeah, it was about a cat, and I'm like, oh, that makes so sense. So I did hear meow. I was like, I wasn't dreaming that part. Um, Innuendo, the title song, I thought was really good. I kind of think a lot of these albums, in fact, the title song is always in my top favorite songs, and this one included. And then I put down "Ride the Wild Wind." I thought was a really good song off this album. So yeah, it's one that had a lot of good songs. It was, but I mean, it wasn't one of the strongest albums for me. I give it a 2 star, so it's kind of almost in the middle.
Yeah, that's yeah. There are songs I'm not as into. It's funny. My number 9 is also Innuendo. That's why I pulled it out. Not
I know. I was like,
just
people,
a
I
weird,
know.
just a weird coincidence that both of our number 9s are Innuendo.
Yeah,
But yeah, starts off with one of the greatest Queen songs of all time. I mean, come on, that guitar playing.
And that was actually not by Brian.
ah,
That was actually done by Steve Howe from Yes.
oh, okay.
Mhm.
Either way, this is just epic guitar playing. Oh, when the does the same thing though at the end with the
Mhm.
even the slower part with the "Don't take offense to my innuendo."
Mhm.
Do, 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 do. But oh man, I'm going slightly mad. I'm going slightly mad that this is their last album with him. This is just his
Yeah.
voice. I don't know if this is gonna sound really bad or not, but I think this is Freddie Mercury one of his better lead vocal albums. I mean, his vocals are always great, but this album and a certain other album that I think is him at his peak vocally. Headlong is fun. Shoot dee 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 dee, shoot dee dee doo. It's such a fun song. I can't live with you. I can't live without you. It's another fun song.
Yeah.
Don't try so hard. Oh man, I love that song. Love that song. Ride the Wild Wind. I love the way Mercury sings. Ride the wild wind. I just feel like I'm riding in the wild wind just listening to that. All God's People is probably one of their weakest songs, if we're gonna be honest.
Mm-hmm.
These are the days of our lives. Oh man, what a beautiful song.
Yeah.
And then the Great Delilah. What a great song that is.
Yeah.
Goofy, dumb song. I know you're not gonna be a fan of this song though. I know Jason isn't, but I love the Hitman. I love the way Mercury sings that. I get why you're not a fan of it, Jason, because it's very hard rocking. Sounds like something that would have been on their first 3 albums, which we've established already you're not the biggest fan of. So
yeah.
Then there's another song called By Joe.
Bijou. Something like that.
That's another song I really don't really like. Those are the only 2 songs that really prevent it from being any higher on my list is All God's People and Bijou. Even Don't Try So Hard is just decent. But the show must go on. This should have been their closing song, not Untitled. Come on.
Yeah.
This is a closing song. The show must.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Not literally the show. Don't actually let the show go on. This is just let the show end. But the show must go on. You know. Oh man, the way Mercury sings that, it just
must not go on.
Oh man, oh it's so good. Oh man, I can't believe I'm doing this, but this could be my first 5-star rating, just despite those 2 songs.
5-star.
Wow.
Number 9.
Wow, cool.
Exactly. Crying out loud, a 5-star rated album. Everything's gonna get uphill from there too. So.
Yeah, where do you go from 5-star? Gosh.
Yeah, number 5-star. This is essential. Listen to this album if you have not. If you're just watching this album ranking just to know what to listen to and what not to listen to, or might even at the opera listen to. That's also essential. Even though it's 4.5 stars, that's just an important Queen album. But everything after from 9 to 1, you have to listen to. This one's definitely one of them. If you start an album with Innuendo and end off with The Show Must Go On and have have like 8 great songs in between, that's a 5-star album you got there.
All right, very cool. Well, for me, it's gonna be a while before I get to Innuendo, but
I was gonna say it's
on
being
9, right? Yeah, 9. Mate, we'll see. All right, number 9, right? So number 9 might surprise some people, but I'm gonna go with Sheer Heart Attack.
Yeah.
So finally going for their 70s stuff, and yeah, I do prefer the 70s stuff more, but for some reason this has always been one I don't go to that often, and I don't know why actually, because there are some pretty good songs on here. It starts out really great with Brighton Rock, which is basically the song where Brian gets to show off his guitar work, because that's one of Brian's most iconic guitar solos, especially all the effects on it. So I always think that's a really good opening track. Then it goes into Kill the Queen, of course. That's the big song. That was like the real breakthrough hit, especially in America, because that was their first top 10 hit.
Okay.
And for good reasons. It's very different for the time. Again, Freddie's vocals, the guitar playing, just a catchy melody to it. It's a great song. Then you have like a little melody, like a little medley. Starts out with Tenement Funster, which is a Roger song. Then that's a pretty good song. It's decent. And then it just flows right into Flick of the Wrist. That's probably one of my favorites of this medley. That's a pretty good rock song. Then it comes back down with Lily of the Valley, which is a nice slow little piano song, which I enjoy. Then you have Now I'm Here, pretty great song. That was just them writing about touring with Mott the Hoople at the time, just seeing different sites and all that stuff. In the Lap of the Gods, pretty good. Has some of Roger's high falsettos that his falsetto screams he did back early on, because he had he had the highest voice in the band, so he's just like screaming his head off on that track, which is pretty cool. Then you have Stone Cold Crazy, a great, very hard rocking. Of course, to many people, that's one of the songs that would later influence thrash metal and speed metal. You can definitely hear it's fast, it's heavy, and Freddie's just spitting out these random lyrics about Al Capone or something like that. But it's great. It's a great rock song. And then the next song does a complete 180 with Dear Friends, which is another slow kind of piano thing from Freddie. Misfire, I think that's a fun song. Misfire. That's actually John's first song. His first solo writing credit was Misfire, which is this short, kind of goofy sounding song, but still pretty fun.
I don't know what this song's about. It's one of those songs where you just don't want to know what it's about, and then it's just like a song where you're like, you don't know what it's about. Good, keep it that way.
Who knew John had it in him? But anyhow, then you have Bring Back That Leroy Brown, kind of a show tune type of song, which I've always enjoyed. Again, kind of a very fun song. And the bass playing is crazy on that one. Like, I tried to play that song, and that's way too fast for me. She Makes Me, or Stormtrooper in Stilettos, weird title, but that's a Bryan song, which is but I've always liked that song. Kind of a nice song by Bryan, and I think it closes out really well with In the Lap of the Gods. Sorry,
I said a very, very underrated song. A lot of people say it's the weakest song off of Sheer Heart Attack. I don't think that at all. I think if anything, it's the best song off of it. But I think I know a lot of people think I'm crazy for saying that, but I always
I can tell you're gonna get to that one pretty soon. You get to this one pretty soon. So
sounds like it.
Yeah. But In the Lap of the God Revisited, I think that's a good way to close out the album. And it for a while that was their final song in concerts. Of course, that would change later on in the decade, but yeah, it's a great album. I really do enjoy it. I mean, I do have it on vinyl back there. It's actually the first Queen album I got on record.
I remember that.
So yeah, so I enjoy it, but for some reason I don't play it that often. I don't know why.
That's why I thought it'd be higher.
I'm still gonna give it a yeah. I just go to more the other albums more, but I'm gonna give it a 3.5 out of 3.5 as well.
That I'm surprised with. Just like Jason is, I'm surprised that it's so low on the list.
Yeah.
I put A Night at the Opera so low, so
yeah.
Oh yeah.
There's gonna be unexpected twists and turns.
It's like you put Who's Next low on the Who list.
Right.
I mean, to be fair, me and Bryer, when we put out such iconic albums so low, we're just like, do we have to? But I don't listen to this as much. Like all the things Bryer just said with Sheer Heart Attack, that's how I feel with Who's Next. Like, it's a great album. I listen to it a lot, but I don't listen to it that much. So I'm kind of in the same boat as him. Also, I'm not trying to make everyone predict what my next pick is right away all the time. It's just sort of me showing it off while Bryer was talking about it. So I'm being a little unpredictable.
Okay, I can see you.
All right, down to number 8 for me, and I'm gonna say 8 on down are really good albums. Like, this is, to me, there's a jump up from number 9 to number 8 where it's like, it's still not great. Like, it's still not one I'd recommend necessarily or I'd want to get. But 8 on down, I think, are all really good albums that I would recommend anybody getting, or ones I would get myself. And number 8, I'm gonna go with The Miracle. I was kind of surprised how much I liked this album, because I thought, oh, surely, 'cause I always get this feeling like, okay, they're going to be good till they get to the 80s, and I had in my mind that, okay, once you get to the 80s, it's probably going to be a downturn, because a band can't be good for too long. Eventually, you're going to have that downturn, you know. And of course, they had Hot Space, so I was kind of right. I was like, okay, they kind of had a downturn there, and you know, if you don't count, I'm not counting Flash Gordon, I guess, in that whole thing, um, but then you get into Miracle, and I'm like, wait a minute, this is still really good. This is still good Queen. So I was like really like shocked when I was listening, going, oh man, do I like this album? Like I was like, yeah, it's a great album. And it's funny, sometimes I'll listen to a song, and at first I'm like, I don't know if I like the song, and then it all of a sudden I'm like, oh, I like this song. Like as it goes on, I keep listening, going, no, wait a minute. Freddie Mercury's singing great. There's some good guitar here. Like, no, this is still a great song. So I think this is definitely one that could grow on me more and more. I listen to the album in a way. Yeah, like I said, like surprisingly, like Rain Must Fall was my favorite song on the album, and it's not a song I've ever heard really before. It's a deep cut kind of. It's not a big hit, but I don't know. It's one of those weird things where I'm just like, I really got into this song when I heard it on the album, because I Want It All is like the big hit. And obviously when I forgot that was a Queen song. It's one of those things where I'm like, I got to it, I'm like, oh, this is the Queen song? This is a good song.
Yeah.
It's one I've heard before. I don't know, on the radio or somewhere. I don't know if there's a music video to it or but I just remember that I want it all.
Yeah, it did have a music video. That's when Freddie had a beard.
Okay, like, or maybe it's on a commercial or something. I don't know. I feel like it's.
Yeah, it was used on many commercials.
I was gonna say it sounds like a commercial type song that I probably heard sometime when I was younger, and I'm like,
I think it was. I think it was in a car commercial once.
Oh, really? It's not. Yeah, I thought so. Okay, that's what I was thinking. So I know it's like I heard it somewhere, but I probably never heard the whole song before. Just that part, and I always love that. I want it all. I want it now. Like, oh, so good. Yeah, that's a really good song off the album. Then The Miracle, I thought was a really good song off here. I think Nick talked about it, or somebody talked about that being a good song. And I agree. It's the title song, and I'm like, oh, this could be the best song. But then there's a couple other songs I like a little bit more, but definitely high up on there. Breakthrough, I thought was a great song on here. And you guys mentioned it already. I know there's a music video to this one, you said, or?
Yeah, there is.
I didn't know that. Okay.
It's a fun music video. They're on a train.
About the kids or something, you said, I think, playing the band.
That's The Miracle. That's The Miracle with the kids.
Oh, that's the okay. Okay, I didn't know. I don't think I've seen too many Queen. I don't know if I've seen a lot of Queen music videos. Now I think about it.
Probably not much in America, because by that point they weren't really that popular.
Interesting. Like
they're mainly more popular in Europe.
Really?
Because after the whole I want to break free video, they kind of lost America at that point.
I remember that video because they dressed in drag, and that was like a big thing, I think, at the time. And I remember they talked about it, I think, in the movie as well. I Want to Break Free. Yeah. When I think of Queen, I think of I don't know if they're music videos. They're just like them singing live, because I love watching Fat Bottom Girls, which is just them singing it live. He's wearing like, I don't know. Is that the one?
Kind of has overalls, no shirt.
Yeah, no shirt. Yeah, it's like, what's going on here? And then Somebody to Love. There's a really great like concert on that. Him in concert singing that I love watching. Anyways, and there's so many great crazy outfits that he wears, and I love the outfit. I love the mic that is like
stand,
that he carries around, and
it's like
he gets
stuff.
You know, he's moving around and really getting into it, and you're like, oh man, this is so cool. But yeah, anyways, then last one, Scandal, I thought was a really good song off here, and really got in my head. And you mentioned it, so I guess I'm not alone on that. I kind of found myself going, at first I was like, I don't know if I like this song, and then I was like, I kind of like this song. It's kind of catchy and getting into my head, and I'm enjoying Freddie on it. So yeah, Miracle, I'm giving it 3.5 stars on it, so which to me is a really solid album.
Yeah, cool.
You said 2.5 or 3.5?
3.5, which
okay. I'm keeping track.
I think is the same that Bryer gave it, even though he gave it It was
you know,
lower.
lower. So that shows you how much I still like it.
It was kind of funny because he said it. And I'm like, oh, I got the same score, but it's higher on my list.
Yeah, I think I gave it 2 stars. So
Yeah, you had it real low. You had it bottom 5, I think.
yeah. Oh yeah, my turn. My number 8. Got to switch out albums. See, like I said, I
Oh,
don't want.
okay, so it wasn't Sheer Attack.
Wasn't sure what that.
Whoa, trying to be unpredictable.
Jazz.
Hey, it's gonna be
Jazz.
Jazz. I'm sorry, Jason. This
Mm.
happens to be. It falls be number 8 now. I mean, yeah, number 8 now. I mean, in like a month from now, this could be at like number 5. So again, I give this a 5-star rating. Like I said, from 9 to 1, they're all 5-star ratings. So there's that. Opens up with a very interesting song, Mustafa.
Yeah, it was interesting.
When I first heard about this album, of course, I knew the big hits off of it: Fat Bomb Girls, Bicycle Race, and Don't Stop Me Now. But when I first heard this track, I'm like, what is this? Mustafa Ibrahim, la la la, we're playing you.
Arab
Yeah.
sound.
Allah officially. It's like there's like a video. I always remember it. There's like a video. It was just like someone just spewing out nonsense, and it was like me trying to figure out Mustafa for the first time, like what they're saying. I always think about that. Yeah, it's just a. Oh yeah, it was like a Queen video, and it was just like an edit where like Freddie Mercury was just like being like, blah, 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 blah. It was just like, and then like there was like a time saying like POV me trying to sing Mustafa. Pretty funny. Of course, Fat Bomb Girl is one of the most iconic songs ever. You know, Fat Bomb Girls. You make the rock and roll world go round.
Make the world go around.
Jealousy, a very underrated song. Very, very underrated.
Okay.
Bicycle Race. Used to hate the song, but the more I listen to it, the more I love it. It's just like the part where it's like, Jaws was never my scene, and I don't like Star Wars.
I couldn't believe he said that. I don't like Star Wars.
Well, actually, that was actually a lie. Freddie actually really loved Star Wars.
I was like, oh no, why did he say that?
I mean, heck, there's photos of him on Darth Vader's shoulders.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
My thing was when he said Jaws was never my scene, because that's my favorite movie of all
Right,
time.
right. Yeah.
So we both had our fair share of, oh no, why did he say that? It's just like, I don't want to be the president of our America, of the America. It's like, it's just like a bunch of things. It's just like such a
everything he didn't want to do, and he didn't want to do, but ride his bike. That's what he wants to do.
That's what he wants to do.
It's just like, oh man, it's such a fun song. I mean, it is a double meaning song. It is well, one's about riding bikes, and then the other half is about a certain other thing about him.
Sure.
That's bi related. I'm not going to go too in depth on that. I'm not even going to mention it. If you can't beat them, join them. Amazing John Deacon song. Let Me Entertain You. Not one of my favorite songs by them, but it's pretty good. I do like the live versions a lot better, though. Dead on Time. What a fun song to open up the second side of his record. Really fun. In Only 7 Days. Oh, I love that song. It's like my second favorite song off of Jazz. You know, I say this about for what your favorite song off of Poems, Prayers, and Promises from John Denver. I forgot what song that was. It's like something with shoulders or something like that.
Yeah, Sunshine. Yeah, on my shoulders.
I'm like, that's how I feel with this song. I'm like, this would be the best song on the album, but that one song has to be on there. It's like Don't Stop Me Now is like the Take Me Home, Country Roads thing.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, I really want In Only 7 Days to be my favorite off the album, but then like, Don't Stop Me Now. It's like, impossible. And then Dreamer's Ball. Oh, another great song. Love that song. Fun it, this and forgot the name of the song from. Hold on. Fight from the Inside. This and Fight from the Inside from the News of the World album. Those are like Roger Taylor's sort of like hints to what they're going to be doing in the 80s with the sort of funkiness and disco-y stuff.
Yeah.
I find it's great, but isn't as good as the stuff that's on Hot Space. Leaving Home Ain't Easy, pretty cool song. One person said it was like his second favorite off this album. I wouldn't go as far as say it's like the second best song on the album, but it's pretty good. Don't Stop Me Now. I mean, easily the best song off of this album. Normally I don't really go with the predictable choice, but Don't
Right.
Stop Me Now. Man, I thought we would. To be honest, I thought we would all agree on that being the best song on the album. But I get why you say. Oh, I'll let Jason talk about his favorite, but this song is just it's so iconic. Every time I listen to this, I always feel good inside. Like, 'cause I'm having a good time. Yes, I'm having a good time. I don't want to stop at all. I don't want this song to ever end.
Yeah.
And the way that Freddie Mercury just ends with the la 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 la, it's just like
Yeah.
every time it ends, I'm just like, oh man, my soul leaves my body for a moment. La 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 la. Ooh. It's just like, oh man, is that a great song? And then it ends off on more of that jazz. That's the reason why it's number 8 right now. I would say the strong points on this album are better than Innuendo, but the lows on Innuendo aren't as much as of that jazz. Like, I'd much rather listen to The Show Must Go On than more of that jazz. It's just like it's an okay song, but man, how do you end on that after Don't Stop Me Now? I mean, I will give credit where credit is due. I will give credit where credit is due. I do like the part where it flashes back to with the some of the songs on the album, like Fat Bomb Girls, Bicycle Race, Mustafa a little bit. I'll give him credit where credit is due on this. But how do you end off on that but not Don't Stop Me Now? Like, Queen, what are you doing? But I could go on a whole different tangent on why More of That Jazz is one of their worst closers, if not their worst closings. You know what? I'm just gonna say it now. This is their worst closing track on an album. Just gonna say it. Even the last track on The Miracle is better. It ends it pretty well. I wouldn't say it's better than Untitled, but I don't even count that as a Queen song. That's just like 22-minute ambient track. But besides Untitled, this is their worst closer. More of That Jazz, and yeah, that's why it's at number 8. But yeah, number 8, Jazz. But it is 5 stars, so
okay.
It doesn't affect it that much.
All right. Okay, my number 8. All right. Number 8, I'm gonna go with The Works. I'm gonna give this also a 3.5. A lot of 3.5s right now. But yeah, there's still some terrific songs on here. I mean, it begins with Radio Gaga, just one of their all-time classics, especially the live when they do it live, especially at Live Aid.
I always think of Live.
Yeah, it's just like to me that's like the definitive version of that song, just the Live Aid version. But the studio version is still really great. I'd say this album is kind of where they're starting to incorporate the synths a lot better. Hot Space was kind of like a weird experiment, but here they kind of actually incorporated it a lot better here. But yeah, Radio Gaga's great. Side note, that's how Lady Gaga got her name from.
I was wondering that. Yeah.
Yeah, because she's a huge Queen fan too, of course. So. That's kind of where she got it from. So at least she has good taste. Then you have Tear It Up, kind of a nice great little hard rock type song. Just something for Brian to really dig his teeth into. I've always enjoyed that one. It's a Hard Life. That's another great song by Freddie. And kind of somewhat autobiographical because again, Freddie was this was kind of during his more isolated phase. The movie kind of hints at it already, where he was kind of feeling a bit lonely. This, and
Yeah,
this, yeah, the song does kind of portray that image that
it's
Freddie's like,
interesting. He came from another country and he's
hmm
a different ethnicity. I forget what it
yes,
is. And so they have a different religious background, I think.
hmm
And he kind of differed from his family. That's
yeah,
a macro.
exactly. And he's rich. By this point, he's rich, and now he's like partying more, but he still kind
Oh
of feels
yeah, that
empty.
part. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, that's it's kind of painting that picture. But I still think it's a great song. Has that grandiose thing, especially when Brian comes in with the guitar, like sounding like a. Especially when we watch the video. The video's kind of fun, where it's like this royal palace or whatever, and I think I think Roger or John were playing like the jesters or something like that. It's kind of an interesting video. I know Roger said he was drunk during the shooting of that video, so yeah, they weren't. The rest of the band weren't quite into that thing, but Freddie liked it. Man on the Prowl, kind of another one of their more rockabilly type of songs. That's another song I quite enjoy quite a bit. Um, Machines, Back to Human. That's never been one of my favorites. Um, has some decent moments on it, but again, it's not really a song I go back to. Then you have I Want to Break Free. This, of course, the album I prefer the single version because I like how it's a bit longer. This album version is shorter. I mean, we kind of talked about it before. It's kind of odd that the album
Yeah,
version is shorter than
that's right.
the single. Yeah, I kind of think I prefer the single version personally, but regardless, it's still a really great song written by John. And of course, the video's kind of humorous as well. Of course, that the video would get them banned on MTV, and they would lose America because the thing is, British people got it because men in drag is kind of like a common
They
comedy
do that.
thing.
You're right.
Yes. And of course, they're poking fun at Coronation Street, which is a British show, and so many Americans didn't get the joke
Right.
but they didn't get what they were parodying. So yeah, that was a weird moment, but yeah, but still, terrific song, terrific song. One of my favorites on the album. Keep Passing the Open Window. Another okay song. Again, not one of my favorites personally. But then you have Hammer to Fall, which is another really good hard rock song on here. Really great guitar riff. Yeah, that's a really nice one. And then it closes out with "Is This the World We Created?" Another really nice, a really very nice way to close out the album. Again, the lyrics are pretty still relevant to this day. It's just very simple. It's just Freddie and Brian on acoustic guitar. And of course, it's kind of nice they got to perform it at Live Aid as well, just the two of them. And of course, that's always one of the highlights in their live shows. But yeah, it's a nice way to close out the album. But again, even though it's number 8 on my list, again, there's still a lot of stuff I enjoy on here. So it's still a 3.5 for me.
That I'm really surprised it's just 3.5 stars. I think it's more than just that, but
I have it higher. Yeah.
Yeah.
agree to disagree.
Yeah. Number 7 for me is The Game, which I think you guys talked about already. So I have a little bit higher. In fact, when I was doing my list, I assumed The Game would be probably number 5 on my list because that Night of the Opera to The Game, I think is like the greatest like era for Queen. And Game is like the first of the 80s, so it's kind of ending the 70s, and now we're getting the 80s. But there's 2 albums I was listening to that I just liked a little bit more, so it downgraded this one to number 7 on my list. And I was the one who put it on our 50 essential albums list when we did the 80s. I really wanted this on there, and yeah, I kind of see it doesn't have maybe the strongest songs, but I think the songs are decent overall. Like I listen to this album, I don't think I really go, oh, I really hate this song or that song. I just go, oh, it's okay, And then it has 2 really great songs that really highlight the album for me. Obviously, Another One Bites the Dust is in my top 10 favorite Queen songs. And it's a song that I feel like it's another one where I remember the first time hearing that was a Queen. I was like, "That's Queen." I don't know why I didn't think that was Queen until someone said that. Because I think that's a song I've heard on the radio, and it was like, oh, okay, that's kind of cool. The bass. I mean, what can you talk about? The bass is what I always think about when I hear the song. I go, oh yeah, that really cool bass line on Another One Bites the Dust, and then I heard Weird Al's version as well. Another one
Yeah.
rides a bus, and I like his version as well. Him with the accordion and
Of course, in the Weird Al movie too.
yeah, I love that part. Can you write a song, a Queen song? I can't remember. Or Another One Bites the Dust. I can't remember what they said. And
yeah, because like I think it was Wolfman Jack saying like,
yeah.
"Oh, write a song right now. How about parody? No one bites the dust." And then John Deacon just pops out like, "Yeah, do it," or something like that.
Yeah.
And nobody knew John Deacon.
And then they start walking away, and then all of a sudden he pulls out the dun 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 dun, 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 dun on the accordion. That's a great scene. But yeah, but it wasn't until like it seemed like it's more recent that I remember. Well, I think when I did my deep dive, I guess I'll say when I did my deep dive in Queen this last year, and I came to that song. It was one of the interesting things that was the highest single that they've ever had, like, which you wouldn't think almost. I mean, it's a great song, of course, but you think, Bohemian Rhapsody or something would be, or Somebody to Love would be higher, but yeah, this was a huge hit when it came out, of course. And when I listened to it, I find myself loving the song more and more. And I think what I love about it is just, I love how vocally, how he changes from the beginning to like the first verse to the second verse, because he starts off very soft, something something way down low, bum 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 bum, and then you get into like the second verse, and all of a sudden he retches it up. He's starting to belt out the notes. I'm like, oh my god! Like you're like, wow, I'm liking this, and I'm like, oh man, I'm loving this. Like he jumped up another level, and I just love that how he did that. Went soft to loud. And also, I love how it's kind of almost minimalism until it's just like the bass and maybe like a little bit of a drum beat, maybe or something. And there's no guitar really. And then all of a sudden, the guitar comes in, and the guitar is amazing in this song. Like it's great guitar work from Brian May, kind of coming in, and it's almost like in the background, but it's amazing because I feel like the bass is like
it's more rhythm guitar playing.
Yeah,
but it's just adding texture.
Yeah, just adding to the song, it seems like. And it's great because it seems like the bass is what's driving the song. And anyways, yeah, so I love that song. And then also Crazy Little Thing Called Love. I think that's a really great song. I really like that. It's much different too. It's another one where I remember when someone said that's a Queen song, I'm like, that can't be a Queen song. That sounds nothing like Queen. I'm thinking to myself. And then I remember watching it on Sound Out Live. I saw them singing on Sound Out Live.
Oh, wow, cool.
And Freddie I love Freddie. It's the only time I've ever seen Freddie play the guitar. He has acoustic guitar, and he plays it, and I play guitar, and he plays it such a weird way that I've never played guitar, where he's just like,
yeah, Freddie never considered himself a guitar player.
I know. And I was like, oh, there he is with acoustic guitar, and he's really hitting those notes. Like he's like slapping it, and it's so cool. I love the way he plays it. And I always think of that when I think of the song. I think of that Sound Out. I think of Sound Out Live that I saw him play. And
he also did Under Pressure that night as well.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, yeah. So I just remember seeing that and going, "Wow, that was so cool." I love the way he, and he has that short hair and the mustache, and he's wearing like a white beater or something.
Yeah.
Kind of dressing that time period, much different than his, older, where he had the long hair and he was clean shaven. And so I remember seeing that going, that's Freddie Mercury. Like he totally changed his look or something. Because I always think of him as, the younger version. And I'm like, oh yeah, he had this mustache, period, in the 80s. Anyways, but I love it's kind of a throwback song and still works for me anyways. Like you said, like an Elvis style, I guess, is a good description of it. 50s like style, or what'd you say, Billy Rock or whatever, right?
Yeah, rockabilly.
Sorry, I couldn't think of rockabilly. Yeah, is that rockabilly fan? I'm not saying that's my favorite style of the Queen, but yet for that song, it's like, oh, that's cool. They threw something different out there. It's a nice, catchy song. I like it a lot. But yeah, and like the rest of the album, I put down, Sail Away, Sweet Lady is good, and Save Me I thought was really good off of here. And I thought Don't Try Suicide I thought was actually a pretty good song, but maybe I I need to listen again, and maybe I'm wrong, but I seem to be the minority on that.
I mean, I don't hate it as much. I don't hate it that much. I mean, again, I like the bass playing on the track because that's actually the very rare time you hear John slap the bass and pluck it.
Yeah.
That's I always thought that was interesting.
I think Nick said it was like one of the worst songs ever. So
I don't like that song.
funny, Nick's like, oh, I hate this, I hate this. And I'm like, oh no, those are on my list.
I hate that song.
And I'm just in the middle.
I don't like Coming Soon. I don't like Don't Try Suicide. Oh, it's okay. At least you can enjoy it. I just can't. I can't. That's not me. What do you give the game though? Star rating though?
Oh, give it 3.5.
Cool. I will say it's pretty cool. You got to see them on Saturday Night Live because that's actually the last time that they played in America with Freddie as in the front in the lead vocal seat.
Yeah, you don't really see him that much at that time period, I don't think. But
yeah, because again, they kind of lost America after the I Want to Break Free, so they thought, what's the point? They kind of just stayed with it in Europe and other countries around the world.
That's interesting.
Yeah, and there's actually another funny story about the Saturday Night Live thing, because Freddie actually lost his voice the night before because he got into an argument with somebody, and so he spent the whole day trying to get his voice back. So if you actually watch the performance, you can find it on YouTube, I think, but you can kind of tell his voice is kind of not as crisp as it usually is. That's just a tangent.
Interesting. My number 7 is. What's that?
Yeah, I was just saying, show must go on now.
The show must go on.
My number 7 is going to be. Yes. This is, well, I'm not going to lie. When I first heard this album a couple of times and I really got into it, this was my favorite Queen album for the longest time.
Yeah.
No other Queen album came close to me than this album. I'm not lying. This was my favorite Queen album. And yeah, this album is brilliant. I'm in the minority where I thought the studio tracks were the studio versions of all the tracks are the best versions. Love Staying Power. Love the middle horn section. That song, that's epic. I love that. Very underrated song. Dancer. Such a catchy song. Dancer, dancer. Yeah, love that song. Back Chat. I don't know how anyone can hate this song. This song is so good. What a great song. I love that song. Fun little poke at Brian May by John Deacon. Pretty funny. Body Language. It's a guilty pleasure of mine. This song is so funny. So it's one of those things where it's like, don't talk. Yeah, I love the part where it's like, look at me. Gotta pace the body language. It's so bad, but it's so funny of how bad it is. It's just, it's so good. Action This Day is the only track I'm not the biggest fan of. I still think it's a pretty good song, but I don't think it's as bad as a lot of people say it is. Side 2, though, this is easily the best side of the record. Put Out the Fire. Oh, I love Put Out the Fire. Love that song. Life is Real. What a great John Lennon tribute. Calling All Girls. I think I'm the only one here that really loves this song. It's one of my favorites. Las Palabras de Amor. The Words of Love. Oh my God. This song is super underrated. You know, people like to crap on Hot Sauce and be like, oh, the only good song on it is Under Pressure. This song proves otherwise. Cool Cat. Oh, I love that song. Cause you're a cool cat. Oh, what a beautiful song. I love how Freddie Mercury does the falsetto. I got to give John Deacon credit for sort of making him do that. That was John Deacon's idea of doing that. If you didn't know that, it was his idea of having him do that. And since John Deacon and Freddie Mercury got it well so long, and
Yeah, they didn't really fight as much as probably the other ones, right?
yeah,
Deacon
Freddie,
always kind of laid back compared to the other ones to me, but
Yeah, Freddie and John always thought Freddie as a brother, like an older brother. Hence why when Freddie died, he was like, "What's the point anymore?"
yeah,
Well, he
yeah,
basically retired from music.
he basically retired. Yeah,
yeah. That's what I love about it, though. It's like John Deacon is just John, like Fred, like he's like, "Hey, Freddie, can you do this?" And like Freddie's like, "Oh, sure, of course, man. We're in this together." Like I feel like John Deacon was like the most was like not that, but like Freddie Mercury always pushed him to write songs, and you know when he does write songs, he's like, you know what, I'll do whatever you want me to do, buddy. You know, you wrote a song for my sake, so what do you want me to do with it, man? And he's like, how about you do a good falsetto on Cool Cat? And he's like, you know what, sure, why not? You know, you've done it. You already wrote me a song. You already wrote a couple of songs on this album. I'll give you that, buddy. Under Pressure. Oh man, what a great song that is. Definitely deserves its number one spot. I could definitely see why it's their second number one hit. What a great song that is. I wouldn't say it's the best closer for the album. It's a great song, but
yeah.
to close the album is a little odd. I mean, would have been better to like open up the second side with it. But that's my only complaint. And it's very small. But yeah, you got another 5-star album, Hot Space.
Yeah. All right. Cool. All right. Next up, I think by this point we're entering the 4-star range. So next up at 4 stars, News of the World. Cue that Family Guy clip by showing the cover. All right. yeah, it's a 4-star album. I mean, it's iconic, one of the more iconic album covers that they've done. Yeah, definitely really eye-catching. I like the green background too.
You have it in your album.
Yeah, you can kind of see it. It's getting dark now, so it's hard to see it, but it's kind of on the edge now. But it's there. Oh, actually, let me go get it. Here it is. Of course, I gotta show the full
yeah
artwork here.
I love the vinyl.
Very good. Sadly, you don't get it on the CD.
Yeah, exactly.
Hold on a sec.
I mean, is this the best album cover to you?
My headphones disconnected.
For me, it's easily the best album cover they ever made. I mean,
it's definitely up there. Yeah. Well, while I'm holding it, might as well read off it. Okay, so yeah, I mean, it starts out with 2 of their most iconic tracks with "We Will Rock You," "We Are the Champions." I mean,
what a way!
Yeah, what a way! I mean, what's there left to say about those 2? I mean, they're played together on radio. They're usually played together in concert. That was how they closed their shows with. So yeah, always enjoyed those 2. Then you have "Sheer Heart Attack," which is a couple albums late, but still, it's kind of an interesting song because it's kind of them trying to poke fun at punk, because by this point, this is 1977, so punk was really starting to be a big thing in England, and so and a lot of punk bands kind of made fun of them because of how punks go. There's actually, don't know if I'll tell the story, but there's a funny story with Queen and the Sex Pistols, but that's a story for another time. Then you have All Dead, which is a complete 180 of the last song. It's just this kind of slow piano ballad by Bryan, who actually wrote it because one of his childhood cat passed away. And yeah, so he kind of wrote that song about the cat. Of course, you know how I feel about that. So I've always enjoyed that song.
It also hits me knowing, well, it's funny, like when my cat passed away 2 years ago, I played that song, and man,
Yeah,
did the waterworks really come out then?
right.
Like,
Yeah. And yeah, I know how you feel because I lost a cat earlier this year. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's the song I played. But yeah, it was always a nice one. Then from there you have one of my favorite John Deacon songs with Spread Your Wings. I mean, that's a super great song. Just the storytelling on that one and Freddie's vocals and the piano. Just the and the guitar solo at the end too. It's just a really underrated song. Yeah, I love that one. And then you have Roger's song with Fight from the Inside. I dig that song. It's not one of my favorites on the album, but I've always kind of dug that one. And then you have Get Down, Make Love. I know Nick hates that song.
you know, it's crazy though.
Yeah.
That song has grown on me.
Oh wow, really?
It's really grown on me. I've been.
Okay.
I'll talk about that. I'll talk about how it's grown on me when I talk about the album, but I don't hate it anymore.
Okay.
Actually,
Oh wow, okay, cool.
quite the opposite.
Yeah.
Actually, I love it.
Oh wow, cool. Yeah, because I actually never hated. I never disliked that song. I've always kind of dug.
There's one.
That's kind of
there's
very
one-
interesting song musically.
There's one part that I really like about it. There's a part where Freddie Mercury's like, "Because I get high."
Oh yeah, that part's great.
That part always gets me go, fuck yeah, yeah. Like, but then like the only part that made me hate the song at first was the weird, crazy studio banter in the middle with the all crazy sound effects. But hearing it on my record player, I actually love that part now. But that part though always hypes me up with the you wouldn't.
Yeah.
It's just like, yeah. But
Cool.
yeah, I'll let you talk about it more. But man, I love that song.
But yeah, you pretty much summed it up. Yeah, I've always kind of liked the song. I kind of do like the more definitely another one of Freddie's kind of hit those types of songs he likes to write about. We all know what it's about. But yeah, I've always dug it. Then from there you have Sleeping on the Sidewalk, which is a Brian May song, and always another one I've always really enjoyed. Who Needs You, a John Deacon song, and another song that's pretty good, where it's kind of a more kind of flamenco, Spanish, kind of Latin sort of thing. But I really dig it. I think it's a really good song. It's Late. That's another really great rock song on here. Just especially it starts up kind of mid-tempo, but then it just goes to this big rock number, and I think you faintly hear Freddie just give this wail, like it's very high pitched. I think that's one of the highest he's sung. If you listen carefully, it's hard to hear it, but you'll know when you hear it. But it's it's like terrific, and it closed on a really nice note with My Melancholy Blues. A bit more of a jazz loungy type of song, but I think it's a nice way to close out the album. I've always liked the piano playing. I think Freddie was a really great piano player. I know Freddie has said himself he never considered himself a good piano player, but I beg to differ. But there you go. That's we're on number 7, right? This is number 7, right?
Yeah.
Okay, number 7. But yeah, 4 stars. The News of the World.
Yeah, you know what's funny about it is that My Melancholy Blues is more jazzy than any of the songs off the Jazz album.
And blues, yeah.
You got a point.
Why wasn't
Not
this
wrong there?
Don't get me wrong. I'm joking. I think it perfectly ends off this album. I think it perfectly ends it out. But it's just, as always, a joke I came up with. Like, oh, why wasn't this on Jazz? It's
especially because Jazz was the next album.
True.
Yeah. True, yeah.
Or like, what's our next album should be? It's like, how did our last album end? Like sort of like a jazzy sort of way. Let's name it that, I guess. Jazz. Every time I hear the name, I always think about the B movie with the you like that you like jazz, and I'm like, I actually do like jazz. The album, I love jazz.
I love the album Jazz. I don't like jazz.
I like in all seriousness though, I do like some jazz.
Yeah.
I I like Cream's sort of influence in jazz, I could dig some Miles Davis. He's really good.
Yeah.
Trying to get that perfect. Okay,
All right.
Jason.
Number 6.
Yes.
All right. Yeah, this is where it jumps up another level. I absolutely love these next 6 albums. I think are near perfect albums to perfect albums. And number 6, I'm going with A Kind of Magic, which is kind of towards the end, I guess, of the end of, Freddie Mercury and all that.
Yeah.
And towards the end of the discography.
Their
And
12th album, yeah.
12th album. So I assumed when I got this album, like, oh, this can't be any good. It's like towards the bottom, surely they're going to lose a step eventually, right? And then I listened to this album, and I know Nick, I think, was surprised when I put how much I enjoyed this album. He's like, wow, you like that album? And I'm like, I did. Like, I went through it and I was like, I love this album. Like this is a really good album. And nobody talks about this album. So that's kind of how it's one of their least probably talked about albums on the list, I would almost say.
It's probably like their Who by numbers, I'd say, in terms of popularity.
Yeah, I think it's an underrated album. I would higher, I think, than maybe you both had it, I think, already. And I do love the Highlander songs. Is I really enjoyed when we get to. I feel like the last part is like Highlander, if I'm not mistaken. Because I remember I was listening to the album and we got to Who Wants to Live Forever, and I was like, "Is this a Highlander song?" Like, because I somehow knew that when I heard that song, I was like, "I think I heard this on Highlander or something like that." And I messaged you guys. I'm like, "Is this Highlander?" And you guys said, "Yeah." And I'm like, "Okay." I was like, "This has got to be like a Highlander." Like, I was like, "Did they do Highlander?" And then I guess they must have.
Yeah, they did. They were asked to write songs for the film,
which I think is much better than the Flash Gordon stuff that they were.
Oh yeah, totally, most definitely.
But Who Wants to Live Forever is such an amazing song. I thought when I heard that song, I was like, "Oh, this is the best song on the album." And then another song came up that beat it. But at the time, I thought this is like one of my favorite like Queen songs. Like, this is such a good song. But I will say, Kind of Magic, I thought was a really good song off the album, which is again another title song I had really enjoyed. That I'd never heard before, really. And I was like, oh man, this is such a good song. Friends Will Be Friends, I thought was a really good song off of this album. I didn't know if that was more of a hokey type song that you'd be like, oh, that's one of the worst. But I was like, I kind of like hokey songs, ballad songs, whatever, kind of like Bryer does sometimes. And, Friends Will Be Friends, you just hear the title and you're thinking, oh, that sounds like a syrupy song or something. But yeah, then we get the Princes of the Universe. Of course, as soon as I heard that, I was like, "Oh yeah, this is Highlander.
Yeah.
This is the Highlander song. This is like the big song off of the not off the only movie, but I think it was on the TV show because I used to watch.
I did look it up. I haven't watched the show, but I know they did use it for the sound for the.
I used to watch the TV show because as a kid because he fights people with swords and cuts their heads off. So I'm like, of course I'm gonna watch it.
Yeah.
Like, I love that kind of stuff. I love sword fighting and and all that. So I thought it was a cool show. I really liked the show. I'm not like big on the movies necessarily. I've seen most of them, I think. But this song rocks. I even messaged you right after I heard the song. I messaged you guys and said this song rocks so bad, so hard. Like I just it was one of the songs that really stood out to me. I was like, this is like one of the best Queen songs, and it's probably not one you think about. Because it's a Highlander song, so you don't think, oh, there's so many great Queen songs you think about. But I put this up there as one of my favorite. It's not in my top 10, but it's definitely an honorable mention, if not a.
It's got tier.
But yeah, when he goes into that Princes of the Universe, and then the guitar just great. Like it's one of the best guitar works I think. I guess Brian May. It just rocks so hard, and Freddie's vocals are so good when he's the Princes of the Universe. He hits these like crazy high like rock notes that I'm like, wow, like he's really putting it all on this song, and it just makes it even better.
Yeah. And the music video is pretty cool too, because you have Christopher Lambert and Freddie sword fighting with his mic stand, and so it's cool.
It was entertaining.
Yeah,
What did you rate this album?
so catchy. I give it 4.5. It's almost a perfect. I almost get 5 stars. And the only reason why I didn't is because I didn't like the last song, the Melancholy Blues, whatever. Was that it?
The World. My Melancholy Blues.
Okay, you just mentioned that. No, give me. Sorry, it was
Give me the prize, yeah.
Yes,
Okay,
that's it.
thank God we all agree that's a bad
Yeah.
song. I hate that song. I was afraid Bryer could be like, I love that song. What are you talking about? Clearly, you don't like Queen enough.
Give Me the Prize was the one that I couldn't quite give it a 5-star because of that song, and I wasn't even that big a fan of like what's the something about your head, give me your head or something. I can't remember.
Don't lose your head. Yeah.
Don't lose your head, which I'm like that's definitely a Highlander because they cut each other's heads off in that. That's the only way you kill a Highlander is you get to cut their head off or I think stab them in the heart or something.
It's funny because you hear Clancy Brown on one of the tracks. I think it was Give Me the Prize, and every time I hear Clancy Brown, I just think Mr. Krabs.
That's right. Yeah. So I wasn't as crazy about those 2 songs, and so I couldn't quite give it to the 5, but still, I think it's an excellent album. 4.5, just near perfect.
Yeah. Well, before I get to my number 6, read the comments that Scott put down first. Welcome, Scott, by the way. How was work? I'll ask that. Hey, I caught it. I'll rank the ones I have listened to. Great.
Okay.
Number 1, Night the Opera.
Good. Yeah.
It's a
good pick.
We got so far. My number 6 is going to be an album that I find to be really underrated. I just wanted to show News of the World. Finally, I was like sorting through my records and finally found that album. The Works. Yeah, The Works. This was another album for a very long time. This was my favorite Queen album. Still has some of my favorite songs by them. Hammer to Fall is the one we created. Those 2 songs alone warrant it a 5-star rating. I'm not gonna lie. But Radio Gaga, oh man, I love Radio Gaga. My dad told me it sounded like something that ABBA would do, which is pretty funny because
yeah,
I can't ever think about this song anymore without thinking about ABBA, which is a huge compliment because I love ABBA. So, yeah, Tear It Up, man. Brian tears it up on this one. It's a Hard Life. What a great song that is. Very beautiful. Man on the Prowl. I mean, again, I'm not a big fan of the Elvis influence, but this is probably the more tolerable out of the 2. But I kind of like the song a lot. Not a lot, but I kind of like it. Machines Are Back to Humans. Oh, I love this song. Oh, I love this song. I love the way Freddie sings on it. They freeze me, they broke me, they hit me. It's just like he just tears it up in the vocals. I Want to Break Free, iconic song for a reason. Keep Passing You Open Window. Oh, love this song. I disagree with you, Bryer. It's not just an okay song. The song is so good. This is how you do an anti-suicide song. This is how you do it. Not Don't Try Suicide. This song. This is how you do it. I've had parts of my life where I'm just not the happiest, but this song always brings me to my spirits. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, this song, not Don't Try Suicide. That song is just awful. I'm glad you like it, Jason. Like whenever I don't like a song and someone does, I'm not like, you like that song? I don't like it. Screw you. I'm like, well, you like that song.
We only think those on the inside.
At least someone likes it. Because I mean, don't get me wrong. I like it when someone when someone agrees with me. It's like, yeah, I hate that song too. But when someone disagrees, like, oh, I like that song. I'm like, cool, you like that song. Hats off to you for liking it better than I do. Because
except if someone said Flash Gordon was their favorite album, we'd probably all look at them weird.
Oh yeah, we would all look at them funny.
You're like, okay, I guess you can have your opinion.
Yeah, cool.
I'm gonna go over here now.
Yeah. I'll see you around, I guess.
Gotta go.
Oh, yeah. We'd be at a party and be like, oh no, my
Yeah,
there's a
My
blizzard in
mom's
my
calling. Okay, see ya.
I gotta go.
in the middle of summer. It'd be like in the middle of summer. I'd be like, oh no, there's a blizzard in my backyard. I gotta go. But pretty funny. But yeah, two of the best. This I know 39 will forever be my favorite Queen song.
Okay.
Hammer to Fall. Is this the world we created? Contenders, big contenders. They're my top 5 at least.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Love that. Love those 2 songs. I'm so happy when Jason said his favorite song was "Is This the World We Created?"
Mm-hmm.
It's my second favorite off the album. My favorite will always be Hammer to Fall.
Yeah.
Love Hammer to Fall.
That's good.
Here I stand, here we fall. Mystery can't tell it all. Oh man, love it. Brian May's writing on this album is top notch. But yeah, again, 5 stars. I already mentioned it. It's gonna all be 5 stars from there. Number 1, Night at the Opera. I'll go from worst to best. Hot Space. Don't agree with that at all, but
That's why mine number 10. Yeah.
Agree to disagree. Number 9, Queen 1. Number 8, Queen 2. Hey, Jason, his bottom 2 is also Queen 2 and Queen 1.
Yeah.
Towards the bottom.
Towards the bottom.
The first 3 albums are also towards the bottom, so you don't have to feel as bad. Number 6, Jazz. Like that? You like jazz? The Works. Number 5. Number 4, The Game. Number 3. Now I don't. After, well, they're all great. Fair enough. I was gonna say after seeing Sheer Heart Attack at number 7, I don't feel quite as bad as putting The Game at number 12. That's a joke, by the way, Scott. Don't be mad at me. The first 3 just aren't as good. That's fair. That's totally fair. When we always joke around with each other, so I'll never if you say Flash Gordon's your favorite album, that's the only time I'll be like,
that's
really?
the only time. Yeah.
Really, Scott? Really, man? You're really gonna put Flash Gordon over all these albums?
Yeah, over Night at the Opera.
You're gonna pick as your favorite. You're gonna pick Flash Gordon, but that's the only one. Even The Miracle, I could see.
Well, I did watch a Who ranking video where I think The Wire or The Who was like their favorite album.
Oh, the Endless Wire.
Oh, the recent album.
I can't like one of those was like their favorite album. And I'm like, really? Like
over Who's Next?
Over Who's Next? And
yeah.
Who Are You? Like I whatever.
Whatever.
I think one of them put Who Are You as their worst album.
I won't dislike it, but I won't like the video either.
Yeah.
March of the Black Queen's a masterpiece. I will agree with that. Your top 3 are good though.
That's a very good top 3.
Yeah.
There's the World. One of these rankings actually matches up with mine. I'm not going to say which one, but one of them actually matches up with mine. One of his picks.
Yeah.
Okay, Bryer, what's your number 7?
Well, actually, me and Scott have
number 6.
Me and Scott have one thing in common for number 6, and you can see it right there.
Yes.
It's gonna be Jazz. All right, I'm going to 4.5 stars now.
Nice.
So yeah, it's really gonna go up from here. Yeah, this is a really great album. Definitely one of their most underrated albums of the 70s. But yeah, there's like so many amazing songs on here. I mean, I've always enjoyed Mustafa. It's one of their weirdest opening tracks, but I kind of like it because of it. But yeah, it's just a very fun track. And yeah, Fat Bottom Girls, again, one of their classic tracks. Really good guitar work by Bryan on this one. Then you have Jealousy. I agree with Nick. Really great deep cut on the album. Then you have Bicycle Race. Again, pretty funny song. Again, just about riding bikes. Of course, Freddie really likes his bike. A great deal. Of course, the inspiration came because I think they were recording near the Tour de France at the time, and Freddie could see the bikes going by, and he's like, that'd be a nice idea for a song. And lo and behold, it actually became a decent hit for them. So, yeah, funny how things like, and Nick left us.
Okay, well, I guess we're in charge now.
Well, this is our show now. Okay.
The Bryer Jason.
Yes. If you can't beat them, yeah, another really great underrated John Deacon song. I've always enjoyed that one. Real catchy song that is. Let Me Entertain You, another good rock song. That song was basically made to be played live, and they did play it quite a bit during this time. I mean, the song's called "Let Me Entertain You." That's what Queen did all the time.
Yeah.
So yeah, it makes sense. Downtime, another good rock song on here. Very heavy sound too. Let's see. What else? And then of course track 8, In Only 7 Days. I mean, God, man, I love that song so much. I've actually that's one of the Queen songs I can play bass pretty well. That's always been one of my favorite songs by John. Just the whole piano and everything is just so good. And Freddie's vocals on it just really nice. Then you have Dreamer's Ball, which is by Bryan, and supposed to be another kind of tribute to Elvis in a sense. Especially the guitar riff sounds like something you'd hear at that time from Elvis. The only reason it's not a 5-star, the only reason it's not a 5-star album is because of a couple songs. Fun It is one of them. Never been a huge fan of Fun It. It's a decent song by Roger, but again, it's kind of a song I don't go back to very often. If Leaving Home Ain't Easy by Bryan, another very nice song. I do enjoy that one. Don't Stop Me Now. I mean, it's Don't Stop Me Now. I mean, the fun.
Yeah.
It's such a great.
Well, Scott, you weren't here for me to say this, but I already mentioned how much I love "Don't Stop Me Now."
Yeah.
I think you're muted, Scott.
Really, let's go get that fixed. But yeah, Don't Stop Me Now, just one of their classics for a reason. And the piano intro and Freddie's vocals. And then once the band comes in, it's just this fun time. It's just the ultimate party song, basically. But yeah, so good. And I love another one, really great Brian May solo on it. Just the guitar solo is not very long, but it's just so memorable, so good. And Nick mentioned the outro where it's just Freddie just going off, and as it's fading away, like he's going away, like don't go.
How's that?
Yeah,
we can hear.
There you go. Yeah, we can hear you.
I didn't have a mic in my headset. That's why.
Yeah. And then I will agree, More of That Jazz is kind of a weird song to close out the album with. I mean, Don't Stop Me Now should have been the closing track. And the song itself is another okay song, but again, it's not one of my favorites. Yeah, it's fine, but it's never been my favorite.
It's kind of like a little recap of everything you've heard on the album.
Yeah.
I'm not going to recap what I said about More of That Jazz. You're going to have to go back, Scott, because
By the way,
I said some good, nice things about More of That Jazz.
A lady at my work today was drunk. Told me to get my hair cut back to the 70s, and I took that as a compliment.
That's a good way. That's a good way to put it. I'd take that. But yeah, overall, still very great album. So 4.5 stars.
Yeah, I already mentioned, Scott, that all the albums that I'm mentioning is 5 stars. The ones that I'm going through. So yeah.
You both had jazz, kind of similar, I think. Well, I think Scott had at 6 as well.
Yeah.
I'm just here to talk about Queen. I haven't listened to all the albums, so I'm just here to talk about the ones that I know.
Yeah,
I'm trying to buy all the Queen album, which I may purchase Queen 2 while we're on this stream because I need that one. There it is.
Not just that Queen. I might get hate for saying this, but I prefer the white cover, the one with them in white. But
I like
it's a good
the
photo.
black one. Well, I don't know. I like that better, but not for that album. It's like What if that was the cover for a night at that should have been the cover for a night at the opera, because that's the Bohemian Rhapsody music.
That's true. That's very true.
Mm-hmm.
What if Queen 2's cover that could be a short or a YouTube video. Every Queen album has the wrong cover.
That's the wrong cover. That's funny.
There's bicycles on Jazz, and they're
Yeah.
racing, so A Day at the Races. Queen 2 has them like that. Bohemian Rhapsody, so Night at the Opera.
Yeah.
On Sheer Heart Attack, their shirts are off because probably it's hot. Hot space.
Hot space.
Hot space.
I'm trying to figure out what News of the World would be different.
Yeah, there's not very much you can do about that one. All right.
Yeah.
So,
Like the back spot
yeah.
really went
I
out
think-
on this.
I
It's
think
just
back to
got their
Jason now.
faces on it, which is a very common trait of jazz albums. So Jazz instead of Hot Space.
But yeah. Jason, we're in our top 5 now.
Yeah.
So
5.
you missed us talking about the weaker stuff. And basically, you hear us talking about the best stuff.
Yeah, we're getting some really, really good stuff now. Number 5 for me was The Works. And this was one I remember because my memory of when I first went through these albums was that after the game, I thought the albums kind of went downhill or something. But I think I just didn't remember the albums very well after that, because after you listen to so many albums, you start getting fatigued or something. And I think sometimes I forget albums because I was probably doing something while I was listening to it and I wasn't paying attention to the album. But as I was like really binge listening to these albums the other day, because I know I think Nick told me like, oh, The Works has a lot of good stuff on it. And so he was really like, wait till you get to The Works. So I'm like, okay. So I'm like, maybe not, we'll see. And then I got to The Works and I was like, yeah, this is an amazing album. Like, I was like, this is one of my favorite. It's my top 5 now, Queen. And yeah, I put Is This the World We Created? I put that as my number 1. But there's like 4 songs that could be my number 1 on here. So I just went with that, I think, because it was the last song on the album or something. I don't know. Because I remember I was going through the album and I was like, obviously Radio Gaga is the big, like one of the big hits off of here that everybody knows, especially from Live Aid. We talked about like the most iconic shot of him going Radio Goo Radio, you know, and the crowd's like massive, going crazy, and that's so cool. And yeah, it's a really nice song. The only thing I don't like about the song is it starts off very slow and doesn't pick up. I feel like once it picks up, it's like really good. And but yeah, that's really good. And then of course, I Want to Break Free is a great song. That's also another big hit off of here. I know Nick kind of predicted that would be my favorite song off of here, which it could be. It's hard. There's 4 like really good songs on here that I could put number 1, and that's definitely one of them. Really fun, catchy song. And I do think about the music video every time I think about it. I think he's in drag and he's like vacuuming, if I remember right.
Yeah.
Or something.
Yeah, Bryan and the curls and everything.
There's a couch or something. I don't know. I want to break free. Oh, but the vocals are just amazing from Freddie, of course. That's what's so great about that song. It's a Hard Life, I thought, was a really good song. That could be my number 1. I remember I heard that and I was like, man, this could be my favorite on the album. I was like, this is so good. It's one of those songs I don't ever remember hearing before. And I get to it, I'm like, wow, how have I not had this song, you know, in my playlist? Now I need to put it in my Queen playlist. Because I have a Queen playlist on my Spotify thing. And so there's more songs I'm going to put on it now after re-listening to the albums again. But yeah, like I said, Is This the World We Created? Yeah, it's just a beautiful song. I think you mentioned, love it. Love the whole idea behind it. Yeah, Is This the World We Created? You know, could be a bad thing, could be a good thing, I guess. I think of a bad sense because I think the world is kind of crazy right now. Like, but yeah, so good. I also put down Keep Passing the Open Windows was one of my favorite songs on the album. And you mentioned that you loved it.
I'm so glad you love that track.
Yeah. Yeah, I have it on my list as one of my favorites on the album. And then last, I put "Hammer to Fall." I agree, it's a great rock song. And Nick already put down that was like his favorite song on the album. So when I got to it, I was like, okay, now I'm hyped up for the song. Will it deliver? And I was like, yeah, it's a great song.
I love "Hammer to Fall." It's my favorite song on the album.
Okay, you too.
There's a reason they played it at Live Aid, because it rocks.
Okay, yeah.
And the man of the hour is Brian May on that one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then Roger Taylor's drums.
That's my second favorite song That's my second favorite song in general from them. My favorite song will forever be 39, but man, Hammer to Fall really left its mark in music.
Well, I have a certain song that's my favorite that's kind of a basic choice, but I heard it on the radio today, and so after hearing Bohemian Rhapsody on the radio again, I can confirm that's probably my second favorite song of all time.
Yeah, I agree. One of the all-time greats. But yeah, I'm giving it a 4.5. Again, another 4.5. It came very close to getting a 5, and the only reason why I couldn't give it to the 5 was because I really did not like the song "Machine." Something about Machine.
Yeah, Back to Human. Yeah.
I thought that was one of the worst Queen songs, and
I actually kind of like that song.
And Nick really likes it, and I'm like, wow, that's like in my bottom.
Well, at least we agree on that.
Body language or Get Down, Make Love.
Yeah, it's down there for me.
Yeah, you might not want me to talk about Get Down, Make Love. Me and Bryer were just talking about that song.
Yeah,
that's not a good Queen song.
Although Nick is coming around to that song.
But yeah, Nick's coming around to it.
The rest of that album is amazing.
Okay, my number 5, the album that got me into the top 5. Put this down. It's gonna be this album, Debut.
I got that one now.
This is my second favorite album of '73. So it's a 5-star album.
50 years ago.
What's number 1? Is it a Genesis album?
Quadrophenia. We still haven't made that album.
Yeah, we need to do that. You know my favorite album is '73.
Yeah, it's kind of obvious, but I have to say though, well, this just barely beats out Selling England by the Pound, so that should prove you how great that album is.
Oh, it was Band on the Run came out, I think, that year. I think that's my
yeah. Okay. Every year from like 1973 to 1978 is low, or even 1970, they're all loaded with actually, let's say just like every year in the 70s is just too good.
Yeah.
1976 and 1977 are going to be extremely difficult for me to pick a top 5 for.
For me, it's like 66 to like 79. It's just that's just like the golden era of music. I don't think music will ever get as great as that period of time from 66.
Oh, it could. We just need a revolution.
Okay. But yeah, that's my number 5. Keep Yourself Alive. I mean, you start off your album with this, and you're just like, man, I love this song. But I love doing all right. No, just love that song.
Yeah.
Starts off soft and it gets really loud. It's just something. Queen of Spades.
Deacon John.
Deacon John.
Yeah. But and you can also get Brian with a beard.
Brian with a beard?
Really?
Yeah. I never looked at the back cover of this album before. It's actually really cool.
It's a
I don't know. I don't know what's more cursed, seeing Brian with a beard or Brian with short hair.
I actually really like Brian.
You can find pictures of Brian with short hair. It's all combed and everything. So weird.
Actually like Brian with the beard.
Probably the beard.
Yeah.
Yeah, his hair's so iconic. Yeah.
See if I can find the photo of Brian with short hair.
With the short hair, it's like, oh, we just decided to cut his hair. With the beard, it's like half of this is iconic Brian May, and half of this is a little off.
I actually like him with the beard. He kind of reminds me of Peter Green almost with the beard.
Oh wow, I wouldn't recognize him.
Yeah.
When was that taken?
probably in the early 60s.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Well, going back to what I think of the album, Great King Rat is a fantastic song. I
Oh,
always
yeah.
love the song. Yes,
Such
he was
a
a
name.
oh, I get it, Jason. I won't lie. This album took me a while to get into as well.
Liar.
My Favorite King. Oh man, I've always loved this song. Like, it's like
That's pretty good.
Mother Mercury. This is where he got his Mercury name from, was from this song.
Okay.
But it's not side one that I really like. Side two, Liar. Oh man, Liar. This is the only time that John Deacon gets backup vocals in a song. Because famously, as John Deacon would say, I can't sing. And his backup vocals are good. It works for this song, but for the better, he doesn't do any more backing vocals. Modern Time, The Night Comes Down. What a beautiful song. Modern Times Rock and Roll. Oh man, just jammy to it. My favorite song though is Son and Daughter. Oh man, it sounds like something that like Rush would do in like the mid 70s. Like this sounds like something that would be on Caress of Steel.
My roommate, speaking of Rush, got a album called Rush Archives that apparently came out in 1978 or something like that, and it's a collection of their first 3 albums in one album. It's 3 records. This is their first 3 albums. So he got Rush, Fly By Night, and Caress of Steel in one set.
That's cool. Yeah, that's really cool. But yeah, I love The Night Comes Down. I love Good Times. I love Son and Daughter. Love Son and Daughter. Their song on Jesus is really cool.
Yeah.
You know, I think it's definitely the weakest. Well, besides the next tracks, Seven Seas of Rye, it's just an interlude, but it's a really good interlude. It's just like hey, here's the trailer of our next movie. Almost, it's like a movie trailer.
Yeah.
Tune in next time for.
But yeah, the only weak tracks is Jesus and the Seven Seas of Rye. But Seven Seas of Rye works good as the closer. I mean, it's a lot better than more of the jazz in my opinion. But yeah, love this album. It's 5 stars and it's number 5. Love this album.
All right. Well, Nick, looks like we agree because my number 5 is also the debut.
Slightly different cover.
Yeah, this was the 2011 remaster, so it's a bit more purple, and Freddie's more farther away.
I think that's the UK cover. Now that I think about it.
Yeah, maybe, probably. Yeah, because that's the US cover back there.
I think I like the US cover better.
Yeah, I think I agree. I kind of like Freddie being a bit bigger.
Put Freddie up closer.
Yeah. But yeah, Nick pretty much summed it up. Yeah, it's a really great debut. This is probably Queen at their most raw, because they're brand new first album. Of course, it's not going to be as polished on what they would do later, but I think the playing is still very good, and all the seeds of where Queen we're going to go to are pretty much on this album. You still have those Queen harmonies throughout this album. I mean, Brian May's guitar playing is spectacular throughout the album. I mean, so many great riffs, so many great solos. I mean, Keep Yourself Alive, again, perfect song to open the album up, especially because near the bridge section where there's that whole like, do you think you're better every day? That you have Roger coming in, and then Brian comes in with the reply, and yeah, it's just a really great opening song, and yeah, it's great. And of course, Doing All Right is spectacular. Again, love the dynamics they play with it. You have that slow kind of ballady type of thing, but then it just switches and right to the hard rock part. And yeah, there's another really great song on there. And I really enjoy Great King Rat. I think that's a very great song. Then you have My Favorite King. It's very good. Again, has more that higher falsetto type of harmony that they do sometimes. Very good. But yeah, I agree with Nick. Liar is one of my favorite Queen songs ever. Just a great song in general. Like, the guitar playing on here is great. Freddie's vocals, and of course John gets a chance to shine with his bass solo. Like that's John barely ever gets a bass solo, and it's not that hard. It's just like it's just basically 3 notes, but he's playing it so cool though. It's just it's just a great moment. Night Comes Down is pretty good. I always enjoyed that one. Then you have Modern Times Rock and Roll, which is kind of Roger's first solo song where he takes lead vocals. It's very quick. It's like not even 2 minutes long. It's very short, but it goes pretty fast though. Son and Daughter has a really great guitar riff on here as well. Very heavy as well. And I also really enjoy Jesus. I think that's a nice little song there too. And then you have 17's Awry, kind of, I always say it's kind of the demo version of what's to come on the next album. But it's a decent instrumental, but yeah, kind of could have done without it. So with that said, still very great debut album. One of my favorites is 73. And again, it was so close to get 5 stars, but I'm going to go with 4.5.
Okay. All right, back to me.
Back to you.
All right, get to an album I actually own now. Only got 3 albums at the moment, but number 4 is News of the World, which I just picked up not too long ago, actually from Walmart. Yeah, I love the album cover and the Family Guy reference always gets me.
Yeah.
Actually, I think I saw Family Guy before I even saw this album cover. I'm like, what is this album cover? But yeah, the crazy robot that has no expression. Yeah, again, absolutely. Oh man, amazing album. I listened the other day. I was like, holy cow, this is so good. It's almost a perfect album for me. Obviously, you start off with one of I think maybe my favorite. It's probably got to be my favorite opener to any album, and that is "We Will Rock You." I love that song. It is one of my favorite rock songs of all time, and it's short. That's what's so crazy is how short it is. I think it could be longer because but man, when they come in, what I love is that's just the foot stomps and the claps, and Freddie's voice is just so good. That's all you need. You don't need anything else but foot stomps and claps. And then he comes in with that, boy, you're not ready, can be a man someday. And it's like, oh my God, like that is such a great rock voice. And like I said, what I love about Freddie, yeah, he's my favorite lead singer of all time, 100%. And it's for songs like this where it's like, I mean, he can sing a really pretty ballad and then he can rock it. And this is one where he really rocks it out. And then I love the guitar. I think it's one of my favorite guitar solos of all time. Like when that guitar, it's like the very end of the song, kind of it's like you go through the whole song and all of a sudden there's no guitar and all of a sudden Brian May comes in with that. I don't know how he does it. Like I listen to it and I always think, I didn't know how he did this guitar solo. It sounds so cool. He comes in, it's like so great. I think I had it at number 4 in my top 10 favorite songs, Queen songs. I believe it's at number 4. That's how much I love this song. And then you follow that, of course, you have to follow it with "We Are the Champions." It's almost like one song. And it's so great how you get the rock song and then you get the great ballad right after that with "We Are the Champions." And this is like, of course, this is what makes Queen so good is they are the rock opera. That's what's so great about them. They have this rock opera feel to them. They have this theatrical feel to them that makes them so much different, I think, than anybody else. And when you have these 2 songs are songs that are played at any arena, anytime you're in a sports arena, I mean, "We Will Rock You" is the perfect song. And then when you win a game, "We Are the Champions" is the perfect song. And I remember so many times, like in my life, where we win a championship and we're singing that song. You have to. It's just there's not a song better than that. And it too, I think it was like number 10 on my top 10 favorite song list. So those 2 both made it my top 10 favorite Queen songs. So tell you how much I love this album. First two, amazing. He said, "Sure, Attack" was a decent song. It's a good rock song. "Spread Your Wings." I absolutely love this song. It was on my honorable mentions. I remember, like, it came pretty close to getting my top 10, but it was one that I just had to cut at the end. And again, great piano, great vocals from Freddie. A little more of a somewhat ballads, slower song, I guess you can say. But yeah, absolutely love that song. "Get Down, Make Love," I think, is actually a fun rock song. I don't know, and everybody's saying they hate it, and I'm like, why do I like it?
I've always liked it.
Yeah. I don't know. And of course, you get to that, and you're like, "Get down, make love." Wow, he's not missing words here.
Yeah, he's just telling you upfront.
He's not being subtle. Get down, make
no.
love. It's like I wish I could say that to my wife. I think she'd slap, or something.
Man.
I don't think it'd work.
Probably not.
And even the songs I'm not talking about, I think, are good. These are just the highlights for me. "It's Late." I love that song. It's another one where it's like, man, it's an honorable mention, came close to my top 10. It's on my Queen playlist that I listen to. It's just that it's late, it's late, it's late. That part is so good. The harmonies, vocally. Yeah, that's why I love this album. I mean, I'm just naming like 4 or 5 songs that are just some of the best songs Queen ever did. It's on this album. So that's why I had to be really high on my list at number 4. And it's just, like I said, it's really good all the way down. It couldn't get to 5 because "My Melancholy Blues" is the only song I don't really like on the album.
What?
And I think you said you liked that
I
album.
love that song.
That song. Yeah. I didn't care for it, but
It's too jazzy for you, I think.
it's too jazzy. I'm not a fan of jazz.
Oh. But you like the album jazz?
But I like the album jazz. Yeah. Very true. Yeah, they should have had an album called Blues or something too. I don't know, but just jazz.
Yeah.
My melancholy blues.
So this
I love
came
that song.
very close to 5. Didn't quite get there. I'm still getting it at 4.5. Almost a perfect album, except for that song. Besides that, just phenomenal rock stuff, ballads. Yeah, one of the best.
Well, it's crazy. Number 4 and number 3 were actually different on my list, but I was just looking at my number 4, my number 3. I'm just like, do I really want this to be a number 4? Do I really want this to be a number 4? It's like, which one had the best side? Which one had the better album cover? And oh man, I hate to do this, but it's Your Heart Attack, number 4. I mean, to be fair, I'm the one who ranked it the highest, but oh well.
Yeah, we ranked it kind of low, me and Bryer, comparatively.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was
Very surprised. But Brian Rock, one of the greatest openers to an album. As Bryer would say, this is Brian just showing off. Killer Queen, iconic for a reason. I don't really have much to say about that. This already has a lot of fans out there. Tenement Funster, Flick of the Wrist, Lily of the Valley. That has to be the best 3-song medley I've ever listened to. This is definitely the best part of the album. Just have Roger singing about fun, like, give me a good guitar, and then you have like dislocate your spine. It's just like, then you have that song, and he's like, baby, you've been had. It's like, this is definitely the best 3-song medley. It's probably the best album medley I've ever heard, in my opinion, of course. It's the only album that came even close. The only medley that ever came close to this was Abbey Road, but anything else doesn't even come close to this. Now I'm Here. What a great song that is. Love that song.
Now I'm here.
In the Laps of the Gods, it's amazing, but definitely probably the weakest song on the album. Stone Cold Crazy, it's good. Nice little like thrash metal beginner thing, but it's pretty good. Dear Friends, I love Dear Friends. Love that so much. Misfire, even though it's a song that backstory of it, the meaning of the song isn't really the best. It's such a catchy little song. I could just imagine them just sort of laughing themselves off, just making this thing. Oh man. Bring Back That Leroy Brown is a fun little showbiz song. Pretty good.
Bring back.
He Makes Me. Oh man, this is in my top 10 favorite Queen songs. Definitely. I've always loved this song. From the first time I heard it, I'm like, oh, this has to be a song that like people love. It's like a deep cut song that people definitely has to be like a fan favorite. And then when I heard people say this is like the worst song on the album, it's weak, it's not good at all, I'm like, really? I love this song. They don't know what they're talking about. My opinion's the more superior one. Obviously.
Of course.
In Lapse of the Gods Revisited. Kill Me if you guys want to. This is the best Queen closer to any of their albums. So you hear me say all this good stuff about this, and you're like, why is it only a number 4? There's 3 other albums I just prefer more.
Those are all 5 stars.
Yeah.
Yet another, from my Scott, from my numbers 9 all the way to number 1, it's all been 5 stars.
All 5 stars. So,
like I said, any of these albums, like any day, like this could be at number 9. So,
right.
but yeah, number 4, Sheer Heart Attack.
Well, I just bought Queen 2 and
Yeah.
Jazz.
Wow. All while we were talking.
Yep.
Nice.
I just need Sheer Heart Attack, and I'll have all the ones all the good ones anyway that I've listened to up to this point.
Nice. All right. Very cool. So my number 4. And I will say from this point onward, all these albums are 5 stars now.
All right.
Right. All right. Okay, so number 4. And for a long time, this was originally my 3rd favorite. But in recent times, it's kind of gone down just a little bit. But I still will always enjoy this album. And it's kind of surprising, but number 4, it's Innuendo.
So, wow. Okay.
So yeah, I'm the one who ranked it the highest.
Yeah.
But yeah, just a nice song album for Freddie. Of course, we already established this was his last album before he passed away, and what a good album for him to go out with. You have Innuendo, which is kind of them going back to their more 70s type of sound because of all the different changes throughout the song. You have this kind of marching beat in the beginning that Roger does, and then you have the main guitar riff, very kind of eerie sounding, but still the guitar is just so good. And I love when it changes the different switch ups. You have the flamenco guitar solo by Steve Howe, very cool. And then it just keeps building and building before it goes back into the main riff. I mean, it's a really great Queen epic songs. So very nice. Then you have I'm Going Slightly Mad, this kind of weird, bizarro, like Fever Dream Circus type of song, which of course that was mainly written by Freddie because at that point, AIDS was really taking its toll. He was taking a ton of medication. He was in a lot of pain. So of course, all that was definitely messing with him mentally. So that's why the song came about. But still, even throughout all that, the lyrics are still pretty lighthearted. It's supposed to be humorous. You've watched many interviews with the remaining members, and they say even with all this happening to Freddie, he always kept moving forward. He never really took a moment to really be all depressed or anything. He was just trying to make the most of what was going on. So yeah, that's a really fun song. Headlong, it's a great hard rock song. Really enjoyed that one too. Just upbeat, just very driving song. And I Can't Live With You, another great one I always enjoyed. I love the chorus to it. It's always kind of catchy. Don't Try So Hard, another song where Freddie's vocals really shine. It's-
Better if the Don't Try songs.
yeah, yeah, totally. And of course, Freddie is singing in a higher register. Um, and yeah, like Nick has said, like Ride the Wild Wind. Of course, Jason's also said that was a really great one. And
Yeah.
yeah, it's a really great one to just the driving, and it's definitely a good driving song, basically, because I think it was written about a car, basically. Because I know that one was was written by Roger. Um, I do agree. All God's People, definitely, I'd say the weakest song on the album. But it picks it back up with These Are the Days of Our Lives. And I kind of already talked about it, of course. Just a
Okay.
beautiful song. Another real gut wrencher song, especially when you watch the video.
Yeah.
It's just so, but still, it has this very uplifting sound to it. And it's kind of funny because this was also written by Roger. He actually wrote this for his kids, but when Freddie sung it and they did the video, it kind of took that other meaning behind it. So yeah, that's always been one of my favorites on the album. Then you have Delilah, which it's about Freddie's cat
Yeah.
and one of his cats. I think he had 9 cats, but yeah, I've always enjoyed that one. It's silly, but and I know Roger said he personally didn't want it on the album, but then again, Freddie was dying, so how's he gonna argue with that?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I still enjoy it. It's fun. It's funny, especially if you own cats. You're always gonna kind of like that. I always like that one. Then you have the Hitman, solid rock song. Again, another one that's not really one of my favorites, but again, it's pretty solid. Then you have Bijou. I know Nick said he wasn't too big on it, but I do kind of like it. It's kind of another song. It's a slow song, but I think Brian May's guitar playing makes it worth it. Like, it's very melodic. Just like the tone he's going for with it. So I think that song I've always kind of enjoyed that one. But of course, there's one song I have not talked about yet. And of course, it's the final song, which I've said many times and still is my all-time favorite Queen song ever. The Show Must Go On. Just probably my favorite Freddie vocal performance ever. Again, it's just a perfect way to close out the album. Yep, there he is. There's the track listing there. But yeah, it's just one of those songs where I've played a lot in my life when when I was feeling down. But yeah, this song always motivating. Just tells you, like, even when life is not doing so good, you just gotta keep going because life is a show, and the show must go on. And so yeah, I love the song to death. Even though I did mention a couple weak songs, to me, I'm still gonna give it a 5-star because this is mainly just a me thing, but just emotionally, I just gotta give it a 5-star because of how many of these songs really speak to me, and I always go back to when I need to. So that's it. That's 5 stars.
It's a personal album to you, it sounds like.
Yeah, personally, yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I'm the professor. I just saw the name.
Oh, there you go. Now I just noticed.
Somebody switched it.
Yeah, that was me with the
Oh,
mustache. Scott Pert.
that's funny when I clicked on the live stream link, and it took me to like my display name.
Mhm.
My display name was Taylor Swift, and I was like,
Oh,
Oh,
why is that my display name?
oh boy.
You guys made it that last
The
time.
last time we were.
Someone changed it. I'm like, I'm definitely not going by Taylor Swift
Well,
on,
mine was BTS, so.
on the
I think
range.
mine was Kanye. Mine was Kanye West, I think.
Yeah.
Mine was just ACDC.
But only Brian Johnson.
Not even just Brian Johnson, just ACDC with Brian Johnson.
Yeah.
Only that.
I just imagine everybody be confused if they saw Taylor Swift and I'm talking about Queen. They're like, why is he at Taylor Swift? It's just
Why is one of these artists significantly better than
big
the
Swifty.
Well, I respected Breyer's wishes because I wanted the 3 of us to have a Queen name, but I respected his wishes because
Like Highlander said, there can only be one Freddie Mercury.
It can only be one.
Yeah.
I am the princess. Yeah, so good.
So when we do a night at the opera, Scott, none of us do the names on that one. I
Um,
let you know that.
Speaking of the Night of the Opera, number 3 for me is A Night at the Opera, which we're going to be talking in more detail in the near future, I guess. So we'll be talking about it again. But surprisingly, number 3 for me, because this is probably their most well-known album or their biggest album, or maybe it's probably the biggest selling album, if I'd be honest. And
That was actually the game. Actually, that was their highest selling.
that was the highest. Okay.
I wonder why.
Yeah. But I feel like if you look at most lists, this is probably their number 1 album. People will probably rank it for good reason. It's definitely, to me, again, in my opinion, after the first 3 albums, and then you get to this, it's such a big step up. Because I gave Sheer Heart Attack like a 1.5, and now we get to this. This is way up. Of course, what can you say? It has my favorite Queen song and one of my favorite songs of all time, Bohemian Rhapsody. And I already talked about, I heard that song when I watched Wayne's World as a kid. Had no idea it was a Queen song. Had no idea it was a song at all. I just thought it was a goofy song that they made up for the movie. And then when I heard the real song, I was like, this is like one of the greatest songs I've ever heard in my life. It is so strange in a way, the different changes in the tempo and melodies and all that. And has that crazy operatic Scaramouche, Scaramouche, can you do the fandango? I mean, like, I remember that so well in my head. I can sing along to that. When I hear that, I'm like, I know those words so well. I've heard that song so many times. And it's the funnest part of the song for sure. But I love the song because it starts with the piano, kind of almost a piano ballad. I love the piano. And I don't know, we mentioned before, but I love watching Freddie do that piano with da 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 da, and this is serious. Like when I watched Bohemian Rhapsody in the movie theater, when it got to that part where he gets up and starts playing the piano, like I had a tear going down my eye. I mean, I'm not joking. I don't know why I got like emotional watching this. Rami Malek playing, who looks exactly like Freddie. Acts like Freddie. It's like Freddie just came alive on the screen for me. And when I saw him do that, I was like, I got kind of emotional in the movie theater. Like, oh my gosh, like, because I love this song so much. It's like one of the greats. But I love that beginning, the mama. And I love the lyrics. I just killed a man. I'm always like, he just killed a man. What is the song about? Put a gun against his head, pull the trigger, and now he's dead. I'm like, this is terrible, but it's such a lovely melody. I love it. Like, I never felt so great about someone getting killed before, And I just love that. And then when you get to that part where after the operatic, whatever, and then you get to me, one of the greatest guitar solos of all time. Like, me and my dad always say, like, if we're talking about our favorite guitar solos of all time, it's always going to be Bohemian Rhapsody and Stairway to Heaven, bar none. Is like, and you might say, oh, there's better technical, there's more faster, whatever you want to say. I love those 2 guitar solos, and probably because it comes from my 2 favorite songs, and it's just the song's so epic. And then I love that it goes back to the ballad at the end. I mean, that's such a brilliant part of the song. Is after you get all of a sudden it's like, oh, this is a ballad. No, it's opera. No, it's a rock song. Now it's back to Anywhere the Wind Blows, and it's like and the gong. It's like perfect song. Anyways, yeah. So that definitely puts this album way up high for me because of that song. And then my second favorite Queen song of all time is also on this album, which is You're My Best Friend, which I think is one of the best pop songs ever written. I think it's their best pop song that they ever did. It is so, it just that, I don't know how to say the dun dun, the beat of it, the harmonies, it just makes me smile when I hear that song. It's one of the songs that makes me happy when I hear it. And ooh, you're making me real. Like when they do that part, I'm like, oh my gosh, this is amazing.
That's the power of John Deacon for you.
Great, John Deacon. Yeah, it's such a. I love the lyrics. It's such a great lyrical song. I mean, it's kind of a syrupy love song, I guess, in some senses. But I love.
What's wrong with that?
Yes.
What's wrong with that? Yeah, exactly.
Some people just want to listen to silly love songs.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What's wrong with that?
Yeah,
I like
what's wrong with that?
Here we go again. Yeah. But I just love the idea that, yeah, your like wife is your best friend. That's always a great, compliment, I think, to say, and sweet. It's a sweet thing to say. And I just love that, we've been together for such a long time. You're my sunshine. It's great. I love all the all the lyrics here, and just, I don't know what that sound is, like the dun dun dun.
Yeah, that was an electric piano.
Electric piano. I love that sound. It really makes the song, that the dun 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 dun. Ooh, and they go into that. It's like, oh, so good. And then there's like a nice little guitar solo that comes out in there. That's great. It's a great guitar solo for a pop song. And vocally, every once in a while, like Freddie is singing like pretty just standard pop. Hit a big note.
Explain it.
Don't play too much of it. I don't want to get copyright strike with the long like this.
Yeah, I absolutely love that piano.
If you get copyright strike, that just shows that I'm playing it just like John Deacon.
But yeah, Freddie every once in a while will hit a good note, and I'm like, holy cow, he's going out of the pop and just hitting notes that only he hits. Anyways, but yeah, love that song. 39, great song. I know you said that was like your favorite. Yeah, it's one of my favorite off the album.
Ever.
It's an honorable mention. It didn't make it into my top 10 favorite songs, but it was one of my honorable mentions, I believe. That came close. Really good song. The Prophet song is another. How do you have the Prophet song and Bohemian Rhapsody in the same album? Like, it doesn't seem like it should be possible. Like,
Yeah, I'd say the Prophet song is one of the most proggy songs.
yeah, and I remember when we were doing our top 10s, whatever, and I think Jacob, this was one of his favorite songs, Queen songs.
Right, yeah, I remember, yeah.
Yeah, when we were talking about it with Jacob, and Jacob was like, oh, the Prophet song I like even better than Bohemian Rhapsody. And to me, I was like, that's sacrilegious. Like, you can't say that.
What?
And so I was kind of upset that he said
Say
that.
that a million times. Sorry.
And I was like, how can anybody say that? And then I was listening to it the other day, and I was like, okay, I get it. Like, I'm not mad at anybody that says that. I still like Bohemian Rhapsody better, but Prophet song is just the journey that it goes through is just absolutely amazing. And I do love the acapella part. Is the best part of the song. That's the part where I was like, oh, I love this song. Once I got to the acapella and they're singing all these kind of it's almost like they're singing it around or something. But
Oh no. That's Freddie Mercury. All Freddie Mercury, he's using a tape echo, so he's harmonizing with himself. Like,
oh my
he'll
gosh,
go like, and then like the tape will record him and then play him back a few seconds like and but then he'll sing and go
yeah.
Listen to the wise man, listen
Yeah.
to the wise, listen to the wise man. And now I know,
And now, yeah. Oh, that's,
now I know.
I know. And you're like, holy cow, this is amazing. But yeah, I agree. That's a really good song. And then I mentioned this to Nick before, I think maybe Bryer and Scott even on things like, I love the transition from the Prophet song to Love of My Life. It's like,
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
it's like you hear this, the Prophet song's like a 7-minute song or something. I don't know. It's a fairly long song. And it's just crazy, all over the place song. And then you get to this beautiful ballad love song. And it's one of the best ballad love songs that he's done. And I would say, like, another favorite part of the movie for me in Bohemian Rhapsody is in the movie, he says he wrote it for his girlfriend at the time, whatever, that he was like engaged to, I think. And he shows the scene where he's singing the song like in Brazil, I think, or something.
Even though that doesn't take place till the 80s.
Yeah, I know that part is so inaccurate.
Right. But I love the part in the movie because he's playing the song and then he stops and the whole crowd singing it. And he's just like, marveled at hearing this crowd sing his song to him. And to me, it was an incredibly emotional, like, powerful moment for me as well. Just going, wow, that would be so cool to hear a crowd singing that song back to you. And I don't know, it was a great moment. But anyways, really great song. Anyways, I probably talked enough about this album. Great album. It doesn't quite get to the 5-star. Like, it came very close again. I'm still giving it a 4.5. And it's only because, and Nick kind of mentioned this, there's a couple songs I don't like on this album. Good Company, I think he said, was one.
No.
I
What
don't
was
like
the other one he said? I think it was
Sweet Lady.
Sweet Lady.
Sweet Lady. Oh, Sweet Lady's not. I don't hate that so much, but I think that, and I'm not crazy about the Seaside Rendezvous. It's like this.
No.
Hmm.
For me, it's I'm in love with my car.
I like that song. That's a good song too. I didn't mention that. But
I love My Car's a lot better than.
that's a fun rock song. Seaside Rendezvous is this weird, goofy, like 40s.
It's amazing. It's so funny.
I'm like,
And Freddie Mercury is like performing a tap dance routine by sticking his fingers in some thimbles.
okay.
And he's performing him and Bryan are performing all of the brass with their mouth. Like,
Supposedly it was just Taylor and Freddie doing the track. Actually,
Yeah, it
from what-
was.
you know what? I always I mentioned this before, but I've always loved when like because this was like a make or break album for them, and for them to like do this song just proves like they're like what, even though this is a make or break album for us, we're still gonna have some fun in the studio. And Taylor and Mercury just are having a fun time on this, and yeah, even though I disagree with you, Jason, I could see where you're coming from.
and Lazing on a Sunday Afternoon. I love that one too.
The song definitely has a variety of genres compared to, I think, the first 3 albums that I like, I have to admit. And I think they do this on all their albums coming up, where they throw in something different in there. They're like, oh, okay.
Seaside Rendezvous. Boom.
Give us a kiss.
Give us a kiss.
Sorry, I like this song. It's fun.
Okay. My number 4. My number 3. That's what I meant to say. My number 3 was swapped out for Sheer Heart Attack, and that's going to be the album Scott just bought. Queen's School. Yes, this freaking album. What a monumental album for them. Oh man, I love this thing so much. I'm going to talk about the white. I'm going to talk about it in order, but White Side is such a great side. Possession. What a great interlude to father to son. It's so proggy and I love it. I know it's only prog rock, but I like it. White Queen as it began. Oh man, this is epic. This is epic. Love White Queen. Someday, One Day. Oh man, what a beautiful song sung by Brian May. This was his first lead song on a vocal. His first lead vocal on a song. That's what I want to say. The Loser in the end, easily the least good on the album, even though it's epic. I love the way Taylor sings on it. Misuse her and you lose her in the end. What a great song. But the cream of the crop isn't even the White Side. It's the Black Side. That's the cream of the crop. Ogre Battle. Fairy Feller's Masterstroke. Nevermore. Find What Love Is. Seven Seas to Ride. Love those songs. Put it up against almost any band, it'll beat them. Just go even in Queen's catalog. Just one of the best side twos of all time.
The only reason that album was lower on my list is because of the White Side. The Black Side's amazing.
Yeah. Side 2, it's up there with the likes of Who Are You Side 2, Abbey Road Side 2, the Who Sell Out Side 2. It's just some of the great, in my opinion, some of the greatest.
Cars Side 2.
What's that?
The Cars Side 2.
Cars Side 2, Billy Joel's Glass Houses. No, Glass Houses.
Now that one kind of falls off on Side 2 at the end.
52nd Street Side 2 with Rosalina's Eyes, Stilettos,
Ba-dum-dum, ba-dum-dum, ba-dum-dum.
Well, there's more Side 2s. probably
Synchronicity side 2.
Synchronicity side 2, Disraeli Gear side 2 almost. But yeah, there's just so many great side 2s out there. But yeah, this is definitely the best of the best. Well, not the best. My favorite is probably Who Are You side 2 now that I think of it.
Yeah.
Thanks to Jason bringing it up. I'm like,
Yeah.
you know what? Maybe it is that side 2. I thought Abbey Road was, but after listening to it again, I'm like, this is just like 4 amazing songs back to back.
Yeah.
But then again, Abbey Road has that amazing medley. But this one also has a medley, so this is definitely my top 5 of side 2s.
I felt the Black Queen.
Oh yeah, you know what? Now that I think of it, my top 5 favorite side 2s. Number 5, Black side. Number 4, Village Green Preservation Society side 2. Number 3, The Who Sellout side 2. Number 2, Abbey Road side 2. And my number 1, Who Are You side 2. So you got a little bit of a top. You got a little something for that. But I haven't even gone over the best song on the album yet. March of the freaking Black Queen.
Yeah.
It's not just okay, Jason. You got to listen to that song more.
That's amazing.
It's more than just okay. It is monumental. It is Bohemian Rhapsody before Bohemian Rhapsody was even thought of.
Yeah.
This thing is just, oh man, this thing just goes all over the place, and I love that. My favorite part, one of my favorite parts was like, oh, rubber dubber dubber do. That's funny. My favorite part though is like the end where he's like, dun 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 dun. He's like, ah, la, la, la. And the way that song goes into Funny How Love Is, and then it ends off with the epic Seven Seas a Ride. It's just like,
I know someone who said they didn't like Queen. And so I'm like, why don't you like Queen?
Yeah.
And they said some things as to why they didn't like Queen. I'm like, well, let me play this. And I played the March of the Black Queen, and they said, no, I still don't like Queen.
Well, that guy's dead to me.
There's the guy who used to be on my channel.
oh,
Okay.
I had there was something off about him.
Brier's like, I'm unfriending that. No, it's
Luckily, I never met him, so.
yeah.
And I don't have the drive to now.
Briar,
Me neither.
say that to my
Me
friend.
neither, Bryer. Well, after seeing his review on the brief video on Out of Our Heads, I don't think I ever want to meet him either. And the low scores he put on my favorite band's albums, so I'm kind of with you on there, dear Bryer. So to me, when he said, "Oh, I forgot it was like really low for my generation," I'm like, "Yep, this guy's dead to me."
4 out of 10.
I'm like, "Yep, dead to me." If he's giving one of my favorite albums of all time a 4 out of 10, I don't think I ever want to do videos with him. I'm like, oh, this is back when you were calling yourself Garrett. I'm like, please, Garrett, I really don't want to do it. I never said it to you, but I'm like, I'm really hoping Garrett doesn't have me do a video with him because me and him are gonna get into some arguments. Because I'm gonna say like, oh yeah, this is better than this. Because a Brick is a great album, and I want to be like, so you're saying my generation's a 4 out of 10, but you like this album, man? Me and him would have gotten into some arguments. So thank you, Scott, for not ever letting us meet each other. After you say he didn't like Queen,
He's probably a nice guy. I don't know.
I'm exaggerating personally, but
No, he
if
is.
I
He just has very different musical opinions than Nick.
yeah.
yeah.
But
if I did meet him, I mean, I'd be like, I wouldn't be rude.
oh yeah, I wouldn't. Well, I might poke fun at him just like occasionally. I'd be like, I would just like have like tiny little remarks, but that's just me though. But yeah, my number 3, Queen 2.
Too bad I wasn't number 2. And if he 2 is Queen 2.
All right.
Number 1.
I don't think I could put it that high.
All right.
How did you get that on record?
Yeah.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, Innuendo or Queen 2?
Oh, like you can't see me pointing at it. That one.
This one?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I got this on Amazon. My mom's like, "What album is the show must go on, and I'm like, this album, and she's like, do you have it? I'm like, no. She's like, I'll send you money to buy it. I'm like, sure. And I saw it on Amazon, but I'm not gonna lie, the track listings different on this one, and they shortened a bunch of tracks on it to fit the record. I definitely get the 2 LP set. Sadly, I just have the 1 LP set.
Yeah. All right. Now we're down to the top. This was the album that passed Innuendo. And yeah, number 3, Day at the Races.
Day at the Races.
The Races. Yep. I mean, there's many great songs on here. I mean, it starts out with Tie Your Mother Down. I mean, it starts out with this kind of, I don't know what instruments they're using, but it has this great build up to it. And then once it keeps building and building, and then finally you get to the main guitar riff. And from then on, it's just like all out great rock song. And the chorus is just so catchy. I mean, I'm not sure what Tie Your Mother Down means. It doesn't sound good, but it doesn't sound too good, but still, it just rocks. You know, you just don't pay attention to that part. But yeah, it's a great way to open the album. And then you have a rock song, and then it goes to a piano ballad with You Take My Breath Away, which is just Freddie on piano. And yeah, that's a really great, beautiful song by Freddie. Great performance on here. Yeah, it's spectacular. Long Away, which was Brian May. I've always enjoyed Long Away. I always think that's one of his more underrated songs that Brian sings the vocals on. Just a nice feel-good vibe to it. But then you have the Millionaire Waltz, which is another one of my all-time favorite Queen songs. I think it was in my top 10. But yeah, I just love the piano intro and how John's bass plays along with the piano. It's just one of my favorite intros to a Queen song. And then it just goes into that waltz melody to it, which I enjoy quite a lot. Then even that song has a lot of switch ups because it goes from piano, then it goes to a rock segment, and then you have Brian May doing the one of my favorite songs. You and I, another John Deacon song. Oh, why are you doing with the doll for?
Mr. Wonderful. All right, I'm gonna have to go. Thank you for letting me talk about Queen for a bit.
Yeah.
All right, take care, Scott.
Have a good one.
And you and I, whatever the Yes song is, and you and I, but it's not.
Yeah, not that song. Yeah,
I like that Yes song though.
Yeah, that's a good one too. But yeah, You and I, another one of John's great songs I've always enjoyed. Another kind of a more love song. John always loved his love songs. But yeah, great one. And then of course, I mean, with this album, there's one massive song on here, and that of course is Somebody to Love. I mean, that's another one of my all-time favorite songs by them. Just the gospel influence, the harmony, guitar solo. I mean, it's a perfect song by them. Just fabulous. Of course, that was Freddie's tribute to Aretha Franklin. And Freddie has said that that's probably his favorite song he has ever written, is Somebody to Love, and I can see why, especially kind of personal to him. But yeah, fabulous song. White Man, another really great rock song on here. Again, basically just Brian writing about how colonists came and took the Native Americans' land. But still, just a great dark song. But yeah, very good. But then you have a serious song, and then you just go right into Good Old Fashioned Lover Boy, which is this very playful, very, very, very. I wouldn't say it's cheesy. I wouldn't say it's cheesy. I think it's a very nice, very upbeat, very happy-go-lucky song. Another song I can play on bass. Another fun song to play. It's always been one of my. It's definitely up there. It didn't get top 10, but I want to say it was at least an honorable mention. But yeah, then you have Drowse, which is a Roger Taylor song, and I think that's probably one of my favorite Roger Taylor songs. I just love the vibe to it. Pretty different. I can't really describe it right off the top of my head, but it's just a very cool song. I just love this feeling it gets. And then you have Teo Toriate, which is, or English, in English it translates to Let Us Clean Together, which was their song for their Japanese fans. And yes, I just think it's a really great song. It's another one of my favorite deep cuts of theirs. Just a very, very positive sounding song and great way to close it. And then once the song's over, it brings the beginning of the album, that same kind of build up thing, just bring it all full circle. But yeah, it's a great follow up to A Night at the Opera. Obviously, they're both titled after Marx Brothers films, so that's why they're kind of always go hand in hand sometimes.
Yeah.
But yeah, and of course it's black. Of course, Night at the Opera is white. But yeah, really great album. Number 3 for me, 5 stars.
Yeah, I like how it goes from a night to the opera to a day. Yeah.
Yeah.
Night kind of references.
Mm-hmm.
Because number 2 is The Day at the Races for me.
There you go.
Yeah, I love this album. It's an amazing album. It's such a great follow up to Night at the Opera, which was my number 3, and then you follow that with Day at the Races. I mean, it's one of the best. I mean, I'm thinking top of my mind, like, man, you can't get much better than, like I said, this, and then News of the World comes after that, right? And then jazz.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yeah,
it's one of the best 4 album runs I've ever seen out of any group. Only the Beatles maybe could beat it. I mean, anyways, but yeah, I agree with a lot of what you said on yours. I think "Tie Your Mother Down" is kind of a fun rock song to start the album. Yeah, "You Take My Breath Away" is so good. It's such a nice vocal, but his vocals are so good on this. And it almost seems like he sings a cappella on this or something I don't know if that's the beginning, but it's like "Take my breath away," and it doesn't seem like.
Mm-hmm.
I always wanted to, like, do like a what do you call it, a song battle between this and "Take My Breath Away" from The Police. I think would be an interesting song battle because they have similar titles and they're both great.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, absolutely love that. "Long Away" is one of the best deep cuts I've ever heard out of that Queen. I love the song. It came very close to making it into my top 10. It's definitely like another one of those that it was in my honorable mentions, and it was very close to getting in there. And it's such a song that no one's really probably ever heard unless you hear this album. And it's not Freddie singing it. I think it's Brian May singing it.
Yeah, it's Brian, yeah.
And it sounds so good. And even though it's not even Freddie singing it, I would be interested in putting together a list of like songs that Freddie doesn't sing, because there are some really good songs that Freddie doesn't sing on, which is kind of crazy because you think Freddie's the greatest singer of all time. But it's really cool. I think it's a really nice, catchy song. One of my favorites out of them. And I agree, "The Millionaire Watts," great song. I like every song on here. It's hard to even, without going through everything. But I will have to say "Somebody to Love," one of my favorite Queen songs. It was in my top 5. I think it might be 3
pretty high.
My list.
Mm-hmm.
It's such a great piano ballad that it kind of gets a little heavier, but not heavy, but it gets a little more upbeat. But Freddie's no better than on this song. I mean, some of his best vocal work I think ever. Because he has such a great way of like singing kind of regular, and then all of a sudden, boom, hits you with a big note, and you're like, oh, that was a great note. like do that some more. And then the backing vocals are amazing too. I love the backing vocals, some of the best I think that they've done. And I just love the overall. It's a song that I just think of my own life about. I've had those moments of I just want to find somebody to love. I mean, maybe we've all had that, or still have that with you guys because you're not married. But it's definitely, I just love that. My favorite part of the song is the build up where they're singing the song. It's great. And it's like, oh my gosh, it's so great. And then all of a sudden you get to this part where it's "Find somebody to love, find somebody to," and it starts soft, gets louder. Find somebody to. I love that build up. It's so great. really makes the song even better. It was already great, and then that part made it even greater. I probably say this in everything. Like, I love anytime you go soft and go loud and you go a cappella. It just makes the song even better for me. And then him at the very end when he just like find somebody and he like holds that note out, right? And I find somebody. Oh, maybe I'm thinking of. I love the live version because the live version.
Oh yeah. Freddie would extend that out, really draw it out.
That out. Somebody to find somebody. So, I don't know. He just kind of riffs on this find somebody, and then finally hits that last note and goes back to the piano. Find somebody to. It's like so good. I love the piano. The piano is great. The da 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 da, and then he goes into the song. Great intro. Anyways, yeah, I love this song. And then I'll just talk about the last song. I think is a great song. Tia Toretta, Let's Clean Together. Another great like ballad type song. You know, very nice sounding. Love his vocals. Love the harmonies. Everything sounds just. It's a beautiful song. It's probably my second favorite closer, maybe behind Don't. The Show Must Go On is probably my favorite closer, but this might be my second favorite closer. I think it's just an amazing closer to the album. Another one that I almost could make into my top 10, not quite, favorite songs of Queen. And it's one you probably never heard of if you haven't listened to the album, but it's great. Anyways, but yeah, it's a perfect album to me. It's a 5-star album, one of the best ever.
Nice. My number 2 is going to be News of the World. This monumental album from, of course, 1977. Iconic photos here. Just so you don't. Let's get into it, though. We Will Rock You, We Are the Champions. That's how you open up an album. Man.
Yeah.
It was my favorite Queen album. That's just one way you open up an album. Then it goes to Sheer Heart Attack, and it's just like, when I first heard this song, I was in like 10th grade, and this thing got to me. I'm just like, I was actually 17 when I heard this song, and it's just like, you're just 17. All you want to do is just up here. And it's like,
yeah,
my year. It's like, yeah. But yeah, I love this song. All Dead, All Dead. Oh man, you know, after having a cat passed away, it just hits you harder, really. Spread Your Wings, easily the best song on the album. I said it's my favorite on the album, and telling by how you guys were talking about it before, you guys don't disagree, which is great.
Oh, it's one of the best. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right From the Inside is an underrated gem on the album. Probably my second or third favorite of the Taylor songs that were sung on the album. I love this song. It's very underrated. Get Down, Make Love. Sorry, Scott. I love this song. Really love this song. It's one of my favorites. My favorite, I already mentioned it before when Bryer was talking about it. My favorite part is when Mercury's just going, every time I get high, you want to cool down. Every time I get high, you say you want to calm down. You say it's enough. In fact, it's too much. Every time I get down, get down, get down. It's like, oh man, this is epic. And even playing this on the turntable, the sound effects is so cool. And I love how it just sort of just like everything gets really crazy. I'm just like, get down, make love. And then it's like, I love, and then it ends on with the every time I get high, you want to cool down. Every time I get high, it's just like, and it's like, get down, get down, get down. And then it just stops. And then like the beginning of the next song, which is Sleeping on the Sidewalk, which this is now my least favorite on the album. Before it was Get Down, Make Love. Now it's this song by default. But that doesn't take away from it. This is still an amazing song. I love it's like for about the label. It's like, you know where you can stick the fancy label. It's just like, the trumpet was my only toy. Well, sleeping on the sidewalk. Rolling down the road. It's just the way Brian sings it. It's just incredible. And then Who Needs You? It's just, oh, I love this song. It's just, oh man, what an underrated gem on this album, I must say. I make it 6:30, you come at 7. Always trying to keep me hanging round. It's just, oh man, John Deacon always getting me. This and Spirit Wings are my two favorites off the album.
Mhm.
Guys can see why he's my favorite Queen member now. Kind of see why he's my favorite.
Well, I didn't realize he wrote so many great songs until, when I talk about him, Bryer was like, oh, John wrote that. I'm like, oh, he did?
Yep.
I'm like, okay, he's a good
Never
songwriter.
underestimate John Deacon.
Yeah.
Exactly. But then there's It's Late. Oh, I love this song. The way I think I might. Well, I feel confident saying this. This is Roger Taylor at his absolute best on the drums. Just
Okay.
go easy. It's too late. I've always loved that part. And it's just like sort of ends, and then I will disagree with you. I do love My Melancholy Blues. I love the contrast in the fast-paced ending of It's Late to the very slow down tempo jazziness of My Melancholy Blues. Yeah, what a beautiful way to end off this album. And it's crazy. Like a couple of months ago, I had this at like number 10 or number 11. But then like my little brother who was starting to get into Queen because of me, he's like, this is my second favorite Queen album. And I know Bryer really liked it. I'm like, I was sort of not peer pressured, but I was sort of like, I'm like, I have to get into this album. And I started listening to this album a whole lot, and it's now my second favorite Queen album.
Wow. Yeah.
Right.
I think It's Late would be the name of this stream.
Yep.
You got that right.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
Except Bryer, he's in California, so.
Oh yeah, it's like almost 8:30 over here.
Oh my-
Yeah.
like 10.
So it's still kind of early still for me.
Yeah, I know.
All right. So my number 2,
Number 2.
funny that Jason joked about earlier, wouldn't be funny if Queen 2 was somebody's number 2. I know since it's back here, you think it would be number 1, but no, it's number 2. And here's the CD as well. There it is. But yeah, Queen 2 at number 2 for me. Of course, has the iconic cover. Of course, I mean,
Yeah, I think that's one of your favorite covers. I remember that.
Yeah, it's my favorite by far of their covers.
Yeah, yeah.
Just iconic look. I mean, you have
Mhm.
Freddie in that pose. Of course, he's I forgot the actress's name, but I know it's an actress that he really enjoyed. But yeah, just really great cover, really great packaging. Of course, the inside is also really good. Like Nick has mentioned, the white side, very nice photo of the band there in white. Of course, they're all wearing eyeliner and stuff.
With such long hair. I always remember him being short-haired, but
Oh yeah,
I forget the older ones. He had long hair.
yep, pretty much. But yeah, it's definitely them at their most progressive rock. This is when they really go to town on the experimentation. They're really using the studio as their like canvas to really do whatever they want. Even though this album did not sell well at all at first, and it's still an album not a whole lot of people.
I don't feel like it has a big hit on it. That's
it did. It did. It had their first like top 10 hit, which I'll get to shortly.
Or was Killer Queen? Where was that?
It was
Killer?
Seven Seas Arrive. That was their first top 10 hit in the UK.
No, Sheer Heart Attack is Killer Queen, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Killer Queen's Sheer Heart Attack.
Oh, okay. See.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not crazy.
Yeah, you're good. But yeah, this like starts out with Procession, which of course blends into Father to Son. I think it's a really great opening track. Again, has this big, grandiose type of intro. Again, with Brian's guitar, which has that kind of royal sound to it. I just think it's a really great song. just a really good vibe too, especially the different changes. Um, it's not quite. It's not really. Can't really describe the vibe. It's not really sad, but it's not really too happy either. It's just this kind of really interesting vibe they set here. And of course, that goes right into White Queen, which of course, again, love the dynamics here. Again, kind of a more slower song, but again, Freddie's vocals on here is really great. Um, so that's another great highlight. Someday, One Day, which was Brian's, like Nick has mentioned, was Brian's first song he sings lead vocals in. And I think it's a really great song here. Very more acoustic. Acoustic guitar definitely is more up front, which is very nice to hear. Then you have the loser in the end, which is Roger Taylor. I will agree. I agree with Nick. It's not one of my favorites on the album, but still, it's still a really good song. I think it's really good. Really like the percussion or that I've done this just that weird clinky sound on the track.
Oh, that's one of my. That's probably like the best thing about that song.
Yeah,
and of course Taylor's awesome vocals, but Ryan
yeah,
the least of the best, I'd say.
Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah, and Roger's voice is really good too. And so that's the white side. Then you have side 2, also known as the black side, which is all Freddie. So I probably should have mentioned that the white side was mostly Brian and Roger writing the songs. Okay. Then side 2 is all Freddie. Like Freddie wrote all the songs on side 2.
Was Freddie the biggest songwriter in the group, or were they even?
I mean, I would say Brian and Freddie were the biggest writers.
They were like the Lennon McCartney of the group.
Yeah, they're like
you know how like John Lennon and McCartney have like most of the songs.
Yeah.
Like, Ringo would like rarely have like one, and then like Harrison would have like 2, 3. That's
you'd have a couple on the record.
Sort of how it's like Roger Taylor has like 1 or 2 songs.
Okay.
Like Harrison, and then like John Deacon would have like 1 or 2 songs every once in a while. But like, yeah, that's how I look at it.
Okay,
yeah.
But maybe them and Freddie wrote a bunch. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, of course. By this point, John had not started writing yet. He's still kind of just the bass player at this point. But yeah, I mean, just going on to the side 2. So the thing about side 2, it's since it's Freddie. The thing about Freddie, he is a huge fantasy fan. He loves his fantasy stuff, and hence why throughout the album it's very fantasy driven. You have like of course you have the queen, you have queens, you have ogres, you have fairies. Again, very fantasy driven because that was Freddie's thing.
Definitely.
Ogre Battle, just a great way to open the side. Just a really great, very heavy sounding song. So it's very spectacular. Then you have the Fairy Feller's Master Stroke, which that's always been one of my favorite deep cuts. It's just this kind of frantic sounding song. And the thing about that song, it was actually based on a painting that Freddie saw. It's actually called the Fairy Feller's Master Stroke, which you can search up. You can kind of see the painting and you can kind of see where Freddie was going, because especially knowing the history of that painting. So the painting was painted by somebody who had some mental health issues or something like that, some kind of, I don't know, schizophrenia or something like that. And I think Freddie kind of captured that sort of frantic, kind of almost insane type of vibe, because especially when you hear the song, it's just this kind of unnerving, kind of uneasy type of sound. But I've always enjoyed it. Like, I love Freddie's vocal delivery on it. It's just, I always found it very cool. And then finally it comes down when you go to Nevermore, which is a beautiful, very short piano ballad by Freddie, and again his vocals on it is great. Which is definitely a nice little palate cleanser, because after this would be the grand epic, which of course is the March of the Black Queen, which we've all already kind of established. Again, it's the Bohemian Rhapsody before the Bohemian Rhapsody. It's just so many different changes. The vocals, the harmonies are just off the chain, and the playing on here is spectacular. Just everybody's just so good on it. And yeah, it's just good. And of course, that's March of the Black Queen kind of has that story where they put so many overdubs on it that the tape actually came back transparent. almost to the point of just crumbling right then and there. But yeah, still, it worked. Then you go into Funny How Love Is. Again, it's kind of like definitely the most 60s sounding song. It has that psychedelic kind of poppy sort of sound, which again I really enjoy the vibe of it. And then finally it closes out with Seven Seas of Rye, the finalized version. The debut had that instrumental demo thing, but then here's the actual song in its entire in the flesh, all good now. And yeah, you have that iconic that great piano intro that Freddie does. It's just great. And the thing about, you're probably wondering what is the Seven Seas of Rye? Well, the Seven Seas of Rye is actually based on a fantasy novel idea Freddie have. Like Freddie has said, if he didn't get into music, he would have been a fantasy novelist.
Okay.
So yeah, and Rye happens to be the name of the place, the world that Freddie created. Like this is where the book would have taken place. This place of Rye. So that's pretty cool. But yeah, it's a great way to close out the album. Like I said, it was their first top 10 hit in the UK. Didn't really do much in the US, but in the UK, it got them a little bit of attention. Which of course, you go to the next album, and then Killer Queen came, and that was their real breakthrough hit. But yeah, it's Queen at their most proggy, their most weirdest, but dang, I love it for it. So that is number 2, Queen 2.
It's a fan favorite for a good reason. I can see why many Queen fans would consider it to be their best.
Yeah.
I just remember in Bohemian Rhapsody, he's like in the movie. I don't know how accurate it is, but he's like, "Do it again, do it again." And they're like, "Do we have any tape left?" And
Yeah,
and running out of tape, and Freddie's still like, "Do it again."
yeah.
So I can see that. Yeah.
Who even is Galileo?
Yeah. Who is Galileo? Higher. Sing higher.
I'm singing higher. Only dogs will hear me.
Only dogs. Yeah.
Oh, it's just like, and then like the part with the I'm in love with my car. It's just like what? And then like Taylor was making fun of you call me cheese like I'm some kind of cheese, and he's just like,
and
then
Brian, it's good. It's good.
Like I don't think that's, you don't think it's slow. It's not strong enough, and then he's like throws food at them. He's like, I don't think that's strong enough. And he's just like, and it's like, not the coffee machine.
Yeah. Yeah. I was thinking, yeah, I wonder if when you get to like Queen 2, if the record company's like, all right, can you come up with some more hits? Like, can you come up with something more commercial sounding? Because I know they did the same thing to Rush, or like, they're telling Rush, okay, can you write something a little we can sell? Like, I don't know how the record sales were doing at that point, because obviously it broke open with A Night at the Opera. That was their 4th album, but so I don't know if coming up to the 4th album where they're like, okay, can you write something a little more commercial? Or
yeah, we'll get to the history of A Night at the Opera when we get to that review. Yeah, so
I just know from the movie. I always think about the movie when they're like arguing about what the single should be. And
I will briefly
Bohemian Rhapsody.
I will briefly say about A Night at the Opera is that it wasn't like the way the movie portrayed, where it was like, oh, you have to do it our way, blah blah blah. They were just like, you guys are broke. I mean, you guys are spending so much money on this next album. If this album doesn't do well,
right.
I get this is the end for you guys. It's not like
a great album. You're right, in the movie.
The way that the movie portrays it, it's like, oh, we don't want you producing this album because we don't like it. They actually were very optimistic about it, but they were like, they put a lot of money into it. It was like the highest paid album at the time.
Yeah, it's true.
But they were sort of like, we like it, but this is your make or break. Either this album does well and you guys keep doing what you're doing, or no more Queen, basically.
I guess, Bryer, I guess I shouldn't say this too early, but you'll get into the Bohemian Rhapsody and was a record company. I guess you'll answer this.
I will say the person in charge of the record company was not Mike Myers. Mhm.
Bismillah bullshit.
Yeah, that's great stuff. I love it.
You know what's funny is that I already showed you my name tag and how I'm like smirking. It's like my one of my high school friends. Like I'm gonna be very serious in this photo, and he's like, I'm gonna make you laugh, bro. And I'm like, no, you're not. You're not gonna make me laugh. And then like I just see him in the back, and he's like, and I'm just like, ew. He's like, Bismillah bullshit.
What is that? Yeah.
He was like, Bismillah boy. And I'm just like, and I just started smirking, and then that's ended up being my photo. And I'm just like screw you, James. Oh man, that's one of my favorite parts of the movie.
Yeah, I'll ask the question, you'll answer it, and when you get to it, Bryer. But were they fighting them on Bohemian Rhapsody? Again, get to that one when you get to it. But that's a question.
Yeah, I'll get to that.
Because that's one of the parts of the movie was Bohemian Rhapsody. You need something that'll make them bang their heads in the car, and that's not Bohemian Rhapsody or something like that. And it's
Yeah.
like Bohemian Rhapsody. That is a song you listen to in your car and you head bang to.
Mhm.
Anyways, but
Yeah.
all right. Number one favorite Queen song or Queen album, and we all have 3 different ones. Interestingly enough, and I'm the only one that has it this high. In fact, everybody else had it a little bit lower, but for me, it's Jazz. Queen, Jazz.
Yeah.
Which I actually kind of cover. It's kind of a cool cover.
Yeah, I like it.
And you get the band in there. I like it.
Yeah, nice little studio shot.
Yeah, I like the studio shot there. Trying to think. No, it's hard to see. Okay, there's a track.
Which you don't want to see what's inside of it.
No, I can't show. I cannot.
Yeah. You get this channel taken down.
Taken down.
Yeah.
It's funny. I when I was listening to the albums, I remember the first time, and of course I thought, oh, obviously, A Night at the Opera is going to be number one. That's got to be number one because it has Bohemian Rhapsody in it. It's everybody's number one. And then I heard A Day at the Races right after it, and I'm like, oh no, I think I like this better than A Night at the Opera. And then I get to Jazz, and I'm like, I think I like this better than The Day of the Races. And I feel like nobody has it this high. Like I might be the only Queen fan that has it this high, number one, or the only Queen fan that has this number one. It feels like such an underrated album to me. And I know you had it at 6, I think, and Nick had 6, maybe somewhere around there. So we have it not low. You guys have it, in the top half, but 8. Okay. Yeah, so you're kind of in the middle there. You're in the kind of top half, but I don't know. I'm the one that's like, I just love this album. It's number one for me.
I mean, it's 5 stars, so like I said,
yeah.
Any day, I could be like, Jason, I agree with you. This is easily their best album that they made. Any day I could be like that.
Right, and A Day at the Races is so. I mean, it's almost I can swap the two. They're both 5 stars. But it's a great album. It has 3 of my favorite Queen songs on it, and that's why it probably pushes up to number 1 here. Yeah, Mustafa, interesting song to begin it. But Fat Bomb Girls, love that song. It was number 5 in my top 10 favorite Queen songs. The harmonies at the beginning, I'm gonna take you out. I love that beginning. It's like that's the intro. That's not even the song. The verses. That's like the chorus. Like beginning with the chorus. You're not even beginning with the first verse. You're just hitting them right with that great chorus and the great harmonies. And at first you're like, oh wow, this is kind of a cool like harmony song. But no, it's a great rock song. All of a sudden you get the kick it down, and all of a sudden the guitar hits in there. You're like, oh no, this is like an incredible rock song. And I love the lyrics. It's just, I know, I don't remember all of them on top of my head, but I just know there's something about she was such a naughty nanny, and I was like, what is going on? Like, it's such to me, it's kind of funny. It's, I'm not sure what's going on, but something's going on, with him and a nanny or something. I don't know. It sounds like him and somebody older, like an older woman or something. Like that's what it sounds like to me. Again, somebody could tell me what's about, but I picture that in my head by the lyrics. He says something like, "You're gonna make a man out of me," or something like that. I think is in the lyrics. Or she made a man out. I don't know. So I always think, oh, he lost his virginity to an older woman. I don't know, but yeah, it's so rocking. And then you get back to that chorus. It's so good. The harmonies. It's such a catchy song. Love the guitar. Yeah, love Fat Bottom. Just love the fat bottom girls make the rock and roll. Oh, so good. Such a great lyric. And it's just a funny, just the name of the song just makes me laugh every time I see it, Fat Bottom. And I watch people react to this song, and I love it because when they look at it and they're like, Fat Bottom Girls, what is this song? I'm like, oh, you're in for a treat, anytime I see you react to it. Then you go to Jealousy. Jealousy is an amazing song. It's another song that almost made it to my top 10 favorite songs. It's an honorable mention. Beautiful song. Again, Freddie, absolutely. I love going from a big rock song like Fat Bomb Girls to a great, more slower ballad type song. Just a beautiful, beautiful song. And then you get to Bicycle Race, which kind of almost feels like it fits in with Fat Mom Girls for some reason. It's such a weird song about a bicycle. Like how do you write a song about a bicycle and make it so catchy and fun? And I just love the the bicycle, great like harmonies, and then the I want to ride my bicycle. It's like, oh, it's so fun. Love the melody there. And I love that in Fat Bomb Girls, they says, get on your bikes and ride. And then in Bicycle Race, he says Fat Bomb Girls at some point, if I remember right.
Yeah, they did.
So I love that reference to the two things. Of course, I always think I don't know if there's a music video, but I always think there's an image of two girls riding a bicycle, like a stationary bicycle.
Yeah, there's that poster, the poster you have?
Yeah.
It's basically, that's the video. That's a shot from the video.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But I remember in the movie they had that image too, but I always think of that image of two girls in short shorts riding a bicycle. Anyways.
That's the recent thing you just saw. That's like the more recent video you saw then.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Then If You Can't Beat Them, such a catchy song. Love the song. If you can't beat them, join them. Obviously, like a known saying. Then Let Me Entertain You, I think, is a really good song. I mean, this first side, probably my favorite side of the album, but it's such a great first side. Really hits on everything. And yeah, I'd say the first side really, really great. There's two great songs on the second side for sure. I like everything on here. I will admit, like some of the fun, more of that jazz, maybe the weaker songs, but still don't hate it. Doesn't ruin the album for me or knock it down from a 5-star. In Only 7 Days, this song it just knocked me out of the park when I heard the song for the first time. And it was like, why isn't this like one of their hit singles? This is such an amazing kind of ballad type pop song. It was in my top 10. It's the only like really big hits. It's like the deepest cut I had in my top 10 favorite Queen songs. It's such a beautiful song. There's piano and Freddie's vocals. It's just so wonderful. He doesn't hit big notes or anything necessarily, but it's just an easygoing song. It's so nice listening to it. It just makes a great feeling when I listen to it. And it's just and I love how he starts it off. He goes lyrically. It's one of my favorite songs lyrically. Because it's called In Only 7 Days because it goes from basically 7 days from, I don't know if it starts with Sunday or Monday, but he starts
Monday, yeah.
He goes Monday. I love that. The sound of that. It sounds so great. The Monday, bum 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 bum. It's like, such a beautiful melody. And so then you kind of know, because he mentions all the days of the week, so now he's on this day, and it tells a great story in such a small amount of time. I just absolutely love it because it's Monday. He's like on vacation. I think he even says at the beginning, like, I'm on like a 7-day vacation or something. And then, Monday I'm like going to like the beach or something. And then he sees this girl and he's like, he falls for this girl basically on vacation and wants to go meet her. But then he doesn't see, I forget, one of the days he's like, I didn't see her on this day. And then, oh, I met her again on this day and we had such a great time. And, you know, he kind of has this little vacation summer fling thing going on, I guess. And, you know, and then you get to Saturday and he's like, oh, I just don't want this day to ever end, kind of, if I remember right. He's like, oh, it's like he falls in love with this girl in such a short amount of time. It's like, oh, it's like, I love this girl. And then it's like he doesn't want to go to Sunday because he has to go back home. And it's like he kind of almost dreads it. And then you get back to Sunday and he has to go back home. And it's just a fun little song lyrically. I just love the storytelling and just the you know how he. And you never know. Does he get with this girl? I don't know. Maybe he never sees her again. It's like, oh, it's kind of sad. He has to go back.
Yeah.
You know, his vacation's over, and he says some line about like I've only known her for like for this minute. I only knew her for like a couple days, but I'll remember her for a year or so. I forget, for like 300 days. Or I can't remember what it was, but really great line about like, oh, it's such a short time, but he's going to remember her for a long time. You know, and I've never done that before. I've never fallen in love on vacation. So I don't know if that feels like. That would be interesting to have that. But, and I love the ending. It goes, you know, he's back to life and he's like, oh, so sad.
Alone.
Alone. And it ends. It's like, oh, it's such a beautiful ending to the song. And there's Bragg telling me, or someone telling me, there's an interesting instrument in there in the middle. There's like bum 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 bum. I don't know what instrument it is. I don't know if it's a piano or a keyboard or guitar with some kind of sound effect on it. But
it might have been the guitar.
It's probably a guitar with sound effects on it.
It's probably the guitar.
It's just one of the most easygoing songs that they've ever done. I absolutely love it. And then I'll just talk about Don't Stop Me Now. Is another song that was in my top 10. Like I said, there's 3 songs in here that are in my top 10 and some other ones that came pretty close to making to my top 10. I mean, that's how great the album is. But Don't Stop Me Now, absolutely amazing. I think Bryer, I know, talked about already, so I know I don't have too much out on it, but except that I just love that. How it begins with it kind of begins with not a lot of instrumentation, I remember, and just a don't stop me. I love the pauses, like really makes that, you know, don't stop me now. I'm having a good time. And all of a sudden, oh, we're in this, you know, nice, catchy, like pop rock song or whatever. And it's upbeat, it's catchy. And it's like, oh, it's like you think the song is one thing at the beginning. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh no, this is like a fun pop song. And it is such a fun, catchy song. Absolutely love it. Anyways, yeah. 5 out of 5 stars.
See Freddie on Superman back there.
Yeah. Just
Breyer's like almost every time I look back to see your video, most of the time I've seen Brian May. Like we just cut to Brian May's guitar.
Oh.
And I'm just like, okay. I guess I'm seeing Brian May again. It's like I'm like, when am I going to see Freddie? Well, now I see Freddie, but yeah, it's interesting.
What a great view that is.
Yeah. Yeah, it's great number 1, Jason. Could be my number 1 in like 3 months from now. I mean, from 9, like I said, my number 9 to like number 1 are all 5 stars. So
right, yeah.
Like I said,
yeah.
I think Brad gave it a 5. So
yeah, 4.5. But yeah, I think I really do like that Jazz was your number 1 because, like I said, I think that's a very underrated album.
Yeah,
it is. It's like people know it for the hits, and that's basically about it.
Yeah, Nick told me, yeah, it's one of the best deep cut albums. I agree with him.
That and News of the World are the best deep cut albums.
Yeah.
Speaking of a great deep cut, well, it doesn't have as many deep cuts, but my number 1 is this album. This album right here. I'm trying to. This album right here, Date the Races.
Date the Races, yeah.
Love this album. You know what's funny? So most of the time, my number 3 spot would always creep up into my favorite album. So here's a backstory. So Revolver by the Beatles was my 3rd favorite Beatle album. Then it crept up to be my favorite Beatle album. Funny. The Who Sellout. That was my 3rd favorite Who album for the longest time. That crept be my favorite Who album. You guys now know it's my favorite album of all time.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's just a weird trend of it's my third favorite album at the time, but then it just creeps into being my favorite album by them. So, oh man, this is definitely going to be. This is an album that would be in my top 50 albums of all time, at least. Probably in my top 25 albums if I think about it. Tie Your Mother Down. Love the way it begins with the down, 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 down. Feels like I'm walking into Greece. Not Greece. I don't know if Greek. Hold on. Oh yeah, Rome or the Greek. And I'm just like sort of walking through, and I'm just seeing Julius Caesar with the thumbs down, like you're like, I just imagine that, seeing the lions. My imagination goes wild on song.
Yeah.
I just imagine walking into like one of those, or like those places. I can't think of it right now. I don't know if you guys knew where Pink. I don't know. For some reason, I can't think of it right now. It's like in Rome. It's like the Colosseum.
Pompeii.
Yeah,
Pompeii.
Yeah.
Colosseum or whatever. Colosseum. I can't think of it.
Oh, Roman Colosseum. Yeah.
Colosseum. Yeah, I can just imagine going into the Colosseum and them playing it while like Brian May just playing the guitar for Julius Caesar as I'm walking in. And then like the she's like, ooh yeah. And it's like, put your body down. This is just like, even though I prefer Death on Two Legs, this was like Brian May's attempt at doing Death on Two Legs, the opener, but I prefer Death on Two Legs, but this song is also epic. I mean, me and Bryer, well, this isn't a shameless plug, this is my channel. On my channel, we did a track versus track, this album versus Night at the Opera.
Yeah.
I remember, Jason, you participated, not in the video, but you were commenting.
Yeah. And that was half.
I remember you said that this song was your preferred one of the two, which I can see why. I mean, it's epic. But then it's Take My Breath Away. This song takes my breath away.
Yeah.
Ooh, ooh. It's just like,
yeah.
when I first heard the song and it ended, like when it's like at the end, it was like, it's just like slowly ends and then comes back up. It's like, take my breath away. And it's just like, and I'm just like, when I first heard it, I was listening to headphones and I'm just like, whoa. I got goosebumps. Even thinking about it gives me goosebumps. Just gives you goosebumps thinking about the end of that song. It's just like, I was just like,
That's so good.
Oh, just whoa. No way. No. It's like, to this day, this song just always takes me. Just, my body always leaves my soul every time I listen to it. And then the next song, Long Away, is such a perfect way to follow that up. It might be my way behind us. Such a long, long way behind us.
Oh, yeah. So good.
I agree, Jason. This is very underrated song. One of their best deep cuts, if you ask me.
Yeah.
I agree. Then the Millionaire's Waltz. Oh, my God. I just love the way the piano just like dun, 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 dun. It's just like, bring me child to the song parade. It's just like, in music of every way. What an underrated song. I love this song. This song is a masterpiece. Oh man. I wish the song got more attention. I feel like this song is like the black sheep of the three Bohemian Rhapsody type songs. I feel like more people talk about March of the Black Queen and Bohemian Rhapsody. Don't get me wrong, those songs are also amazing, but give Millionaire's Waltz a listen. That's a great song. And my favorite part is when it gets really fast. It's like, come back to me on my low. Won't you come back to me? It's like, and it's just like, what am I listening to?
Yeah.
This is my exact reaction when I listen to Bohemian Rhapsody. I mean, like, exactly how I felt. I'm just like, what the heck's going on? It's like you have like this like fast-paced song, and then you have like a rocking song, and then you have this, and then like it slows down. It's like, my fine friends, they mean with you, my love. And you're just like, what is this? I love this. Why is this the first time I've ever heard this? And then my favorite, it's just like, and then the end, it's like, won't you feel like a millionaire? Bum, 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 bum. You know, this makes me feel like a millionaire just listening to it. Just listening to Queen just makes me feel like a millionaire, you know.
Yeah.
I mentioned this before, but there was a short period of time between me being my favorite band being the Beatles and my favorite band being the Who. There's like a short period of time where Queen was my favorite. I just nonstop Queen. I couldn't get enough of Queen. I just Queen, and oh man, if we would have started making videos around that time, it would have been like you and Scott would have been the two Beatle #1 fans, and then me and Bryer would have been the two.
Hey guys.
But then I started getting into the Who, and the rest is history. But you know what? Now that I really think about it, just thinking about it, 9 5-star albums.
Yeah.
I think I might like them better than Genesis and Rush. I mean, my top 10 always changes, but you know what? I can't deny it. Queen has to be my second favorite band. You know, this is one of the greatest albums of all time. I love it so much.
Mm.
I even think they're better than the Kinks, and
Wow.
you're going to talk very highly of the Kinks when we
Yeah.
on this channel. Me and Jason, we're going to be going over some of my favorite albums of all time. I mean, man, it's hard, but yeah, I think I might like Queen better than the Kinks. I can't believe I'm saying that, but you know, I know Bryer's just loving that. You know, he's probably like, "You're so close. You're so close. Just one band away from being your favorite band."
Yeah.
Make think the Who, all their albums are 5 stars for you or something.
Oh yeah, their albums for my generation, all the way to "Who Are You?" Those
Yeah.
are all 5-star albums.
Yeah.
Even though it's just 8 albums as opposed to the 9 Queen albums. I mean, one of them's my favorite album of all time, so that's almost like 3 albums of itself there. Not that, but it's like Who's Next, Quadrophenia. How could you beat? To me, I'm like, how do you beat the Who? But I get why other people would have their favorites and all that. You know, I always respect other people's opinions, and so do you guys too. So, but yeah, it's sometimes when I listen to Queen, I'm just like, are they my favorite band? Do I go on SoundCloud Studios chat and I say, you know what, guys, Queen's my favorite band of all time now. I'm with Bryer, but then like I listen to like the Who song and I'm like, I'd be lying to myself if I said that. But going back to Queen, not bringing up the Who anymore, but what a great song, Millionaire's Waltz. You and I. Probably my favorite song with the title "You and I." Another great John Deacon song. John Deacon, just lots of great songs. Misfire, You're My Best Friend.
Yeah.
You and I. Spread Your Wings. Who Needs You? Who Needs You? Spread Your Wings. Like
Only 7 days.
In only 7 days. If you can't beat them, join them. Another one about the dust. This guy just knows how to write a good song.
Yeah.
That's true. Love John Deacon. He will forever be my favorite.
I agree.
I will say, it goes without saying that John was their secret weapon.
He's the heart of the band, and most of the time when I think the member's the heart of the band, that's usually my favorite member of the band. I mean, don't get me wrong, the brain's is a big necessity. Like like for the Who, I know I said I'm not going to talk about that anymore, but the Who had Pete Townsend as the brain, but then like John Entwistle was like their heart, and the heart to me is everything. Not every single thing, but it's a big part of it. And then with this band, it's Deacon. Without Deacon, this band wouldn't be. I wouldn't think. I mean, they would still be great. Don't get me wrong, but without a key bassist like John Deacon, I mean, I think Entwistle's the greatest bassist of all time, but John Deacon's definitely second best, if you ask me. I don't think Queen would be the same without Deacon. I don't think they could have just grabbed any random person. Like say for John Deacon was like, I had enough of you guys. I'm quitting the band. I don't think they would have. I don't think they could have found anyone that could have matched his energy. You know?
Would you say he was a guy that everybody got along with? Maybe was he that kind of guy?
I wish I could say that, but Brian May and him had some arguments over hot space in the hot
Yeah,
space.
they did.
Which is what led.
And of course, nowadays it's kind of even nowadays they're kind of. I know John doesn't talk to them anymore.
Yeah,
But, yeah.
that's kind
So
of
it's kind of sad.
I feel bad.
Got involved, to be honest.
I feel bad for Deacon because there was like a video of someone harassing him, like looking for a signature. And I'm just,
Good luck. But yeah.
yeah, sorry. I'm like, leave the poor guy alone. Like,
Yeah.
John doesn't deserve this.
Yeah.
He left music and he left the spotlight because of Freddie Mercury.
Yeah.
And I respect that. I really do respect that. Do I think he should still be touring with them and still like going at it? Yes.
It's funny. It's actually funny because I think last year, a year ago, somebody asked Brian, like, is there a chance for John to return for a show? And even Brian says, probably not. Because it's been years. It's been years, and John's older, and we don't know if he's been playing at all since he left. So
Definitely
it's kind of like, yeah, probably not. So it's kind of like, if probably at this point, there's probably no real guarantee. There's probably the chance is pretty much none at this point if John's ever gonna perform with the rest of the other three guys.
Did he
again.
show up for any awards or anything like
No.
Rock and Roll Hall of Fame or
No, he didn't show up.
the
to Rock and
Kennedy
Roll Hall of Fame.
Centers? No, okay.
No.
I always joke around saying like you have more likely of a chance of John Lennon and George Harrison coming back to life than having and going back in like and the Beatles coming back together all at the same time than John Deacon ever coming back to music.
Because I felt like Taylor and Freddie always fought. That's my picture I get in my brain. But
That's actually just the movie because actually Freddie and Roger were actually pretty good friends.
okay.
Yeah. Freddie and Brian would often argue though.
I saw an interview though that Freddie Mercury, he was sort of like, yeah, after a certain point in time, we're not. I wouldn't consider them to be my friends. They're just more like people who I make music with, and I'm just like,
yeah, that was kind of during the early '80s period. That's when he was, that was his partying phase really kicking in.
I don't know if
but I think by the end, I think they started to get closer, and I do think that they did get closer once Freddie's diagnosis became known. That they kind of got closer.
Okay.
Yeah, but there was a certain point where Freddie Mercury didn't see them as friends. He just saw them as business partners.
Have they had different bassists since Deacon, or have they just stuck with?
Yeah, they said. Yeah, I think there's one guy. I don't know his name, but with Queen and Anna Lambert, yeah, they have like a bass player, but I don't know his name off the top of my head.
Like they didn't get like John Deacon's son or something some like bassist.
Well, his son actually makes a cameo in the movie.
Really?
Yeah.
Because it seems like some bands will get like somebody's son or something to like star somebody to.
I mean, the Who did that with the Ringo's son.
Yeah, Starkey. Yeah. And I feel like didn't they do that with John Bonham?
Yeah,
maybe?
Jason Bonham. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I thought. Yeah.
Is this person happen? Is the Jason also a millennial?
I think he's older. Yeah, he's older than our Jason.
Okay, so it'd be like Jason the Young Gen Xer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But okay, going back to the album though.
Yeah.
Cool discussion though.
Yeah.
See, I have so much to say, and I haven't talked about one of the best songs on the album yet. Somebody to Love. Oh man, this song hits hard. This song really hits hard. What a great song. That's how you open up the second side of the album.
Yeah.
You open up with Tie Your Mother Down, then you open up the second side with Somebody to Love, and it's just like, how can you beat those two openers?
Mhm.
I mean, don't get me wrong, We Will Rock You and We Are the Champions are amazing, but I don't know. I don't think those two songs could compare to Tie Your Mother Down, and especially Somebody to Love.
Hmm.
I said this already. Any even Drowse. I just recently heard that song, and any 10 of these songs could be my favorite at any moment of time. That's how great this album is. At the moment, my favorite is White Man. I
Okay.
know it's probably most people's least favorite off the album, but the way that the song is told, he's like, I'm a simple man with a simple name, with the Native Americans, and very, very hard song, very hard hitting, and
Mhm.
white man, it's like you learn, you learn how to teach, but I mean, you know how to teach, but you forgot how to learn. That lyric is why this is my favorite song on the album. It's just like you're the teacher, but you forgot how to learn. I'm like, whoa. when I first heard that, I'm like, damn, Brian May. That's one lyric. I always think. Sometimes I think about that lyric. Just I don't know. I'm just like, you learn how to teach, but hold on. I gotta get an accurate lyrics, because I don't want to butcher them. Hold on. A man who learned how to teach, then forgot how to learn. Those lyrics, I always think about them. I'm just like, man who learned how to teach, then forgot how to learn. Those lyrics apply to this day. Those lyrics were both behind its time, on its time, and ahead of its time. Those lyrics. I know that sounds weird to say that, but those two sets of lyrics, a man who learned how to teach, then forgot how to learn, that goes to today. That goes to today. That's how, it's like, it goes with the, like, practice what you preach, we're doing it for the Bible, and it's just like, it's a great song. It's just like one of those songs that makes you think. It's a song that you got to listen to more to really understand it, and the music's really good too. When I first heard it, I'm like, this song sucks, especially after Somebody to Love, but I've really grown to love it. Then it goes to a 360 with good old fashioned Lover Boy. I have this such a guilty pleasure of mine. I love this song.
We all have guilty pleasures.
I can feel lights and sing you songs full of sad things. I mean, the last song was a song full of sad things. There's like a lot of dark, neat stuff in that song. It's like, hey boy, where'd you get it from? Hey boy, where did you go? School of Flower Boys. Dude, and the guitar playing is top notch. Oh, I love the song. And that goes into Drowse, which I don't know.
Is that your least?
What's that?
Is that your least favorite, Drowse, or?
It's my least favorite, but it's such a good song.
It's still good, yeah.
Roger's singing, his playing. It's just like, this is probably, again, I don't know if this is my second favorite Taylor song or if it's my third favorite. That one and Fight from the Inside, those two songs battle out. But my favorite's still I'm in Love with My Car. That song is so Roger Taylor.
Yeah.
We all get to poke fun at it. It's both ironically and unironically my favorite Taylor song. But then after that, Tio Toriate. Oh,
Good. Yeah.
Mhm.
this
So
song is so good.
Let us cling together.
It's
Yeah.
another song. It's just another song that I think about, and it's just giving me goosebumps. Like that part where it's just like you hear like a bunch, like a crowd singing, "Let us cling together as the years go by." And I'm just like,
Yeah.
oh man, this is. There's a compilation called Japanese Greatest Hits, and this was one of them. This and Spread Your Wings in '39. Those
Sounds
are
like down Breyer's alley.
Yep.
yeah. Their Japanese Greatest Hits has a lot of songs that weren't that popular at all in the UK and the US. So I'm gonna send. I might send the link out. I'll send the track listing over just so you guys can take a look at it. But yeah, what a one of the greatest albums ever put on vinyl, if you ask me.
Yeah.
All right. And it's just down to me, the
All
number
right.
one.
Number one for Bryer, the Queen expert.
You know, leave it to me to come with the most basic choice.
I was gonna say with the
And yep, if there's any cross,
agree with the masses.
yep, it's Night at the Opera. Yep. So let me just go. I'm gonna get the sleeve for this.
Yeah, I really need to get that on vinyl.
Yep. All right. Of course, like we've established, is one of there's definitely their most well-known album. It's definitely the one that people go to when people recommend Queen. Of course, you have the very simple album cover, just whites, just a Night at the Opera, also Marx Brothers film at the back, and then you have the gatefold, which has all the lyrics right here. Little side
Great.
note, I just want to mention how they credit each member. So it
Okay.
starts out. It's normal. It starts pretty normal. You have John Deacon on electric bass. You have Roger Taylor on percussion. And for Brian May, you have guitars and orchestral backdrops. And then
Okay.
for Freddie Mercury, you have vocals, Bechstein debauchery, and more vocals. That's
Debauchery.
it. Yes. And that's literally what it says there. Yeah. But that's always kind of humorous there. But yeah, to me, this album is the perfect blend of their more creative and experimental side, but also the more commercial and kind of more poppy sound. It just meshes together extremely well. Of course, starts out with Death on Two Legs. I'm not going to go too in depth on because again, I'm going to try and save it for that review on Scott's channel. But yeah, I pretty much wrote a textbook on this for this review.
Brings out this big notebook.
Yeah.
Textbook like the size of Webster's Dictionary. It's
Yeah.
like, okay, guys.
Here's the
my
background
notes.
information.
This is my notes on Death on Two Legs.
This is
Yes.
my longest video we ever did.
We were like
Yep.
15 hours long, and there's just like Bohemian Rhapsody, and it's just like the world's
Fall
largest
asleep.
book, and it's just like, okay, guys. This is my in-depth thoughts on Bohemian Rhapsody.
This is just Bohemian Rhapsody.
Maybe I probably I wouldn't be surprised. I might have to make the Spark Note version of it for the review, but yeah. So yeah, again, I'll go more in depth later. But Death on Two Legs, again, just a great opening track. Again, has the piano starting it off. Starts off very creepy, honestly, when you first hear it because it's just so aggressive in your face. Then you hear that, then Roger just screams in your ear, but then it just pauses abruptly, and then it goes right into that piano riff, and the guitar comes in. Basically, it's about their old manager at the time. Yeah, and the lyrics are extremely violent. Like,
So they're not a band, I'm guessing.
yeah, no. I mean, Freddie was pissed, and he does not hold back. Like, you have lines like, let's see, what's like, there's lines like, do you feel like suicide? I think you should, and stuff like that.
That's harsh.
Yeah, very harsh. And then there's a really good line here. Let's see if I can find it real quick. Right here somewhere. God, where is it? Oh man, where is it? Something. It was something. Something about pride. And okay, okay, I can't find it right now. But basically, it's very extremely Freddie just
Do
going.
I have a cesspool of pride?
Yeah, that's it. That's the one. Yeah, just very grimy and yeah, but still extremely.
You are a sewer rat decaying in a cesspool of pride.
There it is.
Okay.
Very Freddie to say something like that. But yeah, great opening track, and the guitar playing on here is really good, and the drumming too by Roger. Um, definitely has some of Roger's best drumming, I must say. Very great, and then it goes right into "Lazy on a Sunday Afternoon," which is this very short but very sweet kind of track. It's kind of more like a transitional track, but I just love how happy sounding it is. So I always like that one. Then you have "I'm in Love with My Car," probably Roger's most well-known song.
Yeah.
Of course, poked fun in the film
Yeah.
for of course, but still, it's a very good song. I've always enjoyed it still.
Yeah.
Then you have, of course, "You're My Best Friend." Of course, I mean, it's a great pop song. Again, probably one of John's biggest songs that he wrote for the band.
Yeah.
It was the second single, I
It
think. Yeah, it was a hit song.
was on the radio.
And played in pet store commercials. Yes, it makes sense.
It makes sense. Yeah.
But yeah, it's another fabulous song. Then you have 39, one of the great deep cuts by Bryan here. Just this folky, very sci-fi themed song. But yeah, I've always loved it. Then you have "Sweet Lady." I've said in the past that "Sweet Lady" was never one of my favorites, but it's still a really great rock song. Of course, we already poked fun at the cheese line, but yeah, still, it's a great rock song. And yeah, it has "Seaside Rendezvous," and I do disagree with Jason. I really enjoy "Seaside Rendezvous." I don't know, maybe it's a California thing because I'm by the seaside, so maybe that's it.
No, it's not. It's not that. I love that song too.
Yeah, that's good.
Whenever you're still around.
Yeah, it's a very pleasant, it's a very fun song. And we'll go more in depth on how they recorded that song, but yeah, they did a lot with here. And again, no synthesizers used. Yeah, and that's side one. Side two, of course, it opens with the Prophet song. Of course, that's such an epic song. One of Bryan's finest here that he wrote. And we already talked in depth about the whole, the laid vocals, the guitar riff, and then it's a terrific song, and just blends right into "Love of My Life." Just this beautiful song by Freddie, just absolutely great, and Bryan's on harp on the track, which is just very nice.
Yeah.
Then you have "Good Company," and I'm gonna disagree with Nick. I actually do like "Good Company."
Yeah, I didn't like that.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I disagree. I think it's a good song, especially because you hear the wind, because you think there's like a whole wind, like a whole like brass section, but no, that's just Bryan on the guitar providing all the instruments. It's like a whole guitar jazz sort of band, and it's just Bryan just messing around with the guitar until we got the right sound. But yeah, I think it's a cool song. And then you have, of course, the little known song, most people know it, called "Bohemian Rhapsody." And yeah, it's
Bohemian Rhapsody. What is this?
You like bullshit.
Yeah. But jokes aside, it deserves the title of greatest rock song ever created. I mean, it was Freddie's baby right from the get-go. I mean, just the sections behind it, like the intro where it's just Freddie harmonizing with himself, and then you have the whole ballad section. Then you have Bryan's guitar solo, which is iconic. Then you have the whole operatic section where the whole band is just doing this whole scene. And then you have Roger's shrieking high note he does.
Yeah.
Yes, and then you go right into the rock section, and yes, you do got a head bang to it. It's tradition, so you gotta. So yeah, it's just a great guitar riff, and the outro to this song is just so great, especially when it goes back, transitions back into it, and again, Brian's just doing these great kind of guitar fills.
I
with
love the
how he bends his strings. It's just like, oh my
Yeah.
god, just sends goosebumps, like sends chills. And then of course you go back to the ballad part, and then you have the Anyway the Wind Blows, followed by the gong. And then just perfect closing to that song. And then it just flows into God Save the Queen, which is just their cover of the British national anthem. And of
Mhm.
course they would close their live shows with it.
Okay.
Yeah, well, just the playback of it, but still.
Okay.
But yeah, it's just I think it's a nice, appropriate way to close the album. You know, it's theatrical, it's so bombastic, just so much variety on here. I did watch a video on YouTube where people try to when people rank the songs, like their least favorite to the to their absolute favorite, and they brought up a good point. Is that if you were to take a lot of the songs apart, then you can definitely tell there's definitely some weak stuff. But in the context, when it's all put together, it makes total sense. It is like going to a live show or a theatrical play or an opera where each song kind of just takes you to a different scene, or a different segment of the opera. It's just like surprisingly both is, even though it's completely goes in different directions, it still feels cohesive. Like it still sounds appropriate for the album. And again, like I said, it's just a perfect blend of pretty much perfect blend of the experimental and the pop. But and at the end of the day, it's just basically I forgot what I was gonna say there, but it just encapsulates what makes Queen great, in my opinion. So number one, 5 stars, heck, 10 stars. Night at the Opera.
Yeah, if we're gonna do that, I'm gonna probably give. I'd probably give my top 4 Queen albums a 10-star rating if I was going by that.
So did the record company fight him on Bohemian Rhapsody? Or is that just
yeah, they did a little bit. They actually did.
I mean,
And
Bohemian Rhapsody is a long song, so I kind of
it's
get
a long song. It's kind of weird. It's definitely not your traditional pop song. And
Yeah.
actually, funny story is that, of course, John Reed, who was their manager at the time, who was also managing Elton John at the time. So John Reed got a copy, played Bohemian Rhapsody to Elton John, and when Elton John heard it, he was like, "Oh, that's never gonna chart." And then, of course, it went to number 1. So there you go.
Yeah, everybody was wrong.
Everyone was wrong.
Freddie knew. Yeah, Freddie, he bet on himself.
The Bryer guys was like a combination of just a bunch of people like that were just like, yeah, this song's not gonna go anywhere.
Mhm.
Right. Yeah.
But before we end, just to recap, if you guys don't mind giving just briefly going over your list again, starting with Jason, then me, then Bryer as the order of the video. So if you don't mind just giving your list again just one more time, just to reiterate, because this is a long video and
Yeah, it's late.
It's late.
15, I had Flash Gordon. 14, I had Made in Heaven. Bryer getting
Take them all back down.
13. I had Queen 2. 12, I had Queen. 11, I had Sheer Heart Attack. 10, I had Hot Space. 9, Innuendo. Number 8, The Miracle. Number 7, The Game. Number 6, A Kind of Magic. Number 5, The Works. Number 4, News of the World. Number 3, A Night at the Opera. Number 2, A Day at the Races. And number 1, Jazz.
my number 15, surprising no one, Flash Gordon. Number 14, Made in Heaven. Number 13, The Miracle. Number 12, The Game. Number 11, A Kind of Magic. Number 10, Night at the Opera. Number 9, Innuendo. Number 8, Jazz. Number 7, Hot Space. Number 6, The Works. Number 5, Queen. Number 4, Queen. Number 4, Sheer Heart Attack. Like I said, it's short. It's changed last minute. Yeah, number 4, Sheer Heart Attack. Number 3, Queen 2. Number 2, News of the World. And number 1, Day at the Races.
All right. Okay. Number 15, Flash Gordon. Number 14, Made in Heaven. 13, Hot Space. 12, Kind of Magic. 11, The Miracle. 10, The Game. 9, Sheer Heart Attack. 8, The Works. 7, News of the World. 6, Jazz. Number 5, Queen. Number 4, Innuendo. Number 3, Day at the Races. Number 2, Queen 2. And number 1, Night at the Opera.
I feel like the only album we all agreed on was
The bottom 2.
Day at the Races.
Oh, Day at the Races.
I mean, I think we all had it in our top.
Oh, yeah. In terms of the top 3, we both agreed.
I think we all had it in our top or top 5.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we had it pretty high.
But we disagreed on the other ones, kind of. But
Yeah.
I feel like that one we all agreed was the top 5. But yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, News of the World was surprisingly higher on my list. Before originally, it would have been a lot lower on my list compared to.
Bryer had it like number 7, so it was out his top 5, but it was in our top 5.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Queen was in your guys' top 5, but not mine. Queen 2, I should say. And
Mhm.
Night of the Opera was in our top 5, me and Bryer, but not. So we kind of mixed matched, except for Day of the Race. I feel like that's the one we all kind of agreed on.
Yeah.
That's best, maybe.
Except for we agreed on the last 2. That's the other thing. That's the other thing we agreed on. But then it was all over the place after that.
Mhm.
Well, one last thing before I close this video out, Jason, what are your final thoughts on Queen as a whole?
Oh, man. Amazing band. One of the greats, for sure. I consider myself a Queen fan before I even went through the albums. And then after going through the albums, I'm a big Queen fan, definitely get why Bryer's number 1 band. I mean, I give 2 5 stars, and then I have 4 4.5 stars. That's there's not only Beatles, I think, have that kind of a record behind them. Just amazing rock band. Freddie's the best singer, front man that we've ever had, and then Brian May is one of the greatest guitar players, and I think even John, great bassist, and Rod's a great drummer. I don't talk enough about his drumming, but his drumming in Bohemian Rhapsody is amazing. His drumming in these other songs are absolutely amazing. But like I said, the great rock band, but also maybe the most theatrical band. I don't know, most operatic, big. And they had some of the great songs of all time. And yeah, it's just a one-of-a-kind band, in my opinion.
Mhm.
Bryer, what's your final thoughts on Queen as a whole?
Oh boy! All right,
Short version. Well, actually,
short version.
I wanted so that it could end on 5 hours. I'm kind of weird like that.
I know.
Trust me, I've been there. But yeah, of course. I mean, yeah, they're still my all-time favorite band, and I don't see that changing anytime soon. Again, this band holds a special place in my heart. Just the catalog, even the ones even Made in Heaven and Hot Space, and pretty much the ones I had near the bottom, aside from Flash Gordon. Like, I still enjoy a lot of the stuff that's on a lot of these albums. Again, there's not really an album that I truly hate. It's just pretty solid throughout. And again, the playing by Brian, Roger, and John, just absolutely some of the most top-notch playing in rock. And Freddie, he's basically my spirit animal. I love him to death. Just as how big of a personality he is. That's someone I wish I could be, but I'll get there someday. But yeah, but yeah, I love Queen. I will still love them till the day I die, probably. In terms of this live stream, all I'll say is that I had a good time. I had a ball, and I'm not gonna stop loving Queen. So there you go.
Yeah, I really love Queen. They're one of the greats. Doing the stream made me realize that they're my second favorite band of all time.
You know, I say the same thing. Probably my second favorite band now.
Mhm.
Like just me and Jason, it just gave us a spark. So, well, I'm the one who came up with the idea of doing it today. So, not to brag or anything, but pat on the shoulder for me. But yeah, such a great band. Love them to death. But yeah, that's my final thoughts. This was a big week, big Saturday for music related things. Kinks, Black Sabbath, and Queen all in one day. So can't go wrong. Next week,
Very diverse.
next week on Sounds of 909, me and Bryer will be doing Paranoid. And next week on Sounds of 909, me and Jason will be doing Kinda Kinks. Thank you guys for watching this video. See you guys in the next one. Thank you.